Distinguished speakers, honored guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the conference. It is a great pleasure to see many distinguished speakers, scholars, policymakers, and colleagues, especially in this beautiful room named Bellevue, good view, right? In English. On your left, you can take a look at the Blue House, where President will soon move in. On your right, you can look at the Seoul Tower, which you may have seen in the K-pop Demon Hunters. Let me begin by extending my heartfelt welcome to His Excellency, Mr. Wong Kai-jun, Ambassador of Singapore of the Republic of Korea, Professor Danny Kwa, and Professor Kong and Fung from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Professor Keun Lee of Jungang and Seoul National University, and Dean Chung-kyung Kim of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. I also express my sincere gratitude to Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Yoon Chol-koo for his thoughtful video message of encouragement and support. This conference represents an important occasion that strengthens collaboration between the KDI School of Public Policy and Management and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. We at the KDI School attach great significance to this joint initiative and hope that it will lead to a closer exchange of ideas and research in the years to come. Such academic cooperation is not only an exchange of knowledge, but also an investment in our region's collective capacity to address the challenges of governance, development, and economic transformation. For more than half a century, many Asian economies, including Korea and Singapore, have achieved remarkable growth under an open and rules-based international environment. Openness to trade and investment has allowed our region to transform from one of the poorest in the world to a global center of manufacturing, innovation, and human capital development. In Korea's case, the nation's trade to GDP ratio reached 90% in 2024, and Korea became among the world's top trading economies. Per capita income has risen from less than $100 in 1960 to over $35,000 in 2024, a transformation made possible by outward-oriented industrialization and steady engagement with global markets. This experience has taught us that openness is not a vulnerability, but a source of resilience and progress. Singapore's story similarly demonstrates how strategic openness, sound governance, and human capital can turn limited geography into limitless opportunity. Its per capita income has risen from less than $500 in 1960 to over $80,000 last year. Across Asia as well, countries that embrace the openness and cooperation have shown that integration with global markets remains a powerful engine for sustainable growth. Yet, the international environment is changing rapidly. The strategic competition between the US and China has blurred the lines between economic policy and security, reshaping global supply chains and technological ecosystems. The world entering a new era of uncertainty one that demands agility, creativity, and cooperation. These challenges, and perhaps the opportunities they present, lie at the heart of this conference, which brings together four interconnected themes: industrial policy, supply chain dynamics, regional cooperation in Asia, and Asia's shifting alignments and conceptions of order in the post-liberal era, which is the main theme of Danny's presentation today. On industrial policy first, nations are rethinking how to sustain innovation and growth while safeguarding resilience and fairness. Korea's experience, from its heavy industry drive in the 1970s to today's leadership in semiconductors, shows the importance of combining government support with market dynamism and of fostering international collaboration rather than isolation. On supply chains, recent disruptions from pandemics to geopolitical tensions remind us that efficiency without resilience can be dangerous. Diversified partnerships, trusted networks, and transparent rules are essential to building a robust supply system. On regional cooperation, Asia stands at a crossroad. While competition is intensifying, our region remains home to the world's fastest growing economies and some of the most creative policy innovations. This is precisely the time to deepen policy dialogue and strengthen cooperation so that Asia can offer the world a model of connected resilience. And finally, on the evolving geopolitical alignments and conceptions of order, our discussions will explore how Asia can navigate this transition without falling into binary choices or zero-sum thinking. We must collectively seek a new equilibrium, one that reflects Asian perspectives and contributes to a more balanced and stable global order. Korea's policy orientation continues to emphasize the enduring principles of openness, balance, cooperation, and shared prosperity. These principles are reflected in Korea's ongoing efforts to foster innovation-led growth, bridging technology with opportunity and economic progress with social fairness. It is in this same spirit that the KDI School and the Lee Kuan Yew School have come together, not only to analyze policies, but to connect ideas, institutions, and people. Through such cooperation, we can strengthen Asia's policy research community and contribute to the region's sustainable and balanced development. Over the next 2 days, the discussions here in Seoul will deepen our understanding of how Asia can navigate the uncertainty and shape a more resilient future. I hope this conference will serve as a lasting bridge between our institutions and inspire broader collaboration among scholars and practitioners dedicated to public policy across Asia. Once again, I thank all distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants for joining us for this meaningful event. I hope our dialogue over the coming days will inspire continued cooperation and shared progress for a more open, more innovative, and more harmonious Asia. Thank you very much.
Distinguished President Jo Dong-cheol, Dean Danny Kuan of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and the distinguished guests from home and abroad. It is a great honor to address you all today. The global economy now stands at a critical turning point amid intensifying competition among nations and the rapid reorganization of global supply chains. Major economies are increasingly leveraging industrial policy as a strategic instrument to safeguard national security. This transformation presents new challenges for Korea and other Asian economies that have thrived under the principles of openness and autonomy. In a time of strong strategic pressure, where it's hard to choose a side, we must seize new opportunities for growth through technological innovation and supply chain cooperation. Against this backdrop, today's conference, held under the theme of challenges and policy responses of Asian countries amid US-China geopolitical conflicts and Trump 2.0 era, is both timely and meaningful. It provides a valuable forum to share our perspectives and explore new pathways for cooperation and solidarity across Asia. Despite the complex global economic environment, the Korean government remains firmly committed to the principles of openness and cooperation. We are implementing supply chain stabilization policies centered on the Framework Act on Supply Chain Stabilization Support for Economic Security. To establish a sustainable supply chain, we are promoting domestic production of key materials and components, diversifying import channels, and expanding strategic reserves. Securing these critical items is directly linked to the competitiveness of high-tech industries such as semiconductors, AI, and batteries, and thus we are also strengthening R&D support and encouraging private sector investment. In particular, the government has established a 10 trillion won supply chain stabilization fund to support supply chain companies and to invest in key sectors such as energy and critical minerals. In today's increasingly interconnected global supply chain environment, cooperation with major trading partners is more crucial than ever to enhance joint responses to potential crises. The Korean government is maintaining regular dialogue channel with key partners and expanding mutual beneficial partnerships, including joint investment in critical minerals. I sincerely hope that the rich discussions here today on industrial policy, supply chains, regional cooperation, and the post-liberal order will provide valuable insights for policymakers and scholars around the world. May these discussions boost Asia's collective policy capacity and evolve into a cooperative network built upon shared prosperity and responsibility. Thank you.
President Cho, Ambassador Wong, Excellencies, friends, and colleagues, thank you for your presence and interest this morning in discussing the topics that we will now delve into. The theme of this conference, Challenges and Policy Responses of Asian Countries, is a theme that's very close to my heart. I feel passionately involved in research and policy thinking in this space, and that this occasion celebrates as well a collaboration between my institution, the Lee Kuan Yew School, and KDI School provides this special significance. The theme today marks a departure from traditional ways of thinking. We have come through an era over the past 80 years where the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union brought forward new areas of research in scholarship and in policy making. The perspectives that we developed from that time continue to have impact on the work that researchers and scholars do today. From among the major works of that earlier Cold War era are books such as Tom Schelling's Strategy of Conflict and other profound thinking about war. Schelling's work was one that brought out how economic statecraft, thinking about economics, could be brought to bear on areas that previously were not part of the domain of economics. That thinking turned on the idea of war as being on the margin between successful bargaining and unsuccessful bargaining. And work that evolved there turned on how economies like the United States or its antagonists needed to develop strong economies to advance their bargaining power. That work was hugely valuable, but everyone here will notice that that work took the perspective of the United States or its antagonist. That work developed the ideas about economic statecraft from the perspective of one or the other of the great powers. Today, we're talking about challenges and policy responses of Asian countries in a way that takes the other perspective, where we place ourselves outside the role of a great power, but ask how we navigate conflict between the great powers. We are outsiders in that conflict. We are third nations in that conflict. And we need to develop ideas as profound as Tom Schelling's that will help safeguard and protect ourselves from the great powers. It is no longer scholarship that tries to tell a great power how to better its position. It is instead scholarship that seeks to protect ourselves from the great powers. That is the perspective that I take in my own research, and that is the perspective I want to take us on today. The work that I do takes on the position of third nations and asks how we navigate conflict between the great powers. Unlike Schelling's work, say, or other work from the Cold War era that placed themselves within the great power, here I want to advance a kind of scholarship that takes us outside of being a great power. How do we third nations advance and protect our own position against the depredations of what great powers might be able to do to us? I want to suggest that there are three main ideas we can pursue. I will go into detail on these, but the first of these strategies is that of alignment. We could think about how we align ourselves with the great powers. A second of these strategies is that of acquiescence. How do we take the great powers, models of the world, their rules of the game? How do we advance our own position, taking those rules of the game as given? That is the second strategy, the acquiescence strategy. But the strategy that I want to talk most about today in the time that I have is that of mitigation. How do we, who are not great powers, help nudge changes in the rules of the game that will advance our own position and protect ourselves? At first, mitigation seems futile. After all, as small states, as third nations, we don't have the firepower that the great powers do. In the words of many who have come before us, we as third nations, small states, are merely prize takers. How can we change the rules of the game? Well, I want to suggest some ways in which we can. So let me take you through, in the time that I have, some of that reasoning. I will present some of the research that I am doing. I'll present some of the research that my school, the Lee Kuan Yew School, is doing, and that you will hear more of afterwards when my colleagues take the stage. And I will tell you about mitigation. Okay. What I am describing in terms of alignment, acquiescence, or mitigation is not just an academic dream. It is not just something that academics have made up. In the real world today, this same language is being used. Some weeks ago, President Xi Jinping of China provided a veiled warning to the rest of the world not to align with the United States. If Xi can do that, Trump can do that too. And implicit in a lot of the US administration's actions is precisely the same kind of veiled or unveiled warning for the rest of us not to align. There's a second kind of approach in these headlines, and that's articulated by Singapore's own Prime Minister. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong said that, however the outcome of the great power meetings, the world will remain fragmented, but countries outside of the great powers are not helpless. They can act to mitigate, which is exactly the same language I want to develop further in this research. Okay. Now, I'm an economist. If I don't present a model, they will take away my license to practice. But I know that this is a general audience, so I'm just going to give you a flavor of what the ideas are. There are great powers in the world. Think of the two great powers. They are represented in the model by these two big circles. They engage with each other, and out of that engagement will be some outcome. There are small states in the world at the bottom of this picture, and there are many of us. I simplify by not suggesting that there's a whole spectrum of size, so that there are middle powers and so on. Everyone outside the great powers are small states. This is a model of the world that's 2,500 years old. Thucydides, in describing the Peloponnesian War between Sparta and Athens on the island of Melos, said that we, the rest of you, are small states. The great powers, Athens and Sparta, will do what they will, but the rest of us, small states, suffer what we must. We are price takers. Now, the way this model works, there's a formalization where there are rules of the game that need to be determined in contestation between the great powers. That is the subject of Thomas Schelling and other people's studies. My job is not the upper part of this picture, which is taken care of by traditional thinking from the Cold War, but the bottom part of this picture, which is what small states do, given our understanding of the rules of the game that have to be consistent with what the great powers think, and how we might ourselves nudge those rules of the game. So that's the basic model. Let me tell you the outcome of this. And in this, I draw on work from my colleagues also at the Lee Kuan Yew School. A natural way to start thinking about how small states navigate this great power rivalry is to say, literally, what Thucydides thought. We can do nothing. The best we can do is go with one or the other. So a natural way to start thinking about this is that of alignment. The alignment question is one that has occupied a lot of Southeast Asian thinking for over a decade. The alignment question typically is thought of as a binary. Do you go with one or do you go with the other? My colleagues at the Kuan School have come up with a clever way to rethink this, and that's to say, think about alignment not as going with one or the other, but potentially going in between, and then, as circumstances evolve, figuring out which way to lean. So my colleague, Kon Yun Fong, and the new dean of the Kuan School, Joseph Liao, have spent a number of years putting together an alignment index, where they say, think about China on the one hand as being 0, think about America on the other hand as being 1, and think about alignment with China as showing up with an alignment index of 0, or alignment with America as showing up with an alignment index of 1. But they say we can do better than just 0 or 1. We can think about something in between. So based on a big data analysis of economic engagements, trade agreements, diplomatic interactions, soft power, signaling, diplomatic actions, voting at the UN General Assembly, and so on, you can come up with an alignment index that you can then track historically. The alignment index in the first instance gets us away from the binary of 0 and 1, but it also shows substantively how most Southeast Asian countries are on one side of the other of 50%, in between China and the United States. You will hear more about this from Yun Fong in his presentation, but for me, what I want to say here is that there is empirical evidence on how we think about alignment. The idea I want to leave you with is that alignment is an optimal strategy if the game is zero-sum. If the game is zero-sum, one side wins only when the other side loses. There is nothing to compromise, and outsiders have no wiggle room to advantage themselves over and above the 0-1 game that's being played. So alignment is an optimal strategy if the world is zero-sum. Alignment makes people think about the question, if I'm going to go to war, who is with me? I look at the alignment index and I take a best guess. That's not necessarily what my colleagues use the alignment index for. In fact, they tell me they don't want to think about it that way, but that's a natural way many people will be thinking about this index. So let me repeat. The proposition from here is, if you really believe the world is a 0-1 proposition, if you believe the world is a zero-sum game, then alignment is the best you can do, and you have to figure out who to align with. But alignment is optimal strategy. What if the world is not zero-sum? Right? As an economist, I think that sometimes policymakers believe the world is zero-sum, even if in reality it is not. There's a second class of strategies that we observe in the world that leverages this idea. I call this the acquiescence strategy, or the adaptation strategy. This is a strategy that works when you think your actions have an impact on how the great powers behave towards you. In other words, you can still be a price taker, but there's an elasticity in the response. What's the context for this? Many of us think that today's rules-based order is under attack, mostly from the US-China geopolitical competition. And to a great extent, that's true. And if that's the case, you might want to go with an alignment mindset. But there's also evidence that that's not the only thing that's going on in the world. On Liberation Day, President Donald Trump announced tariffs not just on China, but on 200 other economies. Trump and the United States announced economic war on the world, not just on China. If you ever needed evidence that the disruption in world order is not just about US-China rivalry, here is a smoking gun. There's a declaration of economic war on all of us. Even countries like Korea and Singapore, who began this with a free trade agreement with the United States. Even bordering countries like Mexico and Canada, who have a strong USMCA signed by Donald Trump himself, saw that contract torn up and renegotiated. And in that world, it is natural to think, this is what's happened. How can I adapt? And not just in the context of US-China rivalry, not just in the context of alignment, how can I adapt? I can say, let me go to the White House and see what I get out of the White House. Let me put in some investment into my relationship with the United States, a great power. What is the return on that? One of my projects is to keep an ongoing documentation of this. And the conclusion is not a happy one. In economics language, it sounds like the more we invest, the worse our return. The more effort you put into negotiation, the worse the outcome. Let me give just a couple of examples. When Liberation Day was announced, among the first in line to take on negotiations with the Trump administration was General Secretary To Lam of Vietnam, a strong ally of the United States. In the alignment index, one of the few nations that's become more pro-United States. What did To Lam get out of this? His negotiators negotiated tariffs from 46% down to 10 to 15%. But there is no piece of paper today where you will see 10 to 15% as the US tariff on Vietnam, because in the event of the negotiations, at the final outcome, after a phone call between General Secretary To Lam and President Trump, Trump came out of the room and announced to the negotiators he had unilaterally decided that the tariff on Vietnam would be 20%, which is better than 46%, but worse than 10 to 15%. And moreover, he added, there would be a 40% transshipment tariffs on the 30% of Vietnam's exports that he identifies as being a transshipment from China. Vietnam ended up with a worse deal after negotiations. Korea began with a free trade agreement, saw a Liberation Day tariff of 25%, negotiated that down to 15%, but as we all know, got slapped with a $350 billion strategic project investment plan that would be directed by the United States. Japan, a strong United States ally in this part of the world, negotiated from 25% down to 15% as well, but then got stuck with a $550 billion bill whose investment plans would be directed by the US government and 90% of whose profits would be retained by the US government. Now these continue to evolve because none of these have been written down on paper, and as we know, even when they're written down on paper, they continue to change. But there is very little evidence that negotiation, acquiescence has been helpful. There are more details that I'd love to get into, but I'm going to now turn to mitigation before I conclude. I begin this thinking about mitigation, thinking about economic policy for us as our responses to the global climate crisis. There's a parallel between geopolitical disruption and the global climate crisis for us who are small nations. Many of us view that as being too powerful, too large for us to influence, but we do our best anyway. In the global climate crisis policy and research arena, there are two main strategies people think about. They can adapt or they can mitigate. Adaptation in the global climate crisis is making your weak and vulnerable population better protected. You move communities from low-lying, storm-struck areas to higher parts of your country. You build walls that protect you from the sea. You adapt to the change. But there's also mitigation, where you get your people to think about lowering their carbon emission, reducing their use of plastic bags, taking steps that will help reduce the carbon footprint, mitigation. In Singapore, we take mitigation very seriously. Thank you. We take mitigation very seriously, even though as a small state, there's not a great deal we're going to do to the huge amount of carbon emissions out there. I propose that we can also do mitigation in geopolitical confrontation. And I end with the following observation from Singapore. Not in economic policy, but in national security, Singapore has always been aware of how it is a small state. In the era of Lee Kuan Yew, that response was a price-taker response that said Singapore needed to become like a poisonous shrimp, so that if Singapore was on the other side of an attack, it would make sure that the attacker would suffer awkwardness and inconvenience, if not fatal indigestion. That is how a small state can mitigate. National security policy in Singapore has evolved to that of a porcupine that extends the reach further than what itself is, but gives the same warning. Today, there are those who argue that Singapore's national security policy is that of a dolphin that is agile and networked. So even though the dolphin by itself doesn't have sharp teeth, as a networked school of dolphins, it can keep even the most dangerous sharks at bay. My proposal is that economic policy can take a leaf from this example, and that we too can develop strategies of mitigation. Strategies of mitigation come under two names: Pathfinder multilateralism, where we build smaller regional networks of multilateralism, where in it we operate open trade, free-flowing investment, and open economies, but we keep it within a smaller group of nations. In research papers, I've tried to describe how that works in the real world already, using examples from the WTO, using examples from CPTPP, using examples from the new future investment and trade partnerships that Singapore and others are building. This is a world that I think of as a G- world, and here's where I end. The world used to be thought of as G20. And then we moved into a world where geopolitical contestation between the US and China was the critical factor. That was a G2 world. Then we worried about the abdication of traditional benevolent hegemons from the international arena, and we thought of that as a G0 world. My proposal is we build a multilateral world that is G-, that does not have to include great powers anymore, but that we can build models of inadvertent cooperation, where we will need to develop our own structures that protect ourselves, but that we will be able to allow each of us to collaborate, operate on a level playing field, even if the world outside our partnership continues to be confounded with great power rivalry. So I want to offer you an optimistic vision that even if the liberal rules-based order breaks down, we can build a new one. And we are now developing the tools to do that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to present and be the first presenter. So today I'm going to cover about heavy industry policy that you all know about. And after that, I'm going to cover the recent national champion industrial policy. So before the presentation, I have like 15 minutes. But in my high school, I lived in a dorm dorm high school, and we, as a friend, we shared a book together. So we read a book and then passed it to the next. And one of the book was Lee Kuan Yew autobiography. So I got impressive, and Lee Kuan Yew was the one who is kind of iconic in Singapore, I know. And for the heavy industry policy, there is President Park. So during the East Asian growth miracle periods, while the governments were heavily interventionist, right? So, but up to until recently, there were not so much definitive evidence about the effectiveness of this industrial policy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the plant level view of this industrial policy based on the data. And next, after in 1970s, we all moved to like a Washington consensus period where we believed industrial policy is a bad thing, right? So, but what we observed in the real world, every country, especially the US, is actively doing this. And like to know whether this type of one particular policy is national champion policy, which is a targeted industrial policy where the government selects high potential firms and supports them to be the global market leader. And very strategically they are moving, right? And in South Korea, government is still predominantly leads the scale-up support policy. So, and whereas the UK and EU, the programs are designed to let the private sector lead the selecting companies and providing the financial support. So in this study, I'm gonna show you what was the effect of the very representative national champions policy in Korea. So first, what about the heavy industry drive of 1973? So President Park, in the January speech, it was the beginning of the year speech to the national public. And he said, we're gonna announce the heavy chemical industry project, and we're gonna achieve this annual export of $10 billion US. He explicitly set the goal and became kind of the leader of this industrial policy. And the implementation was through the industry incentive and at the same time, regions. So he picked up particular regions that I will show you. So how he gave, the government gave the incentive. So first is corporate tax rates by industry. Up to 1973, across industry, the corporate tax rate didn't differ much, right? But you see the big difference after 1973. So you can imagine that the corporate tax rate for the bottom three, all these industries are heavy chemical industries. So you can see that if you are doing businesses, you should move to heavy chemical industry, right? So there is a big difference in the corporate tax rate. And also, this is the loan provided by the Korea Development Bank. And you can see the heavy chemical industries, they are getting a lot of loans from the government. And we built the industrial complexes in Korea, particularly in this red area. And the red area is near the sea, so that after they make the products, they can sell it abroad very quickly. So among these reasons, I'm gonna show you the picture of what happened in Changwon. So in Changwon, in 1974, nothing is there. And we built the industrial complex. Now in 1976, we start to build some machinery. So I used so far, there was no micro data during 1960s. But newly, the Statistics Korea, they provided the micro data where each establishment, the production data and the the input and the output data of each establishment is available now for the selected projects. And now I use that data and see how particular regions which were selected, and also how the industries, the selected industries, heavy chemical industries, are performing better than other regions and other industries. So I add this standard difference in difference estimation on this policy and then see the effects. And in terms of the time, I just tell you the result. And the result says targeted industry region pairs grew significantly faster in terms of output, input, and the labor productivity. So everything was going well in this heavy chemical industry. And while what I observed is there was no significant impact on the total factor productivity. So everything was moving on by inputting a lot of resources in that industry, and output is also growing at the same time, but we are not observing much of an increase in the total factor productivity. Why? Because when you are pushing the industrial policy in a certain sector dramatically, and everyone is rushing, so unproductive farms is also getting some subsidy or some benefits, right? So while all these unproductive farms are also entering, the misallocation can be worsened. So what we find is the TFP of the targeted industries and regions would have been higher 17% in 1980 compared to the one that if there was no misallocation. So it's like a interpretation of a glass of a bottle or something. So you can say because of the policy, the misallocation got worsened, but at the same time, the degree is not very huge. So over the 10 years, only 17% in the TFP. So we can say we all observe that still, you know, the shipbuilding industry and chemical industries are very active in Korea, and they are doing their role, very important role in our economy. So we may say the industrial policy was doing something better for the economy, but while we should watch for this misallocation thing. And I moved suddenly from 1970s to 2000 and now. And I want to study, so there was a famous world-class 300 program where the government selects the 300 farms, and then they try to support these farms to be the global leaders of the economy. And I wanted to know whether it was really helping these farms to grow big. So I analyzed what happened to this program, and it was a very famous program. And the 300 number is coming from the movie, you know, the Spartan 300. So the government policymaker saw the movie and came up with the 300 program. So every year we select 30 firms on average. And then we move up to until the 300 firms were selected. And then I try to see what happened. So I contact the policymaker to allow me to share the list of these 300 firms, and then I connect these firms to the Korean Survey on Business Activities, which covers most of the firms, big firms in Korea. So every 300 firms were connected. So I compared these firms' performance after receiving the subsidy compared to the ones that didn't get the subsidy. So how I did was estimate the effect by comparing the 3D firms with comparable control group, which I select by the propensity score matching. And also the sample rule is controls should satisfy the eligibility as same as applicants. So the same one who could apply for the WC 300, and then I compare the effect with also by the DID method. And what I find is the effect of the support program was not significant. I was surprised. Like the sales and the value added, the tangible assets and the productivity performance, all of these important measures, it didn't increase significantly. And the reason why it didn't increase significantly was because the program was giving lots of money as a subsidy, like R&D subsidy. So when you say the government is giving lots of money, then the unproductive farms also listen to the news, and they also come to the government and ask for money. And in terms of this type of programs, they are targeting for quite large farms, right? So the large farms every large farm seems okay. They look fine. So the government officials couldn't really distinguish which one is the best one. So that is the result that I found. And of course, a few of them succeeded. So considering the difficulty of identifying high growth potential companies through the government-led selection and subsidy system, it is necessary to redesign the scale-up policy. And selective support, as we all know, entails this winner selection risk, right? So this can lead to the inefficiencies in resource allocation. In this line, this is related to the Korean industrial policy, where we supported well, but we couldn't sort out the inefficient farms, right? So we all should think about now how to support, but in better way. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about how to move from the current system to the next level of our government support system. Current system, what I observe is excessive fragmented across numerous programs. These are each specific programs the Korean government is providing to SMEs in Korea. So many dots and so many rectangles. All of these are the programs. And each year they are supporting less than 60 farms. So while we are trying to support very vigorously the R&D activities of the farm, the reliance on the limited set of instruments, like just supporting R&D, may not help much. And also, there's an imbalance toward monetary assistance, which meaning we just give out money and then do nothing. So try to come to government and we give out the money and then try to do better. And that's all. And that's what the government is doing right now. And what I try to argue is we should move from the R&D centered monetary support to the relationship-based support. So we need to shift from the one-dimensional financial aid, the R&D grants, to the tailored firm-specific models. So why we should move to this tailored model is because if you start giving out money, it's really hard to sort out the inefficient farm per se, because everyone looks fine, right? So when you are trying to move to this relationship-based support, those of the farms who really wants to grow, who wants to get the support, we're gonna come to the government and try to move forward, right? The ones who really just needs money, we're not gonna listen to this relationship-based support. So that's why I suggested to move to the bespoke scale-up support. And in order to do that, first, we need to identify what will be the key growth drivers of the farm and offer the customized package support aligned with farm-specific growth factors. And while the government is doing that, I don't claim that government provides every support. I claim that these support can be provided in the private sector. So all what the government needs to do is just connect and identify the needs of the farm and also try to connect the resources, what is available from the private market. So policymakers and support agencies, we should shift toward the relationship-based and more professional engagement with the farm, not just sitting and then giving out the money. So that's my argument. And based on, to tell you one story, based on this advice, the Ministry of SMEs in Korea, they accepted this model, and they started the Jump Up program, which started this year. So we begin to support the mid-sized farms to grow global with Jump Up program, and we are trying to give this very tailored service to each specific farm. And I hope this program really tries to make a big significance in the government-led program so that we can move towards from the current status to the future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to build on Minho's excellent presentation, deep dive into the nature of Korean industrial policy. But I want to take a step back a little bit and think about not a specific study, but I want to make some comments on large-scale macro issues that surround industrial policy. This seeks to provide a different kind of perspective on how industrial policy can be best practiced going forwards. Like many other economists, originally, we were suspicious of the kind of manipulation and distortion that happens in industrial policies across Asia. Many economists began thinking about the world in terms of the search for economic efficiency, and that was the yardstick by which we measured appropriate economic policy. I want to argue that that is no longer the right perspective. The right perspective is one that takes into account how there is a new game in town. And that new game in town departs from industrial policy as part of the language of development. In East Asia, previously, we approached industrial policy in terms of how our economies can become better, can be improved, can have their productivity rise. Today, the new game in town on industrial policy around the world is yes about that, but not just about that. The new game of industrial policy is now run by large states and advanced economies in a world where globalization is no longer the defining feature, but instead a fraying multilateralism. And this fraying multilateralism has allowed economics and geopolitics to feed on each other in unexpected and unusual ways. So the perspective I want to take is how economic policy makers now need to rethink basic assumptions on the objectives of what they want industrial policy to achieve. The same with trade policy. In a world where globalization and multilateralism were the key words, the world of the last 8 decades, Pareto efficiency and comparative advantage were the appropriate goals for international diplomacy and for economic policy makers. When I described a couple of minutes ago how conventionally economists viewed industrial policy, that Pareto efficiency and comparative advantage were the yardsticks. These goals are no longer the goals of many nations in the world who practice industrial policy. Instead, we need to replace thinking about economic efficiency and comparative advantage with a different concept. I want to propose that that concept be called economic statecraft, the use of economic tools to advance the goals of national security and foreign policy. And that industrial policy now is different, has to be viewed in this new light. Industrial policy, to be clear, is economic policy that tilts the landscape of economic activity. It is not just about changing interest rates or exchange rates. is about tilting, distorting, manipulating, reshaping the distribution of economic activity across the landscape of what different nations do within nations. And in East Asia, we have had both good experience and bad experience with that. East Asian policymakers have used industrial policy in wise ways to shift their economies away from, in the past, comfortable, safe, low productivity activities like agriculture, or used it profitably to foster underutilized talents in each of our economies. We have used industrial policy to break into economic activities and industries in which incumbents had grown lazy and inefficient, and through our enthusiasm and energy in Asia, we could make better with improved competition. Big push in industrial policy was needed for that. But in East Asia, as well as almost surely now in the West and in advanced economies, we have also seen examples of bad industrial policy. Bad industrial policy for which we also need the kind of careful statistical work that Min Ho and others have been involved with. This is where national elites in the past have used bad industrial policy to steal national wealth for themselves. They have used industrial policy to reward political cronies, to sustain entrenched corruption, to pursue populist, xenophobic agendas that have ended up immiserizing their economies and ordinary people around them. And even as we study industrial policies that are successful, we also need to study industrial policies that have failed. We need evidence on more of this kind of thing so that we can avoid them. I said we want to bring in economic statecraft. So I think now of industrial policy as being economic tools that do two different kinds of things. And I want to recommend statistical studies that take on this new approach. On the left-hand side is economic tools to advance foreign policy. And in this thinking, we economists need to get away from the idea that politics or geopolitics or foreign policy is simply the dustbin for bad economics. For too long, economists have approached geopolitics by thinking of it as a residual. We have come up with good industrial policy plans. We have come up with good plans to advance our nation. Oh, but then geopolitics messes things up, and we have to do things we don't want to do. We need to get away from thinking about industrial policy that way. In the words of Jake Sullivan, advocating industrial policy was once considered embarrassing because it was used for corruption, because it was used for geopolitics, the dustbin of bad economics. But today, it is unthinkable not to think about economic policy as being industrial policy. This is the new landscape in which we operate. But what that requires is a rejigging of the goals with which we measure the success of industrial policy. And I recommend that we place economic efficiency, economic success, profits and value added alongside goals that we can all agree, but that are non-economic. They include resilience and national security. We should be using criteria like resilience-adjusted value-added returns to measure success in industrial policy. This is not revolutionary. In finance, old-style finance used to be about maximizing expected returns. New-style finance says maximize risk-adjusted returns. Nobody is ashamed of doing that. So too, in industrial policy, we need to measure resilience and security-adjusted value added, no longer just economic value add. So the left side of this thinking says that industrial policy can indeed be rebased. This is in contrast to the way we used to think about industrial policy, which appears on the right side of this picture. This is, we used industrial policy as a big push because otherwise we couldn't overcome the startup costs of new industries. In the old days, we used to think about industrial policy as building new industries for the future, for generations yet unborn, but that therefore produce a market failure in that the future does not exercise perceptible demand on markets. Those remain. We need to use industrial policy to correct historical and inertial imbalance, but we can now do more than that. So this new framework I want to suggest to you is one that is available not just to rich countries, advanced economies, but to East Asia, small countries. The stumbling block is not cost, but instead it is goals. I want to just make a very quick aside. I am an outsider. All of you in Korea understand this much better than I do. But as an outsider, I use that framework of foreign policy, national security, non-convexities, and industries for the future to think about the evolution of K-pop and Hallyu more generally. As late as 1990, as far as the outside world could tell, most pop music in Korea was military music or military-based. In 1993, Seo Taiji and boys brought hip-hop to popular culture, and they were viewed extremely negatively because this was in contrast to traditional music. But in 1997, as well as in Korea, as well as across a lot of East Asia, we suffered the Asian financial crisis. Kim Dae-jung made the Hallyu Industry Development Strategy a part of government spending programs. And that evolved a professionalism, a breaking down of increasing returns barriers, non-convexities, taste for the future, into a fast, high-speed evolution of K-pop that now has a distinctive signature. Cultural theorists have studied how K-pop tunes all have a commonality that makes them appeal to global society. There's now an increasing understanding of how K-pop groups like Blackpink, and not just K-pop demon hunters like the president referred to, but many others practice a formula in K-pop music. This is industrial policy. And it's industrial policy that advances one's national security, soft power, and economic position all simultaneously. This is important because the world we move into now is very different from the world of the past. Let me end this way. The world of the past had a place for industrial policy because out there, it was a world of multilateralism where there was a level playing field, a commitment to peaceful dispute resolution, and global cooperation. And that allowed small states like ours to survive and thrive. As of the end of the last 8 decades, of the 9 richest countries in the world by per capita GDP, 8 taken together have a combined population whose average is only 4 million. That is smaller than Singapore. The typical rich, successful economy is smaller than Singapore. That has worked, even though a world of industrial policy is only supposed to benefit rich countries who have a lot more to spend. But that level playing field is now being removed, and we now need to think about combinations of industrial policy and trade policy that acknowledge economic statecraft, so that small states like ours can continue to prosper and thrive. So this is now a new time for industrial policy that looks beyond its traditional value-added economic growth contributions, but looks at how it can contribute to national resilience and national security. And I think this gives all of us who are interested in industrial policy a new research and policy agenda. We in the rest of East Asia look to Korea for its leadership and experience in running successful industrial policy in the past. But in working together, we need to realign on new goals. So thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Well, look, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I want to thank the KDI School, of course, and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and really the KDI School for their hospitality here in Seoul. Look, I'm going to be talking about, I hope, what builds on Min Ho and Danny's presentations, looking at a bit of the literature and thinking about, why some of the evidence that this industrial policy, and I'll explain what I mean, why that works, but the broader context and what we need to think about today. So I'm from Australia. I bring a different small open economy approach to this, and I think that is important, as Danny said in his keynote earlier. The world looks very different from Australia, Singapore, and South Korea than it does from China and the United States. So we're all aware of the many drivers of industrial policy. We've got, of course, governments trying to achieve economic resilience, advancing decarbonisation, and improving competitiveness. Of course, I won't go through all of these, but driving a lot of this are the new circumstances globally. The return of geopolitics, great power, strategic competition that involves economic coercion, of course, but extraterritorial unilateral sanctions as well. The great powers forcing countries to make choices, to adapt or acquiesce, as Danny said, and really narrow the policy space for a lot of countries. So it's understandable that all these drivers are leading communities to demand that governments do a bit more. The shocks that we've had to supply chains, very disruptive, really hurt a lot of communities. And I think I'm going to throw a lot of cold water on industrial policy and the evidence, but let me just start by saying that there's an important role for government. That's a given, I think. I'm primarily concerned with targeted subsidies, that is about picking winners. I think Min Ho's careful work shows that still, I think we can have confidence in the idea that governments are terrible at picking winners, but losers are very good at picking government. He's backed that up with his research. Governments can improve the business environment, of course, and change the context within which these decisions are made. So let me just first have a look at the evidence of successful targeted subsidies. There's been a lot of recent work summarised in Danny Roderick's work with Nathan Lane and co. These are important studies that have more care in measurement, causal inference, take into account economic structures that tell a more nuanced story. And I think listening to Danny and Min Ho can tell us much more nuanced than that simplistic governments are bad at picking winners idea. But I think we've got to be pretty careful here. This new literature has been used by many policymakers to justify all sorts of interventions in the market. I think we need to learn, and these studies are important, but learn the lessons as well. And Min Ho's careful work builds on this kind of literature that shows under what circumstances these direct subsidies might work. Of course, South Korea's heavy and chemical industry drive is often used as an example. Nathan Lane's work has been very important there. But of course, there's other work too that I'll refer to soon that shows. Now, a lot of the earlier work was about correlations, and we know there's endogeneity there. That is, a lot of subsidies go to sectors that are declining or need the help. It's like when President Cho talked about East Asia's successful catch-up growth and becoming rich. That was not because of aid money, and if you look at the quality of return on aid money, it looks very bad. So I think taking away that endogeneity and looking at causal inference is a very big contribution. There's a lot more literature, I won't go into this, but subsidizing upstream sectors like Japan is trying to do with semiconductors, for example, looking at really the hubs or nodes in key networks and subsidizing those. I think all these are important, but they don't give countries a license to just start spending money like in the Inflation Reduction Act or Australia's Future Made in Australia industrial policy program. There are many success stories. We saw K-pop. We saw some other examples, and the literature is full of them. But as Danny asked, and as Minho showed, what is the counterfactual? I think that's very important, and the question that doesn't get answered often enough. The evidence is mixed. So although this first citation is to a big study of correlation in Japan, it showed that subsidies from MITI, Ministry of International Trade and Industry, kind of the poster boy for successful industrial policy along with South Korea's industrial policy, those subsidies went to declining sectors and those with decreasing returns to scale. The Sonys of the world, MITI tried to stop them from importing transistors. The car industry that didn't have these direct subsidies, MITI tried to combine all these companies into one, all the auto companies into one. So they're mixed. I think the evidence is significantly mixed. South Korea, there was a lot more going on. I think that's why it's important to do these careful studies that take account of the context and the structures. There's also other work that shows, I think unpublished work, but pretty convincing work to me, a huge amount of human capital development right at this time in South Korea, and teasing out the causality there of the boost of that in the success of the heavy and chemical industries. People point to shipbuilding in China and South Korea and Japan, but careful studies do show a pretty low return, in fact negative 82%, 18 cents on the dollar, return to Chinese subsidies there for shipbuilding. Some of the studies that try to estimate the welfare gains of optimal industrial policy are in the order of 1%, 1.08%. So I think, yes, there's a lot of evidence, but careful work needs to be done. And I think more importantly, pointing to the East Asian example, which everybody does, to justify today's subsidies and interventions is probably a mistake. This is a very particular time. Now it's an economic growth model that parts of it can be emulated, but I think it's important that we understand this. This was an era of rapid catch-up growth and an export-led growth strategy. That is a technology importing strategy as well. Picking winners is easy when you know who they are, when you're importing technology from the technological frontier. It's much harder when you're trying to define the technological frontier. This export-led growth model had features like repressed factor markets, repressed financial markets, labour markets, and so forth, even if you had liberalised goods markets. And again, having a think about, well, there are some successes, but how about all the failures? And Minho raised this question as well. So I think this should give you pause, gives me pause for understanding some of the new literature that looks back and does careful study of this era, that the context is completely different from advanced economies. As we saw Danny mentioned, it is advanced industrial economies now deploying a lot of industrial policy. And so there are big risks today in deploying targeted subsidies. We are in this US-China great strategic competition world, great power strategic competition world. A lot of governments are deploying subsidies towards economic security outcomes. Yes, we have to to acknowledge these, as Danny mentioned. It is efficiency, comparative advantage, and recognising there are other reasons why governments do this. But then, how do we define economic security? How do we tell if we've achieved it? I think these are pretty important questions because we are risking inefficiency, rent-seeking, and policy capture. Even genuine security-based industrial interventions risk mission creep, that small yard high fence of protecting what's within a small yard, that fence, I think we've seen in many countries, can grow and grow pretty quickly. So mission creep and protectionist escalation. And in many countries, I look at Japan a lot, looking at the semiconductor subsidies, these subsidies can grow very quickly. It's very easy to continue to throw money, good money after bad. I think at best, we can waste a lot of valuable resources if we don't take these lessons from the past, or if we don't understand what the targets are and the goals are. But at worst, this is a retreat from the things that President Cho mentioned as the recipe for success in South Korea and in East Asia. And those haven't changed. It is links to the international markets, it's full participation from the international market. We are at risk of retreat from that. We are at risk of moving to policies that don't follow non-discrimination, that tilt away from the level playing field that Danny mentioned. We are undertaking a lot of policies, economic security policies, defensive industrial policies, that risk weakening the very multilateral system that used to mitigate these risks, and in fact is still the best system, the multilateral trading system, to mitigate these risks. But just because that system is weakened, we should avoid a second best spiral of policies that protect and hedge from those weaknesses that in fact weaken the system itself. And I think that's a big risk that we face going forward. So what are some solutions instead of just being difficult and negative? Well, I think broader based support, I think we can still clearly justify and we need. So there are clear externalities. That doesn't mean we should subsidise every positive externality, of course, but we need to use what we know works, like a carbon price, and to improve the business environment to effect an energy transition. I think in many economies we've realised a carbon price is difficult, or even if we have one, we need much more to effect the energy transition. So we are going to be using targeted subsidies, and I'm not in my ivory tower thinking this just shouldn't happen. It is going to happen. So I think there's a lot of guidance for guardrails and for best practice. That is, how do you take it out of the politicians' hands to decide when to withdraw subsidies? When can it be a rules-based or a technocratic exercise, and to have independent automatic reviews? How do you have sunset clauses so that these subsidies don't go on forever? And importantly, how do you have it market tested? I think a lot of the success in East Asia in the past was because it was export oriented and you had the international market as the ultimate test. Competition is an important prerequisite for industrial policy success. We know this from experience here, and we know this from the literature. It's also about encouraging firm entry and exit and more competitive markets or contestable markets that helps constrain and limit industrial policy. And on constraining and limiting industrial policy, I think this is where we can have international cooperation. In fact, we need international cooperation to help codify or define appropriate subsidies. That is, to help us constrain our own impulses to overspend and to waste money, but even more so to avoid protectionist practices. So what's a good subsidy and what should be allowed in the international trading system, and what is actually protectionist and beggar thy neighbour, damaging competition from others? I think that's a key question. So that's part of a mitigation strategy that Danny suggested. This kind of thing we can do regionally. This is a shared challenge among all our economies. If we can define what we mean by reasonable subsidies, what subsidies should be disallowed, and have countries commit to that in regional and then hopefully global processes, like you take things we do in the region in APEC and RCEP, for example, and then enshrine those in the WTO, as we've done in the past with the Information Technology Agreement, for example. This involves China. China has a stake in the established system. I think many reformers in China would worry about the waste of subsidies there. A rate of return of negative 82% on shipbuilding isn't exactly great for development. Many better ways to spend those resources. So it's incumbent on economies like ours to entrench that interest and that stake that the Chinese have in the rules and the multilateral system. The United States is a big threat to the WTO right now with its protectionist policies. It's only 15% of the global economy. So the 85% from the bottom up, if we start to agree to rules that include China and East Asia, I think we can go a long way towards solving these problems. That's a more effective group than a group of advanced economies, because we have much more diversity in this part of the world. And I think that's the best way to recognize that this system is under threat, but we do need to protect this level playing field we have. So I'll end there and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
I'm the one of few economists who has been doing research on industrial policies when nobody was looking at it. Okay, so I used to publish papers confirming some positive contribution of industrial policy in the past decade of Korean experiences. Okay, so at the time, still the debate was whether or not industrial policy is working or not, right? But now tendency is to how to do it right, despite some failures. Of course, in the past, there are more cases of failures than success. But we have to still learn from success cases, how they did it, especially East Asian context. So that's the context right now. And another issue is how to measure the success or failures. You should use correct objective function. So if Polish objective is A, but if you use B to criteria as an assessment, it's already turned out to be regarded as failures. For example, the heavy industry drive in Korea, although it is failing to generate enhance TFP, it succeeded in generating output or scale. Now Korea has a heavy and chemical industry. So that's partially shown by Munoz paper, also the recent paper by Lane in QJ. So same in the tariff. Jonghwa Korean University published a paper in Journal Economic Growth, finding no TPP by Korean tariff policy in the past. I did the same data. I have a different result, but using different objective function. I used the scale or market share or RCA. It turned out very significantly positive. That means tariff in 70 has no goal of increasing TPP. We don't have such concept at the time. We try to increase market share of Korean export, scaling up. Because without scale, you cannot achieve cost. Because scale economy there. So it depends which objective function you use to assess effectiveness of industrial policy. That's also mentioned by Danny today. We have to use different criteria, different goal in different contexts or different stage of development. Okay? Chinese shipbuilding, as mentioned by Armstrong, is failure in terms of return or efficiency. But look at now China. Shipbuilding is now one of the best. It's threatening Korean dominance. Okay? Because without some initial help, you cannot enter market. Hyundai Motors entered U.S. market because it was protected by Korean market against tariff. So they able to the dumping price in U.S. market. Without that, they cannot enter U.S. market because price charged by Germany, Japan was very cheap compared to the price offered by Hyundai Motors. So that's the important context. But nowadays, we don't use tariff anymore, Korean context. We use the already market liberalized. Okay, so that's the issue. So my research showed that there are three conditions to make industrial success. One is you got the private ownership or correct governance, combined with both carrot and sticks. You got incentive support, but you got to have discipline for world market. So Korean company protected in Korean market, But such privilege were not there unless you perform in world market, where you got discipline. That's Hyundai Motors. Okay? So the correct condition for successful industrial policy is that you got both carrot and stick. So unless you perform first round, you will not get subsidy or help the next round. The more you perform better, you will get another support in the next round. We have very clear policy of linking the payoff, the support and the performances. It go in dynamic sense, not just one-shot game, but repeated game. That's how we support those who are doing better. So unless you perform first round, you will get nothing in the next round. This is very important tool we worked in the Korean context. Okay, so let me ask a couple of questions to panelists, then we'll open for the question. So Mino Kim, your case also shown diverse result, but as you mentioned, there is already QJ papers on the more positive side of heavy chemical industry drive. So how would you compare your result with the paper by Lane in QJ? How would you see the difference? How would you compromise these two together?
Thank you. So Lane also did a very similar study, and it's published in QJ. So we were asking quite similar one, but we wanted to look at what is happening under the policy. So what is really happening at the plant level. So we are observing the behaviors of the plant after the policy, and also we can look at the misallocation changes. So what is really happening within the industry and within the region. So what we observe is quite unique in the sense that we look at the past data, and the industrial policy, Korean heavy industrial policy is sort of kind of exogenous change in the policy, in big change, right? So it's a unique chance that we can analyze the effects of the policy. So that's the difference. So that's why, I mean, because Lane already published in QJE, so that's why our paper is under review in RISTAT, not QJE. So but we are doing a little bit more.
I guess Lenin also found some inefficiency in the policy, but overall he found them more in terms of national welfare point of view. He found it more positive, right? So right. Sectoral versus the general equilibrium type consideration different, right?
Right.
Okay. Then let me ask Armstrong about. At the end, you suggest kind of still broad kind of industrial policies, but there are debates in the literature about vertical versus horizontal support. So you still proposing the horizontal policy only, or not still supporting the vertical intervention, or what's your view on this?
Yeah, look, thanks for the question. I think the reality is that we're going to be seeing a lot of governments deploying both, all right? And I think we can learn from the literature. My message was just to be very careful about what messages we take out. I think a lot of the new literature is being misinterpreted or over-interpreted to ignore the counterfactuals and what doesn't work. So specifically on what I mean by broad-based, I mean, you know, we are going to have more interventionist governments. We should make sure it's on things like having a carbon tax instead of just subsidies, for example. And we will have subsidies, but again, will they be industry-based, broad-based, or will they be picking winners? Now, I think we have to get away from picking winners unless under particular circumstances and extremely well, carefully designed, like I mentioned, you know, sunset clauses, rules so that they can end. And I might just come back, you're absolutely right. Chinese shipbuilding, if you measure the rate of return, has failed against this efficiency or rate of return criteria. If you have another goal, like dominating the market, or gaining market share very successful. I think, though, that policymakers do need to be aware of the costs of that it's not all positive net return. So I think that's an important bit to add to your story, which is absolutely right, and Danny's story. These things are not cost-free, and they are taking a lot of resources. And we can look at the success stories, even Chinese shipbuilding, but we were pretty fond of criticising Chinese industrial policy. We're all becoming much more Chinese now. I'm not sure that's such a good thing.
Chinese don't seem to care about the cost. They have lots of resources. Also, without scale, you cannot achieve the learning or dynamic the efficiencies. So that's kind of trade-off, but difficult issues. Anyway, all Koreans are watching how China is catching up in shipbuilding, semiconductor, display, every front they are catching up. So I hope you give a strong warning to Chinese authorities. Okay, but you mentioned subsidy, but in Korean context in the past, we don't do much real cash subsidy. In other words, when Korea entered shipbuilding or semiconductor or digital TV, we used the joint R&D between private actors and public research labs. So we support learning process, R&D process, but we don't give any cash subsidy to company at all at the time. So we try to build up the capability of a private company by working together with public sector researchers. So the important tool. That's a need of Korean SME too, not just cash, but we have to let them learn and build up capabilities by providing learning opportunities, not just cash grant. So I think that's important lessons. Now turning to Danny, you mentioned different the yardsticks and goals, and you mentioned the issue of the new yardstick of resilience and securities. Can you elaborate more on this? What kind of the tools or what are the specific can be example of such new types of industrial policies?
Thank you, Ken, for those questions, and indeed for your very wise opening comments on this panel. As you say, you were bravely and with great courage stalwartly pursuing research on industrial policy when most of the rest of us were totally blind to this. So you are a true pioneer, and many congratulations to you. I want to say that part of this rethink that I feel we need to be doing with national security, economic security, however we defined it, and resilience, all of this has to be still work in progress. We don't yet have the same kinds of measurements that we do for, say, inflation and unemployment. There's a parallel to be drawn with other kinds of policies that in economics we're not shy about using. Ever since John Maynard Keynes, we're not shy about using monetary policy to lower unemployment. All schools of thought do this. You might have different ways to think about the imperfections in markets. Is it information? Is it monopolistic competition? Is it sticky prices? But all of them end up with the idea that some kind of activist monetary policy is a good thing. My proposal is that we have a similar research and policy program in industrial policy that parallel what Keynesianism did, right? And develop our ideas about national security and resilience to allow that same kind of measurement and to allow that same kind of refinement of tools. We don't yet have that. I mean, my sense is, as an outsider, we don't yet have that. We have microeconomic-based interventions where we understand how specific subsidies or prices or encouragement help specific industries or specific businesses, and we shy away from that because we worry about it's becoming a drag on the economy. We worry about the agency problem, the moral hazard problem of continuing this. there's a parallel here with how in economic development, we apply randomized controlled trials to decide how we give out textbooks, build schools, pay school teachers. And we need to take lesson from how those policy practitioners deal with the problem of withdrawing support. Do they ever think about withdrawing support? I suspect they don't at this point. But in a way, industrial policy is faced with that problem. So my answer to you, Ken, is that we don't yet have a very good measurement, but my proposal is that we need to start thinking about how we do this. If I may, can I just make a statement about how the fears that we have about practicing industrial policy, except in the small, I think that our rethink about industrial policy gives us opportunity to re-examine that. The critical thing about industrial policy is that we need to tilt the landscape. It is not enough to just say, I want to encourage more economic activity. That's not industrial policy, and it's not very feasible. It's feasible when I say, here is an industry that I can identify as having features that will be profitable for the future. It's fixing a market imperfection. It's overcoming a big push non-convexity. And in doing that, we have to be not shy. We want to be choosing winners. It's a lot better than choosing losers. We need to be choosing winners. We want to figure out ways in which we can promote winning industries. We want to stay away from corruption and continuing support for losing industries, but that we should not be shy. We should take pride about how we can indeed choose winners. And I think that we need to work that into the way we think about how we succeed with industrial policy.
Thank you. So I guess challenge is we are facing some trade-off between the resilience and economic efficiency. So if we want to build a more domestic value chain, we might have to source domestically at the expense of cheap imported input. So that's a kind of practical challenge we are facing right now in Korea. So, and that's how we have to strike balance between this resilience and efficiency. That's a big challenge for every country's government. So let's try to pick up some questions from floors. So this gentleman and then will take several rounds. Okay. Yeah, please. Please identify yourself and go on the comment.
All right. Yong-Wook Ryu from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. As a political scientist, it's always a pleasure to hear economists, right? And there's always something that we can learn. I want to share one very short perspective on industry policy, and then I have a question for Minho and then a collective question for Danny and Shiro. So I still remember my undergrad days reading all the developmental state literature in political economy, and then there was this sentence in Robert Waite's book that says, industrial policy is an economic policy that selects winners, right? And then whenever I read that, I thought, then it's actually political policy, right? Rather than an economic policy. So if you treat industrial policy as a political strategy or political policy, a lot of things that you guys talked about actually makes quite a bit of sense, right? And this somehow relates to the object function that moderator mentioned, right? So if you expand that object function to go beyond returns on investment, go beyond market shares, to include some of the political considerations, then suddenly industrial policies, start making sense. So that's a short perspective that I wanted to share. Question for Minho is, as a Korean living outside, whenever I look at the Korean government trying to adopt industrial policy in contemporary period, I often think that the government is somewhat not thinking straight. So in the 1980s or 70s, when the private sector was not very advanced, not very globalized, the government could play some useful role, in selecting winners. I don't think the Korean government is any better than the private sector at the moment. So how can the government come in and try to select winners when the private sector knows better than the government, right? So here, I mean, I'm not denying that the government doesn't have a role to play. I think what the Korean government needs to do is to think beyond choosing winners and turning them into global champions. I think the Korean government should take a more ecosystem approach. So it's not about selecting winners, it's actually creating an ecosystem and reducing vulnerabilities for Korean private sector players, right, to play freely, right? And I think that ecosystem thinking is quite weak in the Korean government, and I want to invite you to comment on this. A collective question for Danny and Shiro. I do want to bring an international perspective on understanding why industrial policy worked, right, for some East Asian countries in the 1980s. And that's the US, right, factor. So back then, the United States adopted major industrial policy towards the Soviet Union, but among its own partners and allies, the US actually opened up its market and allowed these partners, right, allies, to do their industrial policies and compete among themselves, right? But the US played that political and economic role, which created this bifurcated global production system whereby East Asian countries could actually choose winners and sell their stuff right into the US market. Now, right now, as we all know, it's the US adopting industrial policy, right? Not wanting to import, right, goods from, right, partners and allies. China is adopting an industrial policy, right, at the same time. So we have a G2 adopting major industrial policy. Under this context, can industrial policy work for these Asian countries, other countries? So that's a question for Danny and Shiro.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm a student of KDI. Oftentimes, we've seen situations where industrial and geopolitical policies are interwoven with developmental partnership and ODA support, especially in the case of United States of America and China. So I have some questions. What's the multilateral collaboration angle of Professor Danny's economic policy and that of Professor Armstrong in terms of actually encouraging donor recipient countries in more like the lower income countries in the Asian continent and that of Africa, in line with the trade approach? Then the second question is, what's the policy implication on immigration for Asia due to their aging population on this policy? And what's your open door policy approach to bring in the best talent to support geopolitical trade?
Thank you.
Won-Hyuk Lim from KDI School. I have a question for Danny and Shiro, one each. For Danny, you emphasized the role of geopolitical considerations and economic statecraft in new industrial policy. But I wonder how new this new industrial policy is, because in my view, successful old industrial policy involved not only industrial upgrading, but geopolitical considerations. For example, George Washington wanted the United States to have the ability to manufacture its own weapons, and as you know, Alexander Hamilton and other policymakers in the United States used a combination of tariffs and modest subsidies, as well as domestic competition promotion, interstate commerce and antitrust measures to allow the United States to have a development trajectory that was very different from Australia and Canada, for example. The 1957 Sputnik shock formed the background of US industrial and innovation policy in subsequent decades. And for Korea too, the heavy and chemical industry drive had as its objective not only industrial upgrading, but national security in the wake of the Vietnam War and Kuan Doctrine. So one of the key priorities was to establish defense industry that would be able to manufacture Korea's own weapons. And every weapon, when disassembled, these parts and components, and this dual-use approach was at the center of the heavy and chemical industry drive. So I wonder, how new this new industrial policy is. For Shiro, I have a question about empirical strategy on industrial policy. Among the papers you cited, Beeson and Weinstein actually include declining industries like coal mining. So when you are assessing the success or failure of industrial policy, you have to look at its policy objective. And if your objective is social cohesion and phase out of declining sectors, you don't really expect to see enhanced productivity as a result of subsidies in those industries. For Chinese shipbuilding too, time horizon is from 2006 to 2013. Well, if you assess the success or failure of Korea's heavy and chemical industry drive in 1980, right, when capacity utilization rate in those sectors was about 20%, you'll get a very bad number. So for heavy and chemical industries with a long gestation period and scale economies, as Professor Kun Lee mentioned, I think you have to have a longer time horizon to assess empirically the success or failure of industrial policy. So I'd like to ask what your empirical strategy would be when you are dealing with the policy objective of industrial policy that may include much more than just industrial upgrading, and also the time horizon, especially for heavy and chemical sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Last woman behind Dr. Lim. Yes.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. This question is for Sir Danny. So my question is, you mentioned about the G minus, and I think it's very inspiring, like hearing about something very positive amidst all the crisis and chaos. But I'm just thinking, if you think how feasible it could be, given that the other countries or most countries have debts or loans with these powers, or even like military treaties with them. So are we mentioning that could the G minus also be excluding those small countries, like for example, Philippines? By the way, I'm Andy from the Philippines. I'm a KDI School student. So are we thinking of a G minus wherein it could be excluding small countries who are eitherly very dependent on US for military and even loans, or it could be also excluding other countries who are in conflict with China, with disputes and all of those things. So I'm just curious about what is your thought process about all this other concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's give each speakers a couple of minutes to respond whatever question you feel comfortable or uncomfortable. From Shiro. Okay.
Thank you. Look, those are all really important questions. I don't have time to address all of them, but I will pick and choose, cherry pick. Look, I think just rewinding a bit, I agree with Danny. We need to start to better define the objectives, better measure national security. What do we mean by economic security? Because if we don't, the risk is, of course, that just overwhelms. I mentioned mission creep. We'll go to corner solutions very quickly. The tail risks that are existential security risks will just lead to shutting off from Chinese investment or even Chinese trade. So I think that's the natural kind of endpoint of if we don't have constraints and clear frameworks and ways to measure. And then, I think, yes, we're not only about economic efficiency and comparative advantage, and there are many justifications. I keep thinking back to what Japan's doing now with semiconductors, with a lot of this. It sort of ticks a lot of the boxes, geopolitical risk, the risk of concentration of the production in Taiwan, for example, of advanced 2-nanometer chips, and doing kind of everything right based on past evidence and what we know now in the literature, I think it's still a huge risk, and some of it looks like it's going to fail. Making 2 nanometer chips in Hokkaido with Rapidus, even the importing TSMC into Kumamoto to make 7 nanometer chips, it's not looking too good. So you can get everything right and just still waste a whole lot of money and not be more secure economically or politically. So I think the risk of failure is still there, and that qualifies, I think, everything that we've said still. And a key question on governments managing systemic risk versus leaving risk management to companies at the company level, the supply chain level, the firm or plant level or office level. Governments do have to worry about systemic risk, but I think we have to be aware that companies are the ones that are putting their businesses on the line. And if we ignore that, just to think about, government firms don't know what they're doing, they're just profit driven, is like thinking that central planning is better than market economies, right? Market economics. So I think the supply chain shocks we had during COVID, yes, they were pretty uncomfortable, but I think the supply chains responded pretty well. That's an important thing to remember. It was pretty inconvenient for a large number of things, and then crucial for a small number of goods. I think we need to focus on the crucial things, not just the inconvenient. We can have supply chain shocks of things that don't matter. Now, a lot of governments have come to that view after just going away from just in time to just in case, and it's not always about price, but it's quality as well. Again, companies are managing that risk most of the time. I know I'm speaking for too much. I think a point that maybe covers a couple of other questions. There's this sort of fear that China's making everything and no one can compete. I think the global economy is pretty big. In fact, a lot of manufacturing is shifting out of China, a lot of it to find lower cost manufacturing, but a lot of it to hedge against geopolitical risk too. There are still huge opportunities globally. I think China can't make everything. That's something worth remembering.
Are you sure?
Well, in Australia, we're quite happy if China makes everything because we don't make anything. Services and natural resource. Finally, just on Beeson-Weinstein's paper on Japan, yes, subsidising the coal industry for social cohesion. There's a lot of that too, but even there we have to ask ourselves, why do we want to continue to subsidise? Why do the Japanese want to lock people in poverty in coal mines? I mean, it doesn't disregard that there's another, yes, policy objective. It's not always about efficiency, but we're trying to subsidise aluminium smelters in Australia now. So huge cost for a small number of jobs, right? And it's a political imperative to do so. We can debate whether that's good or bad, but it's the fact is it's a huge waste of resources.
Thank you. First, thank you for all those questions. They're really interesting. Obviously, we're not going to get to every single point, but I hope you will catch us afterwards, and we can talk some more about it. In the time I've got, moderator, I want to make just 3 points. First is that of measurement and instruments. So the objective function that my colleague Yong refers to is implicit when I said we want to move away from just efficiency to resilience-adjusted efficiency. That is the result of thinking about an objective function that says that the objective function is not just efficiency anymore, but it includes also a second dimension, resilience. And I would like to include a third dimension, which is national security, which matters for all of our sovereign nations. But once you start thinking this way, you also think more broadly. Resilience doesn't mean source everything inside your economy. Resilience means having a wide enough array of supply that if a bad shock hits, you can recover from it. That might be sourcing everything domestically, but it might also mean sourcing everything in a coalition of the willing. People and countries whose interests are aligned with yours. and that will continue to be in the face of shocks. So it is quite important to think about the objective function and what we're trying to achieve rather than immediately say we must be more closed or more open. So my first point is the objective function matters. That's implicit in some of our language already. My second point is one that maybe disagrees a little bit with my fellow panelists, disagrees with Shiro, when he said, oh, we need to watch out for central planning. Let me be bold and say a bit of central planning, not a bad thing. I am not a market fundamentalist jihadist. I do not think that free markets and only free markets deliver good things. And I do not think that the superiority or advantage that governments have over markets is only informational. I don't argue for government intervention because I think government knows more than private markets. I argue for government intervention or industrial policy because there are externalities, because there are spillover effects from one sector to another that private markets don't internalize. There are scale and complexity effects that private markets don't know how to manage, but that governments can. I argue for government intervention because governments can look ahead to future generations of our people in a way that private markets cannot. This is not an informational thing. This is not governments have better information, but governments can internalize more things, and so we need a role for governments. Now let me end with my third point, which is the geopolitics one, which also speaks to my Filipino colleague. And a comment earlier about how new, Professor Lim, how new is this new industrial policy and thinking? Let me say it is new relative to the last 8 decades. It is new because the last 8 decades was colored by a view that America had of building multilateral institutions in contestation with a great power that did not believe in open markets. Today, all great powers believe in open markets. And the axis of contestation has moved. And so when America wants to use industrial policy now to advance itself, it is no longer an open markets idea. It is one that says that I am willing to damage my economic performance as long as I get ahead of the other guy. This is very different. This is not Cold War contestation. This is mutually destructive prisoner's dilemma outcomes. And in this world, industrial policy and the things that we do can be very helpful. Let me end with just one concrete example. Will the great powers tolerate the rest of us going off and building our own institutions? The example I use is TPP and CPTPP. On day one of Trump 1.0, Donald Trump tore up the Trans-Pacific Partnership, leaving all the rest of us in disarray. He objected to TPP and its principles. But when afterwards, Japan and other economies picked it up and said, we will build a CPTPP, think about what Donald Trump said. Nothing. He said exactly nothing in response to CPTPP. American thinking today is one that allows the rest of us to build industrial policies, pathfinder multilateral works, models of inadvertent cooperation, as long as they don't show up on America's shores. As long as America is surrounded by who it considers friends and fish to the east and west, it is okay. And the rest of us need to build this other G- world using all the tools that we have, including industrial policy, inadvertent cooperation, and pathfinder multilateralism. Thank you.
I think it's over time for lunch, so I will conclude in 1 minute. So I agree that industrial policy is sort of, in real terms, is also related to political policy, as you mentioned. And now our question is to bring this political policy into really what works for the economy. So these days, AI boom is on the political side. So we are not actually observing really big investment coming in our economy, but the politicians are saying about AI boom, right? So in order to make this real investment come into our economy, we should look at what's the real incentives that the government is giving. Because I heard SK was invited from many other countries, that these countries were gonna invest tons of money, real money, when they bring their plant to their country. So while we are not actually giving the real incentive to invest in Korea. So now we need to look at what will be the real investment that will be effective, while we are not giving out like tax money to everyone. Yeah. So we should think about what will be the real industrial policy.
Thank you. Already time is up, so we have to wrap up session. But let me say finally, there are three failures which justify industrial policy. One is the market failure, which is due to knowledge is public. There is a lot of externalities. Second is the system failure, because knowledge is tacit. So even if you are pouring money, R&D efficiency low because of lack of efficient interaction, signage among actors involved in innovation. Third one is capability failure, which is more true in global south. They don't have any capability to R&D, so even if they give money, nothing happens because they don't know how to do that. So if you use school analogy, the market failure means that go to school, I pay for tuition. System failure means that go to school, make more friends, interact, and you'll be better. And capability failure means that go to school, what is your teacher, their quality, what is your curriculum? And this is more fundamental question for in the global south. We have to handle all these three types of failure in handling better industrial policies. Okay? So in the case SME, we need to have handle their capability failure. Their capability very low. So we have to teach them. We have to cultivate their capabilities rather than just giving money. Okay? So that's why doing in terms of research on industrial policies. Okay, with that, let's end our session. Thank you very much for the panelists and audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me today. It's a great privilege to present my work in this very luxurious place. So this paper is joint work with the Daria Taglioni at the World Bank. So some of you might be thinking that reshoring, the term reshoring is very popular nowadays. But actually reshoring term is started gaining significant traction ever since 2010s, at least after the global financial crisis. So, and since then, there was a slowdown in the global trade and ZV's expansion, and each country started talking about like how to promote reshoring. So reshoring policy had been active, especially for the Asian countries like Korea and Japan, Taiwan. And also there was some of representative example of reshoring cases. For example, you can see here 2 speed factories of Adidas launched in Germany and the US in 2016. And these factories equipped with very cutting-edge technologies. However, this company closed the factories 3 years later. And even their production in Asia increased after 3 years in 2019. So I would like to introduce one more interesting case, which is Aju Steel Company name. This is the first reshorer after President Moon pledged a bold reshoring strategy. And this firm is a mid-sized firm producing materials for electronics and construction. It has 3 domestic establishments and 3 foreign affiliates in China, Mexico, Philippines, respectively, and then they wanted to reshore the last one. But what happened then? They actually established the domestic establishment in 2020, a new domestic factory with $16 million of subsidies. Also, they hired more than 100 workers and equipped the smart factory technologies. But after 4 years, they sold to CVC investor at a low premium because it has a high debt ratio, which is almost 3,800%. And then they performed a negative operating profit before the deal. So what was quite interesting was CEO, when he returned to home country, he said at an interview, it's unrealistic to bring back companies that have already established a stable operation overseas, which is basically he admitted that our operation in foreign countries is not good. Our productivity in foreign countries is not good. So with that motivation, we wanted to ask the question like, how can he actually identify reshoring? And then the second question is, what drives firms to reshore or offshore their production? And when we have to consider 2 factors, like internal factors, which is about firms' own characteristics, and external factors, basically home and host country characteristics. And then once we can figure out the characteristics of reshoring firms, so we can see the post-reshoring performance of the firm. So although the third question is not our essential question, but we're gonna at least provide some descriptive statistics. So although reshoring is getting very popular, but it remains understudied, I think. So in the literature, typically specific questions is like, does domestic automation influence reshoring? And even within this narrow question, the conclusion tends to be diverging. Like some literatures argues, encourages reshoring by reducing domestic labor cost, but other argues it reinforces offshoring by improving global efficiency. And some of the key factors, for example, Grossman et al. Argues that firms balance cost efficiency with supply chain risks, and so policy can incentivize reshoring. But all of these discussions, basically, I think it assumes that reshoring firms tend to be productive enough to save the cost. So our empirical findings challenge this view. So to define reshoring, if you look at the literature, for example, Finsta defines offshoring in 2 ways. Narrow concept of offshoring is the firms investing in foreign country, basically foreign direct investment. More broad concept, FDI plus foreign outsourcing. So most studies measure reshoring by imported intermediate input share, which is the broader concept. But in policy circle, reshoring often refers to firms bringing operation back home, which is consistent with the narrow concept. So for example, under Korea's U-turn company support policy, firms must liquidate or transfer ownership and reduce foreign operation at least by 25%. And at the same time, they must also expand domestic operation. So this consistent with the, bringing actually back their foreign affiliates, and our investment approach is close to the narrow concept. So in the figure, you can see the firm's decision, location decision, left and home, right and foreign, and ownership decision, in-house and outsource. We only consider, the first row in-house case, back and forth between home and foreign country. So in that way, reshoring is the opposite concept of offshoring. And the questions are addressed by looking at the multinational investment decision. Multinational, by definition, has a foreign affiliates. The firm that can reshore is actually multinational companies. So we reduce our samples to multinational company. And then we define reshoring as a multinational company's domestic investment coupled with its foreign divestment, or at least no more foreign investment. And then, as I said, the opposite concept is offshore. It's firms that invest abroad, but not at home. But we can expand this logic so then we can define another two type of firms investment, which is the first one is the expander, which invests in both home and foreign countries. And the other one, the idler, invests in neither. So these four types of investment choice, we can classify MNC's global investment into four mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive types. And then we consider the MNC choose one of four investment types. This is typical economics problem of firm, balancing the perceived productivity, and then given history dependent fixed cost, and then other internal, external economic conditions. So the data I use is a case of Korea, of course, drastic FDIs until 2011, especially to China, and one of the few countries with legal policies for reshoring since 2013. And I used a survey of business activity from Statistics Korea, which include all firms with 50 or more employees and 0.3 billion won paid in capital. The coverage of data is, around, as of 2019, 12,900 firms. And then especially this data set provide information about foreign affiliates. So we utilize this data. Sample period is from 2008 to 2019. And we divide years for 4 periods. In the period 0, start from 2008 to 10. Period 1 is 11 to 13. 2 is 14 to 16. 3 is 17 to 19. The way why we did is, because the investment decision is basically lumpy and takes a little bit of time. So we wanted to take that into account. And then we take average values over 3 years within a period. And then sample is a restricted manufacturing firm. Firms observable every year in the sample period. So the balance panel, so firms with at least one foreign affiliate, which is a multinational company. So the final sample include a balance panel of 12,000 MNCs. So you can see as an example, is VAX ratio, which is basically value-added export divided by gross export. So decreasing VAX ratio means you're more actively participating in global value chain, especially for Korea. You can see up until 2011, it actually very actively participated in global value chain. But since then, significant getting back to higher VAX ratio, meaning that it is consistent with the reshoring trend. Our measure of investment, our own investment is a growth rate of stock of tangible asset, net of depreciation, real value. So we assume that there must be a significant positive investment. That way we'll regard it as an own investment. Foreign investment, it's a growth rate of total investment stock of foreign affiliates, or at an extensive margin, we can define foreign investment as a change in the number of foreign affiliates. And similarly, investment in domestic firms, growth rate of total investment stock on the domestic affiliates, it can be also regarded as a reshoring, right? And an extensive margin as well, change in the number of domestic affiliates. So, according to our definition, expander is the first one. IO is greater than 1, IF is greater than 0, and etc. So, yeah, and then alternative ways of classification, we actually find a consistent result. So, the first stylized fact we found was that firms tend to invest or divest both home and foreign countries simultaneously. So, once you invest in home country, you tend to invest in foreign countries as well. And then this is consistent with the literature. As you can see, correlation coefficient is significantly positive. However, there's a significant number of firms that defy that tendency, particularly non-trivial share of reshorers among Korean manufacturers. As you can see in the table at the bottom, the 4 types are almost equally distributed, right? And also, actually, 48% of reshorers shows strictly negative growth of FDI stock in foreign affiliates. So they actually withdraw their investment in foreign country. So this is actual distribution of foreign investment types. So you can see it's almost random, right? And stylized fact 2, there is a strong persistence. This is the interesting part. So probability of staying of current status is the highest. You can see the transition matrix. Each row shows current status. Each column shows status in next period. So for example, a 40.4% expander at this period tend to become an expander as well in the next period. If you see the diagonal cell, the number is the highest. That shows that probability of staying in the current status is the highest. And then what we are interested in reshorers. Reshorers tend to remain as reshorer or idler next period, almost 70%. Right? So you tend to remain as a reshorer almost 40%, or idler almost 30%. So this shows that possibly reshorers become less and less competitive in the long run. Fact 3, there's a packing order of types in terms of size and productivity. When you see the first column here, the firm size measured by the employed worker, reshore is actually the smallest among the 4 types. What about labor productivity? It's packing order, expander is the highest, offshore next, reshorer, and then idler. TFP the same, and yet this is the reshorers is the smallest, and yet labor intensity is the highest, meaning that they equipped with the less capital among the 4 types. Reshorers, this is fact 4, reshorers are initially less engaged in foreign operation. In the left column, number of foreign affiliates, reshorers, on average, they only had 2 foreign affiliates. Compared to other types, is the lowest. Distance to foreign affiliates, the shortest. So they tend to invest in short, decent countries like China, Japan. And export share, the lowest. So these all figures shows reshorers as less engaged in international activity. Perhaps that reflects that they are less competitive in the international market. Right? And also the distance increases the fixed cost in foreign affiliates, which is demonstrated in Entrust et al. In 2017. So that reflects that their fixed cost is also the lowest. Fact 5, reshorers employ more workers and purchase more inputs. This is a post reshoring performance compared to other types. So, basically reshorers invested in domestic, in the home country anyway, so that increases investment in intangible assets as well, and it requires more employment, more input purchases, more imports. So anyway, they invested in domestic country, so their activity increases, basically. However, this is input, the previous one is input side, and this one is output side. What about the performance then? Reshorers record higher sales, which is related to more input. A little bit more export, but not significant. More value added, but the TFP growth rate is the lowest. So this exactly shows the trade-off between the short-term gain and long-term loss. So the summary of fact, time is already finished. Okay, 3 minutes. All right, the summary of the fact is that there's been non-trivial massive reshorers according to our measures. And it shows that persistent investment activity and then reshorers, 70% reshorers become either reshorers or idler next period. Firm size productivity may determine investment type. There's pecking order. Reshorers tend to be small, less active in foreign business, and also labor intensive, which is basically footloose. So they might have chosen reshoring due to lack of fundamental capability. And finally, reshoring comes with more employment, but at the cost of inefficiency. And to formally test these three kinds of hypotheses, these hypotheses are actually consistent with the literature. For example, the first one is a high productivity firm becomes expander, low productivity firms become idler, and middle productivity firms strategically select either offshoring or reshoring. This is consistent with the, for example, Antras Helpman et al., but not that emphasized in the discussion of reshoring. And then the prior experience in foreign operation and related fixed costs are key factors of strategic selection of production choice. And this is also consistent with the recent paper. And of course, the third factors, external factors related to production cost matters. I'm not going to explain all the details, but I basically confirm exactly the same pattern with the stylized fact that I showed. So this is a multinomial Lawson model, and then I regress these equations with a couple of X variables. X variable consisted with internal factors. Internal factors include TFP, firm size, R&D intensity, labor intensity, the number of foreign affiliates, and then distance to the foreign affiliates. External factors, foreign labor cost, domestic labor cost, which is represented by minimum wage in Korea, foreign and domestic corporate tax rate, supply chain, RCA basically, market access basically means the market size. All the definition is consistent with the literature. When I test this hypothesis, basically shows the consistent result with the stylized fact. For example, if TFP increases, you more likely become an expander rather than, by the way, this is the baseline choice is offshore, so offshore is omitted. Compared to offshore, you become more likely of an expander if the coefficient is greater than 1. Okay, if coefficient is less than 1, you're less likely to become that type compared to offshore. So all the results are consistent with stylized fact, robustness check, still the same. So here's my conclusion. So all the estimation results are consistent. Reshorers are smaller, less productive than expander. They have limited global presence, are more foolish than offshorers. And domestic foreign labor cost influence reshoring decision. So if domestic labor cost is very high, you're more likely to become an offshorer. Trade-off exists between offshoring and reshoring. Short-term domestic jobs, and long-term competency. So reshoring alone should not be a sufficient policy goal. Typical reshorers resemble a prodigal son returning home. It's not a triumphant king. As a policymaker, they would expect the Samsung Electronics to come back home. But, actually, in reality, it's, I don't want to criticize Aju Steel, but those kind of firms are actually returning. And I think about, as government, if you want to give an incentive to a foreign firm operating well, do they would likely come back to home? Or the firms are having very trouble time at the foreign country, they're more likely to come back to home. Yeah. So, the reshoring policy should be equipped with at least, promoting policy adoption, technology adoption over just replicating low productivity process. And perhaps better policies, encourage productive firms to grow at home and become an expander, so they can invest in both home and foreign countries. Yes, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Today, I think this is a good segue to from the concepts and theories that we talked about in the morning session, and now finally talk about how to empirically measure those concepts. This is a part of an ongoing project, which is pretty big and ambitious, and it's ongoing in its early stage. So hopefully today's talk gets a lot of feedback so that I can make a better research. And I'll be talking about the risks and opportunities in the integrated global economy, and in particular, how to measure quantitatively the relevant concepts of global economy and economic security. Let me begin with this question mark. So, like 10 years ago, scholars and policymakers, they all talked about deepening interconnectedness of the global economy. So global production networks are expanding. Production of goods now involve multiple countries, multiple industries across borders. So long live the liberal order, right? And that's what academics, myself included, thought. So we heavily wrote about how countries are joining hands in protecting this global liberal order, how we are joining hands to form a stronger forces in favor of free trade, and etc. Until it took a recent abrupt turn, right? So WTO is now in a vegetable state. Renegotiation of FTAs, right? And trade wars everywhere. And there's some new tariffs on Chinese imports. And it's actually growing. So we witness this economic dependence being utilized for political and security purposes everywhere. And for example, right, this was pretty recent where Japan initiated this trade war with South Korea for something about jurisdictional issue or the legal issue, like in South Korea's Supreme Court rulings. And it was not random. Japan chose to hit the most vulnerable sector, which is the chemical minerals required to clean up the semiconductor wafers. And Japan was only sector that exported the required chemicals to South Korea. So Japan found the most vulnerable part and then attacked it. And the same goes with US and China. semiconductors, which we call chip wars. It's not limited to this. It's actually expanding as we speak. And we call it the age of economic security. And in this age of economic security, we pay more attention now to asymmetric nature of economic dependence, the network structure of strategic assets trades, and how exposed are the key sectors to global turbulences. And recently, academics have been spending time and efforts to conceptualize these points. So we came up with something called choke points, pressure points, weaponized interdependence. And these are all concepts that we developed to theorize how to begin to think about economic security in the global economy. And quantitative measures are kind of trying to follow, right? We have this value-added literature developing concepts like, and measures like domestic value added, foreign value added, and trade to GDP ratio. But the limitation I find is that there's a slight mismatch between the two. So the proposed concepts center on something called power, which in political science is defined as the ability to coerce others to do something that otherwise they won't do, right? And we do so by limiting or excluding access to goods or services. And you can do it by holding a central network position of those goods or services, and if switching to alternatives is very costly, right? But the popular measures of economic dependence at this point is either aggregate at the country level and they're not relational, and some simple measure of exposure, so it's kind of implicitly assumed to be symmetric, and sometimes or oftentimes does not account for alternatives, right? It's country level exposure measures. So that's what I'm trying to bridge here. Before talking about it, let me talk a little bit about how complex and difficult it is to work with the global production network data. But we need to study it because the problem is in the modern global economy, it's not about making the refrigerator and then exporting it. We require 7, 8 different countries come together to make a refrigerator. And that complexity generates this simple question, right? For example, some Chinese exports to USA are made using USA inputs. So if you put tariffs on Chinese imports, does it really hurt China or the US, right? And also the production processes are sequential. Some countries make screws, which is delivered to other countries to make engine modules, and those engine modules are exported to assemble a vehicle. And these processes are globally fragmented, right? Countries specialize in different functionality of the production processes. For example, like as simple as this chocolate spread, right? You could think, well, Turkey could make this. But in fact, 7 countries have to come together to make a single jar of Nutella. And if we move to a more sophisticated products like iPhone, right? There are just about 30 countries chiming in to make an iPhone. And what's more important is that different countries take different revenues from, right, a manufacturing of an iPhone, where tariff policies focus on face value of things, the factory prices. But if you take a value-added perspectives, actually China is not reaping the most revenue from sales of an iPhone. It turns out that it's actually South Korea making $80 out of the factory sales of 194 iPhone. This is iPhone 6, by the way. This is quite outdated. But I think the matter of the fact is staying about the same, right? But the challenge is there's a limited data. So, and then each data set only reveals one facet of the global economy. So we need to look at different data sets, learn different facts about the global economy, combine them together to learn a lesson. So this project of mine looks at the product level trade, input-output table, and firm-level transactions, and try to learn about the global economy. And today I'm gonna present one section of it, which is on input-output table. Let me skip this because we're all familiar with the concepts of global trade and value added. And I think by showing you that iPhone map, I kind of convinced you that this is how global economy works now. And it's not the face value of the exported goods, but the actual value added that matters. So case point is, say, India, right? According to trade statistics, India has comparative advantage in business services. When, in fact, if you take a look at value added, right, how much India is contributing to that business service sector in the global economy, it's actually having a comparative disadvantage, right? So some of the facts that we know flips when we take the value added perspectives. And for example, this is Chinese exports to USA in 2010. The gray bar is when we take the gross export perspective, and the black bar is when we take the value added perspective, where textiles and electronics are the top two most biggest exporting sector of China. But when you take the value added perspective, the percentage shrinks up like over half of what it used to be, right? So I'm gonna take a look at three different questions. First is the global value chain production. How much a country's production is globalized? How much does it rely on global production? And global dependence, how much a country depends on another for its global export. Finally, vulnerability, right? Taking into account the alternative, the cost of finding alternatives. So how much a country is vulnerable to disruptions in another country. And for this task, I'll be using TIVA OECD Global Input-Output Database, which accounts for all value-added transactions of intermediate and final goods and services of 76 countries, all OECD countries and some non-OECD countries, and spanning 45 industries, years from 1995 to 2020. And I'll be relying on this decomposition by Wang et al. In 2017. Simply say that VBY over there is the total value-added production of a country. And the claim is that that total production can be decomposed into three distinct parts. First is the domestic, so that's value-added, domestically generated, or domestic inputs put into making a product which is consumed in the domestic market. The second is the traditional export, so that's domestic inputs used to make a final goods, which get exported to a foreign market. Finally, the GBC export part, that's where the inputs come from foreign countries and the final products go out to foreign countries, right? So I'm gonna be paying attention to that GBC export part. Like that's a measure or the extent of how globalized the country's production is. So worldwide, domestic production is still the majority, where it takes up about 70% of the total production, and about 10% is the traditional export, and the remaining 15% or so is the global production. And I don't know if you can see this, but there's two dotted vertical bars. The first one on the left, that's the financial crisis in 2008. And the second bar is 2019, the Chinese tariffs by Trump. So we see that the domestic production spikes up 1 year after the financial crisis, so that the global production is actually turning domestic in the face of that crisis. And also, if you look at the blue lines, the Trump tariffs did something to traditional exports so that it drops dramatically. But if you look at the green bars or the green lines, it's not doing that much in terms of the global production. So in terms of the sectors and countries, the top 5 countries with the most globalized productions are the United States, China, Japan, Germany, and UK. Korea coming in the 10th, Singapore coming in the 23rd. I have another fact later that was a little surprising to me. And those top 5 countries specialize in, say, in terms of the proportion, right? How much are you exposed? Brunei, Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, their mining sectors are hugely global. And Luxembourg, that's their financial sector. I think it's not suspicious given their tax haven status. And Singapore specializes in wholesale finance and computer. Their sectors are highly globalized. So if you take a look, the world level for the global production is about 10%. With Singapore, it's 40%. It's 4 times greater than the world average. South Korea is slightly above the world level, right? But if you take out the service sectors, it's really the computer chips, mining, and the chemical products that are dominating the global production. And then I move on to thinking about dyadically now, where how much, it's a simple question, right? How much does Korea depend on China for its global export? What I mean is, how much of the Korean value added goes through China to reach the rest of the world, right? So that's just another way of thinking about it. So Korean value added going through China to reach the rest of the world, right? So these 5 countries are the central conduits in terms of the global dependence. What I mean is that these 5 countries are at the center of this map here. USA being the biggest moderator, or the other countries' value added going through USA the most. And then on average, 5% of the global production actually goes through the United States, followed by China, Japan, Germany, and Korea. And what countries? It's really regional. Colombia, Canada, and Mexico come in one of those top 5s. In addition to Saudi Arabia and Nigeria. China too, Taiwan, Korea, Chile, Peru, South Africa depends on China for its global export. Japan, Germany, Korea too. If you look at Korea, it's also Saudi Arabia, highly depending on Korea. And I looked at it, it's mostly their petroleum sectors, relying on, they export crude oil to South Korea, and South Korea has a huge processing units and industries to process those crude oils to make plastics and stuff. And who do these countries depend on? And again, it's highly regional, such that the USA depends a lot on Canada and Mexico, but then again, followed by China, Korea, and Japan. And China also depends a lot on USA, Japan, Korea, Germany, and followed by Taiwan. And as you can see, Japan, Germany, Korea, they highly depend on China for their global export. And also regional, China, USA almost come in top 2 in almost all countries in terms of their global power as a dependence. So what I realized is its interdependence is highly geographical. It's block interdependence, such that USA depends on Canada and Mexico, and Canada and Mexico depends on USA. It's highly regional, and going on in East Asia too. And also, dependence is highly asymmetrical, right? Saudi Arabia depends on USA, but USA does not depend on Saudi Arabia for anything. And surprisingly, 27 countries depends on China, and China depends on 75 countries, almost all countries in the data set, because remember, I had 76 countries in the data set, and 75 countries depend on China. In other words, GVC flows, like global value chain flows, going through those 75 countries are mostly Chinese. And this is like me trying to visualize the asymmetry. So if the dependence was symmetric, the dots should be lining up on that diagonal red line. It's just so bad, then almost none is lining up on the red line. Instead, it's really sticking up to the axis, which means that the dependence is highly asymmetrical. A's value added going through B does not mean that B's value added going through A in most of the cases. And here's another interesting fact. So we have China on the left, USA in the middle, and Korea on the right. Blue is Chinese value added going, from here. So blue is Chinese value added going through the rest of the world, whereas the red is world's value added going through China. So you see, red is stationary for China, whereas the blue, it's just exploding, right? So Chinese value added going through other countries are just spiking up like that. Whereas interesting contrast is the USA and Korea, right? The blue remains stationary, but red is spiking up. So which is interesting, so which means that the value added going through USA is going up. And for Korea too, like the value added going through Korea is going up. And I looked at it, and it's mostly China. So if you take out China from that graph, red is stationary or even decreasing. And which, and I don't have a plot here, but in my further analysis, I have this conclusion that global dependence is increasing, but if you do not consider China, it's actually decreasing. So the increasing dependence is mostly due to China, right? And in other words, countries depended on each other, and they have substituted their dependence to China, such that dependence through China is spiking up like that, whereas the dependence to the rest of the countries, except for China, is actually decreasing. So China really became the powerhouse in the value-added sense. And finally, I took a look at the GBC vulnerability as a buyer. And conceptually, that's a combination of dependence and the cost of finding alternatives. What I mean is, so vulnerability as a buyer, if you take a look at this map, so how much does Korea as a buyer depend on China? First, we look at how Chinese value added is going through Korea, right? But we also take a look at how big of a player is China as a supplier in the world, right? That's an alternative. And there's a vulnerability as a supplier. So if you take a look at Korea case, like how vulnerable is Korea as a supplier in GBC, you first take a look at how much Korea exports to USA, but you also take a look at how much of a buyer the USA is in the world. In other words, is it easy for Korea to find an alternative if something happens to the United States, right? So I kind of combine these two to find these. The top 7 most vulnerable countries as buyer are Cambodia, Hong Kong, Myanmar, Pakistan, Laos, Canada, and Mexico. And if you take a look at them, the top 5, they all are vulnerable to China. And the Canada and Mexico, they're vulnerable to USA. It's highly regional, but if I took a look at top 15, they all depend or vulnerable to either China or the United States. It's really the G2 taking over the global market. It's a powerhouse in terms of their purchase power and the supplying power. And top 7 most vulnerable suppliers are Mexico, Canada, Costa Rica, Colombia, Brazil, Israel, and China. And this kind of demonstrates the power as the buyer for the United States, where the top 7, they all are vulnerable to the United States if they want to sell something. Which is, I believe, the power that the United States is currently leveraging against other countries for their tariff policies, right? It's the biggest market in the world. So my conclusion, tentative conclusion, because this is still in an early stage, I'm still working on it. But what we need to realize is that dependence cuts both ways, because we talked about inefficiencies introduced by industrial policies and governments. But the security purposes, they're mostly pushed by the governments, right? And they're trying to take advantage of the dependence and vulnerability, which is asymmetric. So in order to understand the outcome and the current policy metrics, we need to first correctly map the positional powers in the GBC so that we understand which sectors are vulnerable and as such. And in the next part of the project, I plan to do some statistical clustering with the obtained measures in an effort to correctly map the countries and their positional powers, and also answer some simple questions like, how does GBC positions and their powers shape the trade disputes and sanctions, right? Are the sanctions targeting the vulnerable sectors? And if you're not vulnerable, or if you're actually finding others vulnerable to you, do you have any leverage in applying sanctions or convincing other countries to participate in those sanctions, et cetera? And then, as I said, I have other projects involving other types of data, the product level and firm level transactions data. Currently, I I have those data, I'm still processing them, but I'm very excited to see what other pictures they're gonna show me. Thank you.
All right. I want to begin by thanking KDI for inviting me to share my views on some of the most important geopolitical challenges that we face today. So my topic today is semiconductors. And I think by now, quite a few people have already come to some understanding of why semiconductors are important. So let me just give you take-home messages, and then I will try to explain them throughout my presentation. So I think we should regard semiconductors almost as if they are a natural resource, right? So I do understand the demand of semiconductors is endogenous, so you can actually create as many of them. So there's some difference, right, with genuine natural resources, but for all practical purposes, you can treat semiconductors as being a natural resource because they are so critical and essential to almost anything that we do, right, in the modern day economy. And this tech competition, in my view, is at the heart of US-China geopolitical competition. And ever since it began, right, the geopolitical rivalry began between US and China, this tech competition has only intensified. And I don't see that this tech competition reverting back to the good old days when the two countries were trying to collaborate, right, as part of global production of tech. So I only see this tech competition intensifying in the future. And both the US and China regard technologies, and especially chip sector, as being so critical. So the US government seeks to achieve complete decoupling with China in advanced technologies. And this includes AI, quantum computing, 5G, 6G, right? Whatever you have in mind. Of course, the beginning point of this complete decoupling of advanced technologies is semiconductors. The Chinese government calls semiconductors a choke point technology, jiabozi, right, jishu, and wants to be approximately 70% self-sufficient in meeting its domestic chip demand by 2025. So that's this year. Currently, that capability is only around 20%. The Chinese government is doing its best through its own government investment called the Big Fund. So we are already at the third round of Big Fund. All this government investment is designed to inculcate domestic chip capabilities. The first round of Big Fund, it's probably a little too much details, focused on fabrication capabilities. And then the Chinese government realized that was too difficult. That's when the Chinese government changed its strategy towards the inculcation of domestic chip sector from endogenous capabilities to M&A. So, there was a period we saw a lot of Chinese companies going abroad to acquire foreign chip companies. And famous cases include Micron Technology in the USA, which for a moment was up for sales, and the Chinese company wanted to acquire it. The US government came in and said, no, we're not going to sell it. The third round of Big Fund tries to target other segments of chip production. So where the Chinese capabilities are really lacking is the input segments and the design. So the third round of, and equipments, and that's where the third round of Big Fund investment is going into. You should regard this as the Chinese government's effort to once again inculcate domestic chip sector across the entire board. But as I've already mentioned, it's struggling to achieve the targeted self-sufficiency level. Both governments regard these critical technologies, semiconductors, as being dual use. In IR language, this is called securitization, So, and this actually feeds back into earlier discussion. I think both governments need to think carefully and more critically as to how much they want to securitize these critical technologies, So if you securitize them so much, then there's zero chance or zero area where you can cooperate with the other, And of course, that's going to introduce inefficiency, that's going to drive up the cost, and so on and so forth. So far, we've not seen a serious thinking on how much and to what extent they want to securitize. So far, it's all been to the maximum extent. Let me show you this map just to take you through how chips are being made. So this is a supply chains of chip production. Probably need to move. Okay, so research and development, right? This is where academia, right, the tech companies do. The bottom line, the EDA core IPs, semiconductor equipments, right, materials, these are known as input sources. So you need those ones in order to manufacture chips. And then before you make chips, you need to design them. So in fact, you should think of all global tech companies as semiconductor companies, right? So whether it's Google, Tesla, right, or Apple, first and foremost, they're actually semiconductor design companies. So the US actually maintains quite a bit of edge when it comes to design. Media captures a lot of fabrication, and this is the story about TSMC, right? The world's best fabrication company. And the fabrication is mainly done in Asia, right? So Taiwan, South Korea, right? Japan, and to an increasing extent, right? Chinese companies also play in the fabrication sector. And then the last part is often known as OSAT. So that's the testing, how functional these chips are. You need to put them together. That's packaging, right? And that tends to be labor intensive. So as I will show you some of the graphs here, multiple players all take part in the OSAT, the back end of chip production. And the Chinese firms actually take quite a bit of market share. Now, what's important is if you control the front segment of chip production, you can actually control the back end. So it's a bit like, transboundary river. So if you control the upstream, you can actually control the downstream, right? So in the chip segment production, it's the United States that's really controlling the front segment of chip production, and using their control of IPs, design, they extend their control over fabrication and OSAT. This is the global share of chip production by companies' headquarters. Right, so this will give you accurate picture as to which country actually dominates the production of semiconductors globally. And here, by far, the USA dominates the market, right? Mainly because the USA dominates the IPs, softwares, and design, right? South Korea, let's go back. South Korea, Europe, Japan, Taiwan, the key US allies and partners also become a key players in the global production of chips. And you see China, at 4.5. So China is in no position to challenge US chip hegemony, in the world. Even then, the US government is coming in and trying to suppress China's semiconductor capabilities. And I think one of the main reasons is because it has far-reaching implications. If you can curtail China's semiconductor industry, the implications are China's tech-wise will be curtailed, contained. China's industrial capabilities could be limited, and those are all part of the US strategic thinking. This is a little finer breakdown of chip production. So the upper line, the IPs, EDA, this is where the softwares, the intellectual properties. As you can see, this blue line, which is the US, and the pink segment, that's Europe. It's basically US, Western Europe that dominates the global market. These are design, so logic chips, memory chips, and then the DRAMs and so on and so forth. Once again, the blue line, that's the US tech companies, Apple, Tesla, Google, and so on and so forth. They design these chips and then they outsource the fabrication of these chips, usually to TSMC, some to South Korea, Samsung, and SK Hynix. And then you move down to equipment. Once again, it's US plus US partners, allies that dominate global market share. So the point here, you don't have to remember the precise numbers. The point here is that China does not have much standing when it comes to share of the global chip production. Still, the USA is coming in to curtail China's tech-wise. This is a fabrication. So here, once again, you see global fabrication of advanced chips, that's 15 nanometer below. China has some standing, it's only 8%. It's actually US, Taiwan, and South Korea that dominate the market. If you talk about 7 nanometer below or 2 nano or 5 nanometer below, it's actually TSMC that's pretty much dominating the market, And there, it's only TSMC and Samsung that become players. If you focus on more mature chips, so that's usually 25 nanometer above, China has quite a bit of standing here. But one may classify this as being dependent on China, but this kind of dependency is easily replaceable. So it's less risky, and it's less threatening. It's tends to be low value added. So other countries have been willing to outsource it to China. Okay, the U.S. government, as we all know, has weaponized its global supply chain dominance when it comes to chips. And this is only a select list of U.S. export controls on chips to China, since October 2022. So it began with export controls on advanced chips, in October 2022, so 15 nanometer below. Over the years, the short summary is the scope of these export controls has only expanded to include IPs, manufacturing equipment, not just the logic chips, but also memory chips, DRAMs. Not only that, the US government has also introduced some control of personnel. So if you're an American engineer, trying to work for a Chinese company, you come under US government regulations. So the scope of export controls has only expanded over the years. And if the US government deems that the Chinese capabilities are catching up with the USA, then the US government will only expand the scope of these export controls in the future. And this is AI chips, a critical part of tech competition. Once again, the same story. The US government has placed certain types of AI chips under its export control regime. So NVIDIA becomes the key target. And of course, as we've seen in recently, the NVIDIA's CEO has been trying to negotiate with the US government about sales of these AI chips to China. The Chinese government wants to import some of these chips. At the same time, it doesn't want to be vulnerable to the US government, so it's seeking to create its own AI chips. So the US aim here is to curtail China's economic, industrial, tech, and military rise. And China's response is to achieve self-sufficiency on its own through heavy government investment. We are reminded that this is actually similar policy that USA took towards Japan, in the 1980s. So if you remember, in 1986, the US government imposed first semiconductor agreement, with Japan. And then that was not enough. So in 1991, there was a second semiconductor agreement that US government imposed on Japan. And since Japanese government was completely dependent on the USA for national security back then, and actually still does, the Japanese government didn't have any other option but to accept what historians would only describe as unequal treaties. So the US government imposed these unequal treaties to Japan in the 1980s and early 1990s. It's exactly the same approach that US is taking to China. China doesn't depend on the USA for national security. It has different political ambitions, different political regime type. Therefore, China is trying to compete with the USA rather than accepting unequal treaties from the USA. The Chinese response has been twofold. The first response is self-sufficiency, a lot of investment. Now, you hear different stories from the popular media. Some describe China is catching up with the USA. The SMIC, the main Chinese fabrication company, successfully manufacturing 7 nanometer. Some people report that it's in the process of manufacturing 5 nanometer processors. It's hard to know the accuracy of this, this information and verify it because it's a top secret for these private companies, They don't share it with anybody else, even other companies as to what they can manufacture or cannot. The critical information here is the yield rate. So we know that the SMIC can actually has successfully manufactured 7 nanometer chips. Engineers tend to test that those 7 nanometer chips manufactured by SMIC are actually functional 7 nanometers. However, we don't know the yield rate, which means if you try to make 100, how many of them are going to be actually functional? And here, some people predict that at the low end, it's about 20%, so 80 are wasted. Some people put it at 40%, 50%. even at 7 nanometer. TSMC almost 100% at 7 nanometer. Samsung, right, about 95%. So you make your own judgment as to whether that's catching up or wasting money. The second response has been China has weaponized its own, right, global supply, right, chain dominance, right, to retaliate against the USA. So this is the critical minerals and rare earth. I don't want to go through all the details. On the left picture, that's critical minerals. China has quite a bit of dominance, right, in some of them. The right graph is the 7 rare earth materials. Some are replaceable, but it will take time and, right, it require money. Some are not easily replaceable. So China is countering the US, right, economic, right, weaponization with its own weaponization of global supply chain dominance in critical minerals and rare earth. So what are the implications for people who are not particularly interested in semiconductors? The first point is, I think public goods are going to be underprovided, right? Now, in fact, global order, right, in itself is a public good, right? And we know that global order is fragmenting, right, dismantling. So that, right, arguably the most important, right, public good is not going to be provided or underprovided. There will be other types of public goods, so global supply chains, which produced great deal of efficiency, is also going to be underprovided. We are moving away from public goods to what economists call club goods. So semiconductors is a good example where the USA wants to create its own club and share the benefits among the club members. The second implication is it's tricky and costly to weaponize, right, one's dominant position in global supply chains when your economy is so linked with the target state. And this is a key separating characteristic of US-China strategic competition from US-USSR strategic competition, right? So whatever US does to hurt China will automatically generate cost for itself, right? And vice versa. And this is why we've seen a lot of rhetoric coming out of Washington or Beijing, right, to threaten the other, and then, right, the next day they try to roll back a little bit, right? So there's a rhetoric, and the action has always fallen short of the rhetoric that they've produced. And if any one of these two great powers really wants to weaponize their global supply chain dominance, what they must do prior to that is to think about producing a separate and new global production system. Is this even feasible in the contemporary period? Is it costly? Is it effective? Does it even make sense? I don't think the US government or the Chinese government has thought through these things before they weaponize, right, their global chain, supply chain dominance. In the future, I think the nature of US-China rivalry will increasingly become competition for system efficiency and resilience. So who can innovate, who can produce the same kind of stuff at a lower cost, right? And who can withstand the other's pressure, that's going to determine who's going to, right, come out of this competition. And then let me just finish up with this interesting graph that probably you've not seen before. This is the Soviet Union, right? The US-Soviet Union strategic competition. And we know that the Soviet Union internally collapsed because the system could not cope with, right, this kind of strategic competition. Soviet Union's economy at its max was just below the 60% of US GDP. And at the same time, the Soviet Union was making this, right, almost the same amount of investment. Right? So your economy is smaller, but you are making, right, the same kind of investment. If the returns are not there, this will only build a pressure on your system. And this is one point that we need to watch out. Is Chinese system, right, is becoming cost effective, right, producing innovations? Is the US system, right, withstanding China's pressure? Is it still innovating, right? If you pay attention to that, then they will probably give you some information as to who's going to do okay or not okay. Thank you very much for your attention.
First, I'd like to thank the KDI School of Public Policy and Management for inviting me to this excellent conference. Actually, I feel we have more open discussion about the big power competition and how the two big power weaponize economic interdependence than in Tokyo and Beijing. So I feel a little bit of regret that my university, the National Graduate Institute for Policy Study, which is considered as a most important think tank and the Policy Research Institute is not a part of this conference. I hope in the future we'll be part of that. Okay, I'm very glad Professor Kim already mentioned in his presentation that how important this value added in estimate interdependence of a country, right? So that make my work a little bit easier because in my research, I'm going to explain how important the trading value added for calculating the bilateral trade balance. So my main argument in this presentation is that actually today's trade statistics are outdated. The way we calculate the bilateral trade balance is completely wrong. That's why the trade war is simply based on wrong trade statistic. We're fooled by the outdated trade statistic. Okay, as you all know that Trump started the China-US trade war in 2018 because of so-called persistent trade imbalance with China. So after President Trump, took over the White House again, he escalated the China-US trade war. He also started the global trade war on April 2nd by launching so-called reciprocal tariff, right? So my question is, do we really use the right number when we talk about bilateral trade balance, in particular, the trade imbalance between China and the United States? So here I show you some statistics. This is the number I got from the Commerce Department of the United States. That is in 2024, U.S. exported about 143.5 billion to China and imported about 438.9 billion from China. Therefore, the trade deficit in goods is 295.4 billion, rough close to 300 billion. So my first question is this the right way to calculate the trade balance in goods? That's my first question. My second question is it fair we only consider the so-called balance in goods? Is that the only trade the two countries have? So my answer to both questions actually is no. Currently, we use a trade statistic. I think that is based on the classic trade we learned from David Ricardo, the economist. He studied 200 years ago. Today, most of trade, in particular the trade between China and US, actually based on the global value chain. Therefore, we have two problems. Number one, current trade statistic actually exaggerated China's export to the United States and to many countries, including Korea. Why? Because most of China's exports include a substantial portion of foreign value added of the intermediate goods made in foreign country. So the value of those intermediate goods imported by China, they have nothing to do with China. Actually, have nothing to do. Actually, the income associated with them, in most of the cases, did not even flow into China. This is number one. Number two, many American companies, multinational companies, have turned to so-called factoryless manufacture. So when they export products to the global market, they actually did not export from the United States. They exported from China, Vietnam, any place. Therefore, current trade statistics underestimate what United States export to the global economy. So on the one hand, China's export was exaggerated. On the other hand, US export has been underestimated. So of course, we would have a significantly overstated bilateral trade balance. Let me explain this with, my famous case study about this iPhone. Previously, Professor Kim also used iPhone. He said that is old version. This is iPhone 10, okay? That is released in 2018. So with his presentation, you understand this importance. So for iPhone 10, the manufacturer value of iPhone 10 is $409.25 US. So when this iPhone 10 assembled in China, exported to the United States, it was recorded as China's export to the United States. So this iPhone 10 or iPhone X actually contain about $76.5 of parts made in the United States. Therefore, if we want to calculate the bilateral trade balance due to one iPhone 10 exported to the United States, that's the way. Then we came out with a number that is, okay, iPhone that is a product of an American company costs a $332.75 trade deficit. Think about this. American products cause US trade deficit. Is that a weird situation? But nobody ever asked this question. Actually, in my first paper published in 2010, I already used the first generation of iPhone, that's iPhone 3G, to question this. The paper for my research is called How the iPhone Widened US Trade Deficit with China. I already said the current trade statistic is misleading. Okay, then let's see why this is the wrong way to calculate bilateral trade balance. Because of this $409.25 US, most of them came from other countries. Korea, 25%. Then Japan, 18%. Then China, only 25.8%. In other words, only $104 that created by Chinese factory. Therefore, if we use trading value added, this one iPhone X will generate only $104 trade deficit for the United States or trade surplus for China. So this is just less than 1/3 of the current trade statistic showed us. Why this is important? When we talk about bilateral trade balance, when we care about that, what we care is net income flow between two countries, right? That's why President Trump always said, oh, United States has been reported by all the countries, look at our trade deficit. But if you really understand the operation of multinational company, Apple actually paid directly to all the part supplier. Paid Samsung for providing this memory card, paid Japanese company directly, then asked them ship the parts to China. So according to the way we record trade statistic, Chinese customer definitely will record, okay, this is the import from this country, from that country, but there is no actually income flow associated with those goods. This is how this value chain-based trade operate. China did not receive the money associated with it. Therefore, when China export this iPhone, China only received $104. It's not like China received money, then send them back. No, Apple paid it directly to its major supplier located in the United States, Japan, Taiwan, Germany. Okay? Therefore, we have to use trade in value added if we really care about bilateral trade balance. This is number one. Well, you may say, well, Professor Sheng, that is just one, good. You cannot use that to represent the whole, trade flow because there are thousands of goods. This is my calculation about domestic value added in China's export to the United States. Professor Kim can use OECD's data. I know that data set very well, but I don't use it. I can tell you this. Even OECD TIVA that trade in value added sound scientific. It is problematic. I know how they make assumption about all the coefficients they use. You don't know. Look at here, I make a comparison. According to OECD's data, in 2018, domestic value added in Chinese export was 82.3%. According to my estimate, that only 63.7, much lower. 20 percentage points. China's export to The United States, domestic value added 60%. If you look at my paper, I use mathematical formula to prove OECD is wrong. The reason is very simple. In OECD's calculation, it make a, like an assumption about coefficient that is homogeneous. What does that mean? When China export mobile phone to United States, most of mobile phone are iPhone. iPhone use more foreign parts, but Xiaomi, Chinese brand, use more Chinese parts. Therefore, this kind of same phone, they're not homogeneous. They're heterogeneous. This is number one. Number two, even you look at bilateral trade. When China export a lot of product to the United States, they're American branded, Korean branded, Japanese. But when China export a lot to India, they're mainly Chinese branded. So Chinese branded products, they use more local. So this kind of heterogeneity is not considered in the OECD. So in Chinese export, there are two kinds of export. One is called processing export, one is called ordinary. OECD did not differentiate. So that's why I rarely use their TIVA data. I know many scholars follow, they use, but I disagree with completely. So that's why you see the big difference. Now let's come to my second argument, the factoryless manufacture. This is very important phenomenon in the age of global value chain. Many American companies, they have turned to so-called factoryless. What's the meaning of a factoryless manufacturer? They only specialize in product design, innovation, brand development, retail, and distribution. They have no factory. They don't produce anything. How do they make money? They make money by selling the physical products produced or assembled by contract manufacturer, many of them located in developing country. They basically earn the money that is embedded in the physical products, that is intangible asset embedded in those physical products. So that's how they make money. For example, Apple, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, AMD. Professor Liu's presentation about semiconductor, right? He shows that is an American company, they capture 50% of the value added of whole chips, right? How they capture such high share of value added of a semiconductor product? Because they have monopoly on the design of chips. They don't make chips. They don't make chips. However, our statistic in terms of trade never show you that. I can tell you one thing. If you look at a trade statistic, NVIDIA actually create huge amount of trade deficit for the United States. You look at trade statistic, I will show you some statistics later, because all the NVIDIA chips are made in Taiwan. So when NVIDIA chips export to the United States, that's a trade deficit. Yeah, that's a trade deficit. So with the emergence of this factoryless manufacturer, current trade statistics cannot handle the trade flow associated with factoryless manufacturer. Why? Because factory manufacturer, they export goods from any place. They have contract manufacturer. Traditionally, we think export simply is export from home country, right? That is made in the United States, export to China, that is considered as American export to China. Now the question is, if Chinese are allowed to purchase NVIDIA chip, the NVIDIA chip would be shipped to China from Taiwan. Do we consider that as American export to China? I think we should, if we care about income flow. Why? Because NVIDIA's gross profit margin is 72%. That basically means each $100 sales of NVIDIA, it captures $72. That is what the Chinese buyer should pay. But we don't have this kind of statistic. Second, when those physical products cross border, only the manufacturer value is recorded. Actually, the value associated with intangible asset, design, intellectual property, brand, are not included. Therefore, current trade statistics cannot trace what I call the service export of the intangible asset of a factoryless manufacturer. Let me give you a very simple example to explain this. We know we have so-called trading services, right? For example, Chinese PC maker Lenovo pays roughly $5 to Microsoft for each PC it produces, because Lenovo use Windows system. So this kind of transaction is recorded in the service trade. But let's look at iPhone. Apple never franchise any company to use its iOS system. Apple actually sell phone, right, by itself. Then the question is, do you think iOS system has value, generate money? Of course. Everyone you buys iPhone, you pay the part of money you paid is for iOS system. But where is the value showed in trade statistic? We don't have. Okay? Now I show you some hard facts, because you may think this is just my imagination, because Professor Xing, you're just a scholar. You don't go to the customer office. You don't know. I know very well. Okay, look at here. I show you the number. This is the first column. That's the year. The second is China's import from the US in laptop and mobile phone. This is number I cited from a UN country. UN country is the official trade statistic of all the UN members. The statistics was provided by each UN member country from their customer. In 2015, according to the official statistic, China imported only 1.67 million in laptop and mobile phone. Look at what is Apple's sales in the same year. Apple made a sale of 58.72 billion. Look, that is a billion. Then the question is, how should we count Apple's sale in China? iPhone, iMac, iPad, AirPods. Are those American export to China? I think it should. As an economist, I think if you think about, what is the role of Apple, because Apple's average profit margin was 37%. iPhone roughly 60%. When Chinese, consumer pays for the Apple product, they pay not only for this physical value, the manufacturer, but also more importantly, the value associated with Apple's intellectual property. But look at the trade statistic. So that's what the trade statistic, tells us. No, they're not counted as American export to China. Then look at not just high tech. That is China's import from US in apparel and footwear. Okay, I will go 5 minutes. Then in 2015, according to the statistic, China imported 107 million roughly in this, but Nike sale in China, 3 billion. Yes, 3 billion. Nike's profit margin was 43%. Each $100, Nike pocket $43. Chinese pay. So how should we count that? We don't have that from trade statistic. Okay, because in this conference, I think we talk about how the small countries should do. So my analytical framework is not just suitable for US and China. Look at Japan. You can also do the same thing for Korea. Look at Japan. According to official statistic, Japan imported from US laptop and mobile phone in 2015, 7.3 million. But look at Apple sale. That is in Japan. I'm sorry, I think this is wrong. This is not that high. 58.72 billion. This is not the right number. I think I think I got the wrong number. Yeah, but it's a 5 billion. It's 5 billion. So one thing I'd like to explain, when President Trump went to Japan, he always said, there are so many Japanese cars running on American street, but very few American car running on Japanese street. I tell Japanese government official, tell President Trump, there are too many Apple products we use. All the Apple products shipped from China to Japan is considered as China's export to Japan. Is that weird? But Apple pocket most money. So we have the same problem for Japan. Now this is like a factoryless manufacturer, the biggest one. Their annual sales in China in 2024. Apple, 67 billion. Qualcomm, 17.8 billion. NVIDIA, 10.3 billion. Nike, 7.5 billion. AMD. The second row is their gross profit margin. The total sales of those 5 factory manufacturers is about what? $106 billion. That is equal to 74% of the US export to China, according to official statistics. Look how big this is. But I want to tell you, not even $1 of this 106 billion is considered as US export to China. This is, I think, a very big number which is missing in our trade statistic. Therefore, I think we should build up the new comprehensive trade statistic to recalculate the trade and bilateral trade balance. Okay, so I basically present a framework to consider how we can calculate bilateral trade balance in the age of global value chain. So basically, I think the bilateral, if we care, bilateral trade balance should consist of 3 components. Number 1, that is value added in goods. Number 2, value added in services. Number 3, that is value added created by factoryless manufacturer. Why? Most of a factory manufacturer led by American company, Japanese company, like Uniqlo, okay, like Uniqlo and Sony. Those 3 components jointly will reflect the bilateral trade balance. Why? If we care about the net income flow between 2 countries, let's see how one country make money from the global market, rather than just focus on very narrowly defined the trade in goods. Even in trade in goods, actually the calculation is wrong, as I mentioned before. Okay, I did a simple calculation for China because the data limitation, I use only 1 year's data. So according to my calculation, I just tell you the results. So later on I can answer any question. According to my calculation, that is the bilateral trade balance between China and United States is only like, for China, that is a 56.48 billion surplus. If from China's point of view, that China runs surplus, yes, 56.48 billion. From United States, perspective, that is 56.48 deficit. That is less than 20% of the so-called trade imbalance in terms of, trading goods. Therefore, I said, don't be fooled by the trade statistic. We do need a new trade statistic to accurately calculate a country's export, import, as well as trade balance or bilateral trade balance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction about me. And more importantly, thank you all for presentations and presenters for their very insightful and rigorous presentations. Each has illuminated different layers of contemporary supply chain dynamics and supply chain issues, from firm level reshoring behavior and productivity considerations to the structural nature of global value chain dependence, to the geopolitical aspects of the semiconductor industry, and to the reinterpretation of bilateral trade balance through a value-added lens. Taken together, the presentations underscore how supply chain today operate not simply as networks of cost optimization, but as a complex systems shaped by strategic decisions, institutional constraints, and shifting geopolitical and economic environments. With this intellectual foundation, I would like to begin our discussion, right? Before I collect the questions from the audience, I'd like to get some questions from our panelists to engage briefly with one another's work. So if any of you would like to pose a question or offer a comment on another presentation, please feel free to do so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to have a question to Professor Xing's presentation. So I completely agree with that. Sorry about my voice. Completely agree with your presentations. You know, bilateral trade statistics is misleading. But somehow, I think from the policy standpoint, bilateral trade statistics still matters because, you know, for example, if you charge an import tariff, it's all based on bilateral trade. So how would you think about, you know, from the policy stance, the importance of a bilateral trade or, you know, gross trade statistics?
Oh, actually, my presentation does not mean bilateral trade balance are not important. Well, what I mean is the way we calculate is completely wrong. That's my point. Because, for example, as I showed, according to the United States argument that is, the U.S. had 300 billion trade deficit with China. Then that is the reason U.S. imposed, 25-50%, tariff on Chinese goods. According to my calculation, there was only 56 billion. That is less than 20%. But I only consider five factoryless manufacturer as well as U.S. trade surplus in services. So if we consider many pharmaceutical company, they have similar operation as a factoryless manufacturer. U.S. may actually have trade surplus. I can tell you one thing. In economics, we always think or assume if a country has a twin deficit, that is a fiscal deficit plus trade deficit, this country will fall into crisis. U.S. has run twin deficit for a long time. U.S. never end up with a crisis due to those twin deficit. I think if we recalculate U.S. by the trade deficit or its whole balance of trade, U.S. may not have deficit at all. Yeah, that's my point.
May I ask you just one more question to Professor Singh? It's in the same vein to the Professor Zheng's question. I understood that, as you mentioned in your presentation, it is desirable to utilize the various databases to verify export and import inflows based on value added. However, in this case, rather than looking only at direct trade between the United States and China, it should be possible to aggregate all the value added flows transiting through third countries, right? Given that the expansion of China's indirect exports to the U.S. was a key policy debate point and key discussing point, I would like to hear your opinion on whether the method of collecting all the value added through the including through the third countries.
Actually, currently, China, United States, or any country, you have so-called the trade balance, not that is aggregated, right? So aggregated trade balance, that actually is trading value added. But in this calculation, there is one point missing. That's what I mentioned, the so-called factoryless manufacture. The reason is because the value of intangible asset associated with factory manufacture is not included in any trade statistic. So that's kind of a missing part. So if we really want, including like a third country, as you mentioned, that's okay. But we have to build up a new trade statistic to see how, like for example, American factoryless manufacturer earn money from the global market. For example, like NVIDIA. When you look at trade statistic, you only see NVIDIA's chip export from Taiwan to rest of the world, but that NVIDIA's chip represent only the manufacturer value. So 72% of value added due to NVIDIA's intellectual property right is not included. The same thing like a pharmaceutical company, like a Pfizer. Pfizer's have many drugs. So if you export pills, only the cost of pills is recorded in the trade statistic. But the value associated with intellectual property of Pfizer is not there. So this is a big missing chunk of value. So if you look at American company listed in the S&P, their market value like NVIDIA more than 5 trillion, Apple more than 4 trillion. So 90% of those market value represent their intellectual property, that's intangible asset. So we have to rebuild trade statistic to trace the value added associated with intangible assets.
Hey, we're almost running out of time. So I'd just like to use this opportunity to respond to some of the concerns raised by Professor Singh and some of the discussions that we've been having about the data. My project addresses 3 different data sets: the product level trade, which is the gross trade statistics and value added, as well as the firm level data, because they illuminate different facets of global economy. So value added is looking at the actual contribution of each sectors on the sequence of production, and product level trade statistics, they actually trace the movement of goods across borders, but they don't care about which inputs were used to make that product. So it's kind of missing that point. When Professor Singh raised the fact that if that input is from other countries, or especially if it's USA inputs used in Chinese exports to the United States, then basing the tariff policy on the face value of the export is actually misreading, right? However, like Professor Singh mentioned, value-added statistics are industry aggregated. It uses proportionality assumption, so it's not exactly accurate because some of the information is not public and it's not revealed. So we should be cautious when using or generalizing our conclusions to learn from the data. That's why I'm using the ranking statistics, supposedly more robust to those biases, which I don't know the direction of. But rankings, because proportionality assumption is not applied to certain countries. In OECD data, it's applied to all countries. And the rankings are supposedly more robust than using the raw values that I calculated from the value added. That's kind of the reason why. And the firm level, the business survey statistic you use are firm level. And firms are actually the minimum unit of economic activity around the world. So they reveal also important decision making by the those units that follow affected by the policies and et cetera. So I think just a comment that we need to know which data set speaks to which phenomenon of the global economy, and which we should also know the limitation of each data set and caution ourselves from not generalizing too much of what we don't know about from the data sets.
I'd like to have a few more comments on Professor Chung and Professor Kim. Actually, I like your study very much because you use a very large database and you trace them for a very long time. It seems to me it's a very elegant, work. But I have some, doubt about whether your work really answers the question you proposed at the beginning. Because at the beginning, you try. My understanding is that you try to answer whether reshoring policy is effective or not, right? But your conclusion simply say, okay, those firms they reshored is basically a small firm and their total factor productivity is not so high. But my question is, even for those firms, was their reshoring simply driven by policy or just natural results? That's my question for you. For Professor Kim, actually, I know you use Professor Wang's, formula to decompose a gross value into three components, right? The production, the domestic consumption, and the so-called traditional export, that is for foreign final consumption. Then that is intermediate export, right? Actually, I would like to ask you a question. When Chinese company export iPhone to the United States, actually China export about 200 million iPhones a year to the whole world. To the United States, about 50 million. Do you think China's exports of the 200 million iPhone should be considered as value chain-based export? Yeah, that's all my comment.
So that's actually a good question. As the title of the paper says, my fundamental question is actually who reshores? That's what I wanted to answer. As you mentioned, that's exactly correct. Reshoring is all maybe partly driven by policy making, but it's basically a natural result of a firm's strategic investment decision, right? But once we understand that kind of firm's investment dynamics, what would be the policy implication? That's what I'm trying to add for my policy implication.
Just really shortly, I think the value added, if my understanding is correct, is not tracing the movement of goods, but traces the Chinese value added, the workers' wage and subsidies and capital embedded in the movements of goods and services that China sends across the world. So partly Chinese workers, the labor inputs and capital inputs, as much as they're used in the production of the iPhone, if that's sold as an intermediate to the world, it should be captured in the GBC component. If it's in the final product exports to the United States, it should be in the traditional export component, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a very illuminating and inspiring academic sparring. I thought. No, I'm gonna open that. Okay, so we now reserve remaining 10 or less than 15 minutes for the questions and answer session with our audience. If you have a question, raise your hands and kindly state your name and the affiliation before proceeding. So please.
Thank you. My name is BJ Kim. I teach politics at KDI School. And fascinating points I learned this session, so it was very, very exciting and interesting. Short question first to Professor Xing, and then a little bit longer question to Professor Kim. Professor Xing, just from my uneducated perspective, a very high level, big picture question. Your argument, what's its implication to Korean businesses that have been asked to relocate their factories to the United States, to address the question of trade deficit? And also, we are wondering what the impact would be or implication would be for Japanese manufacturers that have been relocating their productions to the United States in order to address the trade deficit question for decades. According to your view, do we have to say it's all, I don't know, tell us what it means. Very much curious about that. Professor Kim, fascinating points again about the vulnerability statistics or rank. And having been in the government, I know usually these kind of rational, factual things, when policymakers produce policies, their impact is quite limited. They don't go through the ranks and say, oh, well, we're going to do this, do that, and kind of stuff. What is your plan to look into the question of this vulnerability ranks? To what extent and in what ways they may be or may not be reflected, yes, reflected in actual policy outcomes in the way policy makers make their decisions. Okay, 2 questions.
Won-Hyuk Lim from KDI School. I have a comment and a question to Professor Singh. I think there's a more fundamental issue in that when you export something, you actually give something to the other side in exchange for money, right? You are just not taking the money. So, I mean, I'm reminded of Bob Solo's comment about, you know, I have a huge current account deficit with my barber. And he buys nothing from me and actually cuts my hair, takes my hair away. So there's a more fundamental point about whether it's right to focus on trade deficit, because there's a fair exchange. And my question has to do with your last point about the limits of trade statistics in capturing factoryless manufacturing. If I remember correctly, from your iPhone 3 example, the factory gate price at Shenzhen was something like $170, $180. And then Apple headquarters would import that into the United States and then retail the Apple iPhone at $500, right? The thing is, what takes place in the United States is not regarded as international trade, right? Likewise, if Apple Japan is importing from China, it would import the product at similar to our factory gate price, and then add much more to retail in Japan. So it seems like there's a fundamental limit for international trade statistics to capture that aspect of the transaction, even though in terms of net income, that's very important.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, professors. I'm Andy from the KDI School. This question is for Professor Yu. So you've mentioned already about weaponizing supply chain, specifically in the case of semiconductors. And I would like to know about your insights on how do you think other countries must behave during this weaponization of global supply, especially now that, like for me, I've heard about this paper of Professor Kim wherein we are very much interrelated and interconnected. So we're all affected by this US and China's fight for power in a way. So do you have any insights, or based on your paper, what can you share about those things? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chung Kang. I'm from Asian Development Bank. My first question is to Professor Chung. Very interesting research using the FDI data and then the so-called vertical FDI, which engage in then the intermediate input, the input-output linkages through the trade activities. So my question is that I think that, I don't know what's the motivation behind the Korean government in pushing for the reshoring, but in the case, at least for the US, the underlying motivation should be to protect the nationally highly sensitive sectors, national security perspective, and also the hollowing out of the manufacturing sector jobs in the Rust Belt areas. So in that sense, I think that kind of research had better be aligned with the underlying motivation of the Korean government. And also, for example, at least in the short term, if there is a growth of the labor employment, that might be quite favorable, the indication or the findings for the U.S. government, at least, because given the motivation in pursuing the reshoring activities. My second question to Professor Singh is that we also use the input-output data table from the ADB side, multi-region input-output table, We also use the decomposition, and more recently we're using the board mentioning decomposition exercise. But I also understand our data set also covers the trade and services data. So I wonder what you mean by the intangible asset is not included in the data set, but in our case, we usually use the input-output data database to analyze potential spillover impact across the manufacturing and service sector. So I just wonder what specifically you can elaborate on that. My comment, one question to you about a bit fundamental issue you have raised about some shortcomings with the traditional trade statistics. I think we are talking about the trade tensions between the US and China, and you are referring to some kind of shortcomings with the trade statistics data, trade data. But if we think about flip side, for example, when we engage in the bilateral FTAs, we usually use the preferential treatment to the trading partners based on rules of origin. And the rules of origin in the case of agricultural sector based on the wholly obtained products, or in the case of manufacturing sector, change in tariff heading on the regional value content 40%, something like that. Those are based on as long as those are going through substantial transformation in the exporting country, then they can be conferred with the preferential treatment. Then if we are to restrict that kind of preferential treatment to those only value added in the trading partners, that it will undermine the motivation for the global value chain further. So there could be some flip side of that, what we are discussing at the moment in terms of the making any changes to the traditional trade aesthetics in that sense. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. And because we don't have enough time, and I don't like to make our students rush to catch the shuttle bus to Sejong. So I'd like to ask the presenters to make a very short response to the questions, please.
Okay, let me start from the last question. Actually, I know that either ADB or OECD's TIVA data is based on the gross export collected by every country's customers. That is, neither ADB or OECD have generated new trade data. Therefore, as long as you use existing trade statistic, when iPhone export from China to United States, iPhone's price, current model, is recorded as $600. When Calvin Klein jean made in China export from China to United States is recorded as $10. Unless you created new data, you tell me Calvin Klein's brand design is included. That's impossible. This is related with ownership. When Foxconn export iPhone to Apple, Foxconn cannot declare that is $1,000 because if Foxconn declares that Foxconn would pay tax. Foxconn only declare the value which is equivalent to the manufacturer value. Okay, that's related with the fundamental about ownership. Actually, it is a basic rule and principle. Usually, the value of intangible asset, a brand, software, whatever, will be added when they do a retail. This is the question to you. Then you said, if we do this, that may create some discouraging. I disagree. The reason, if you think about what caused the global trade war, simply President Trump said, United States has been ripped off by existing global trading system. I just tell you that's completely wrong. NVIDIA turned to a 5 trillion company, the highest. But NVIDIA contribute a trade deficit to the United States. Nobody care, nobody think this is a fundamental issue. Apple is the largest consumer electronic maker in the whole world. Trade statistics tell you Apple create a huge amount of trade deficit for the United States. So if you think those are not important because some negative, I completely disagree. If we can sit down, economists or policymakers, just look at the facts, I think we may think this is completely a trade war based on the outdated trade statistic. That's why I think this is more important than some negative you mentioned. Then go back to another question about this, when Korea, Japan, or China export goods, then you have trade surplus, but basically surplus is due to the exchange between the money and the goods. I completely agree. Yes, we all have trade deficit with our barber, right? But the reason is still some politician or some economists, they care about the net income transfer between two countries. I think this is simply because this kind of mentality of gold reserve period, because we think accumulated gold means rich, right? Nowadays we don't use gold, then we think surplus is good, right? So that's why, I think many American politicians said China ripped them off and China stole their money. It's no, Japan export Lexus, then Japan got money, right? So I think if we really think about how we should trace this bilateral trade balance, basically we focus on the net income flow. Therefore, we should have a new framework to see at the age of a global value chain, what are the major sources of income they generated from a global market. You cannot simply focus on goods. It's completely misleading because Americans, they no longer export many things made in the United States. They export Nike made in Vietnam, iPhone made in China, and this AI chip made in Taiwan. Then we still use all the trade statistics, make arguments about so-called imbalance. That's completely wrong, and also it's dangerous. Why? Because of this, Trump started a global trade war. So that's why I think we, economists, should start, groundwork to look at this, calculation of bilateral trade imbalance or balance, whatever. Then, what is the implication for Korea's investment, Japan investment in the United States? I think if we reevaluate the U.S. trade deficit by including this U.S. trade surplus in services. For example, Japan had 43 billion of trade deficit in digital service. Most of them came from the United States because in Japan we use Netflix, we use Google, we use Apple clone service, we use Amazon. But then Apple sold 25 billion products. So 43 plus 25, that's close to 70 billion. So 70 billion equal to Japan's trade deficit with the United States in goods. So that means I told my Japanese colleague, I tell them we don't have trade the deficit.
Professor
So
Singh?
okay, that's all my reply.
Professor
Thank you very
Singh?
much.
All right, thanks for that question. I think there are three potential policy responses from third-party states. One is if you don't have any leverage, you just have to play nice, right? So that they don't weaponize it against you. But of course, your vulnerability remains, right? So that's probably not satisfactory. Second possibility is you try to construct your own supply chains, but that's easier said than done, right? So that's also fairly infeasible. The last response could be you try to create or occupy your own niche segment of the supply chains so that even though you cannot weaponize it to hurt the other, but if they use it against you, your small control over that small segment can actually hurt the other, right, quite a bit. So that's probably a more policy practical response. Let me just make one comment on this very interesting discussion. I find it a little unbelievable that trade economists, right, for all these years have not discovered what you have discovered. But if that's true, this actually creates a very interesting dynamic. So Trump has imposed or demanded certain investment from tech companies. So basically, the wealth transfer that has taken place right through the international trade is not so much from USA going to China. It's actually U.S. government or taxpayers' money going through China, going to the U.S. tech companies. So I don't know whether Trump actually knew this. Then, if this is true, Trump's demand on U.S. tech companies making investment in the USA all of a sudden makes sense.
Just very quickly, I think the question was about how does the vulnerability maps onto the policy area. And I think it touches on very important area of study, the government-business relationship. And I think it touches on, like, when it comes to firm side, firms in vulnerable sectors, they may engage more actively in lobbying so that they can buy some government protection. Maybe they get some help from the government to find alternatives, and etc. And the government, I don't think they have the rankings and all, but they have some good heuristics on which sectors are more vulnerable and which sectors in the enemy or opponent country is more vulnerable in such sectors. Like in my example, the Korea-Japan trade war, Japan knew where to hit. And I think it kind of displays how vulnerability gets utilized when it comes to policy decisions. But it also touches on important dimension of how Japanese government dealt with the Japanese companies when they imposed those sanctions. And then the Japanese companies had some reactions to it. So that's a whole other field to discuss, and we just don't have time today.
So you exactly described the goal of a reshoring policy, which is national security first, and then the employment. So I actually did more analysis that I did not present this today. So I compared employment effect of reshoring firms versus pure domestic firms with a similar size. And then the pure domestic firms with a similar size had twice as many as employees than the reshoring. So my conclusion is, if the policy goal is employment, then just incentivize firms to invest, regardless whether it's a reshoring firm, offshoring firms. If you really want to favor on specific groups, then you should favor the most productive one. This is exactly the United States is doing. They want to attract Samsung Electronics, not the Aju Steel. I'm sorry about Aju Steel.
Okay, very good. It was very interesting conversation. And now let me conclude by thanking our presenters for their valuable analysis and our audience for your active participation and engagement. I hope this session has provided meaningful insights and a foundation for future exchange. Thank you for joining us. I'm closing this session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Seung-Joon Kim. I'm very happy to share my research in a panel with the prominent professors, Professor Kong Fang and Kanti Bajpai. My research is about globalization, backlash, and foreign direct investment. So the US-led global economic system promoted the free trade and more investment flows, but it caused serious repercussions at home. The picture they are seeing is the abandoned factories in Rust Belts in the United States, such as in Pennsylvania. These factories tend to be very large factories, but they moved to developing countries, such as China. So the closure of these factories doesn't really mean that job loss. It has a very significant implication, such as loss of the family income sources. There will be no insurance benefits. There's no retirement benefits. And also, there will be no tax revenues, which is needed to fund the local infrastructures, such as roads and bridges. So the people living in these local communities are very angry and feel deep resentments towards the globalization. So the existing studies, such as done by David Arthur and Aaron Asimoglu, talking about the China shock. There has been a very adverse shocks to the local economy, and the people living in the local communities are feel threatened. They think that their country is in a risky position, and there are status threats. Status is threatened, especially among the white populations with the low level of education working at those abandoned factories. And the question in our research is that, did the United States solely hurt from the globalizations? Are they really getting disadvantaged from the globalization is the question that we are asking. Our answer is no, because the US has been the largest recipients of the foreign direct investments in the recent decades. The picture that you are seeing is the Hyundai Motors foreign direct investments. It usually entails large factories, production facilities, and office buildings. And this Hyundai Motors made the investments in Alabama in 2005, and in 2014, there has been economic reports about analyzing the economic effects of such a huge investments in Alabama. So in 2014, Hyundai Motors spent about $6 billion to support its manufacturing operations. And Hyundai Motors directly employ about 4,000 workers. There tends to be a local suppliers, such as the local American firms. In total, they tend to employ about 38,000 full-time equivalent jobs across Alabama. So this tends to be a very massive flows of capital assets. Then how the local community reacts to such a large investments by foreign firms. This is the sign that local residents put into their backyard when the Kia Motors decided to make investments in Georgia. Thank you, Jesus, for bringing Kia to our town. So they are very happy about the foreign companies' massive investments into their local communities. Recently, Samsung Semiconductors made a multi-billion-dollar investments in Taylor City in Texas. And the local brewery introduced a new beer named Semi in honor of Samsung Semiconductors investments. So if you want to try the new beer, I recommend you to visit Taylor City in Texas. So our research question is, how do voters in FDI receiving localities respond to anti-globalization candidates in the 2016 presidential election? We focused on 2016 presidential elections because of the presidential candidate Donald Trump. He has been effectively framed him as an anti-globalization candidate. I still remember his presidential debates with Hillary Clinton, claiming China has been taking jobs from the United States and framed China as a job theft. And he promised that he's going to directly challenge his liberal international order. So our research tried to focus on whether the local residents that are receiving a huge foreign direct investments, they tend to less swayed by the Trump rhetoric of anti-globalization platforms. So we are suggesting the three interconnected mechanisms. I will go one by one, but the kind of central message that we try to send in this paper is that unlike a gradual trade effects, these massive assets of FDI creates a visible and immediate local transformations. So let me start with the labor local market effects. The USA tends to receive the very advanced companies' investments such as TSMC. And these advanced firms tend to pay higher jobs. They create a larger number of the jobs. And the local companies also being a part of these supply chains, which is called the demonstration effects, meaning that there tends to be a technological upgrades for those local firms. The other effects of those FDI we try to focus on is there tends to be a neighborhood effects, meaning that when there is a massive capital inflows into the local economy, they tend to be experiencing raising in the real estate values. Also, there tends to be improved infrastructure, such as bridges, roads, airports, and ports. So this is contrast with the very negative trade effects of the China shock. The last interesting aspects of the foreign direct investment is the inflows of foreign-born populations. So there's an interesting example in Spartanburg in South Carolina. This is a region that is stronghold for the Republicans, where the white population is dominant. And when the BMW has made a significant investments in the Spartanburg in South Carolina, their direct flights to Germany has been created. And there has been some cultural adaptations such as Oktoberfest. And there has been a recent interesting article in the Washington Post saying that these local residents has a huge favor of foreign firms' investments. And they say there's no hope in the town when there's a factory has been closed in our communities, but then there was a BMW. And then they even say we want to see the earmuff on our president when the Peter Navarro, who is famous for the book by Death by the China, speaks. So they tend to have a very favorable view on the globalizations. There are two statistical effects that we are interested in analyzing. The first one is whether the higher FDI created jobs, the jobs created by the foreign firms, lower Republican vote shares in the 2016 elections compared to other electoral cycles. And the other aspects of the effects that we wanted to demonstrate in the paper is that whether when there is a higher economic shocks to the regions, such as job losses, or in a rural area, FDI tends to lower the Republican vote swings in the 2016 elections. I'm not going to go in detail about the statistical models of the paper, but the one aspect of the model that I want to highlight is that we are expecting that these FDI-created jobs has a dampening effects, lowering effects on the Republican vote shares in the 2016. And we expect that these negative effects will be unique to the 2016 election and will not be observed in other elections. So the key variable that we are examining in our paper is the number of the jobs created by the FDI given the county's total employment size. So this is a graphical distribution of the FDI across the United States. There's a variations across the different counties. And we control for some other economic variables. I'd like to start with the preliminary results of the FDI. And so the graph on the left is Texas Republican vote swings. So blue color means that there is an increase. And then the decrease. The blue color means a decrease. And then the thick border line means that there is a FDI flows. As you can see, when the thick border lines, there tends to be a lowering of Republican vote shares on the left graph on the left. And the graph on the right shows that there tends to be a less of an increase in the Republican vote swings in the Texas. And then when you extend this analysis across the United States, this is the kind of main finding in our paper that FDI created jobs tends to lower Republican vote swings. So if you take a look at the line that is highlighted, there is a negative effects of lowering the Republican vote swings in the 2016 presidential elections. And our research shows that this effects is very unique to the 2016 election. We have implemented several other statistical analysis, which I'm not going to talk about in this conference, but here's the one thing that I like to highlight from my presentation. So the main summary of the finding of my paper is that there has been a lowering of Republican vote shares in the 2016 elections, and people are less swayed by the anti-globalization rhetorics. And how about the implications for the Asian region? In the Asian regions, we tend to benefit from the free trade and foreign direct investments. For instance, Singapore has been an entrepot economy, and likewise, South Korea is very focused on export-oriented economy. And Vietnam, Indonesia, and several Asian countries are really significantly benefited from the foreign direct investment. So the question that I'm asking in this conference is that how has FDI exposure and deeper economic integrations shaped the public and elites' attitudes toward the economic openness in Asian region? There has been a very interesting survey recently by the Pew Research, which is asking about how do you think about the trade benefits? So the green color in the graph shows that American people's public opinion. As you can see from the shortened bar heights in the graph, less number of the American citizens think that international trade creates jobs, international trade raises wages. But as you can see from the brown color, And the gray color in the graph, the greater number of the populations, such as like more than majority of the populations in the emerging and developing economies, they tend to think that international trade creates jobs and international trade raises wages. If I lay out those patterns in individual states, the letters are small, so you probably cannot see it detail. But if I explain it, in the top panel, it is the results by the advanced economies. So the yellow color means that they think that international trade leads to the job losses. So the citizens in the advanced economies, such as in the United States or France, they tend to think that the international trade leads to job losses. But in the graph on the middle and the graph in the bottom shows that the green color means that they think that the international trade leads to the job creations. So the citizens are living in the emerging economies and developing economies such as Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, those are the listed countries in those graphs, is telling that those citizens living in those countries tend to think that international trade creates jobs, and less number of the people think that international trade leads to the loss of the jobs. So what I think in this survey is that there has been a strong momentum in the region and has a very strong optimism about the globalizations, which is different from the advanced economies such as the United States and France. What I think is important is that there has to be more efforts into creating the regional liberal international liberal bloc. So there certainly has been some already existing efforts about the important sectors, such as CHIP 4, which is about alliance between the United States, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. And also there has been some important collaborations between the Singapore and Taiwan regarding the semiconductor industries. And there has been another interesting and important collaborations between the Vietnam and Australia with regards to the critical minerals. So the part that I wanted to emphasize, based on the findings of my research and what the Pew Research has been demonstrating, the positive optimism about the globalization, is that in the region we may need some types of geopolitical and economic cooperations in the region. There has been economic cooperations in the region, such as RCEP, but what I'm emphasizing here is maybe we need more of a geopolitical aspects of the collaborations due to the intensifying US-China rivalry, which creates the economic and security pressures. The region's challenge, I think, may be to preserve the openness, but without the dependence. So I strongly think that we need to explore the formation of Asian-led geopolitical and economic bloc rooted in open markets. Once again, it's because there has been a strong optimism about the globalization in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking Dean Kim and the KDI School for suggesting and working with the Lee Kuan Yew School to organize this conference. And it is a real pleasure to be here. Thank you also for your splendid hospitality. The theme of the conference, Challenges and Policy Responses Amid US-China Competition in the Era of Trump 2.0, is both timely and important. I learned a lot from yesterday's very stimulating sessions, and I look forward to continuing that today. My topic this morning is how the Southeast Asian countries have responded, if you think in terms of how they have positioned themselves to the geopolitical and geo-economic developments we discussed yesterday and even this morning. I will draw on the findings of a project that Professor Joseph Liao and I have recently completed. As some of you know, and as Danny mentioned yesterday, Professor Liao also happens to be Danny's successor as Dean at the Lee Kuan Yew School, and he has asked me to convey his regards to KDI School colleagues and participants of this conference. These are the 4 questions that our project sought to answer, And I hope our answers to them will shed some light on the challenges and policy responses of the Southeast Asian countries to the US-China competition in both Trump 1.0 and 2.0. Question number one is about the big picture frame within which the other three questions are nested. Interestingly, there is no consensus among IR scholars about the nature of the China-US competition. And I think the two most prominent perspectives are one, they find themselves caught in what IR theorists call a security dilemma, where one side arms for defensive purposes, but unintentionally alarms the other side, who interprets the arming as offensive and responds, resulting in an action-reaction cycle that perpetuates the arms and technological race. The key here is that we are seeing the result of misunderstandings on both sides. The second perspective, what we call the power transition perspective, says that there is no misunderstanding. The two sides know one another only too well. The US wants to remain the hegemon in Asia. China wants to displace the US in the long term. Hence the intense rivalry. For the purposes of our project, we believe in the second perspective, the power transition thesis, and our assumption is that it accords better with the evidence. It helps explain to us at least the full spectrum and intense competition we have been seeing between the two superpowers since the 2010s, since, let's say, Obama's pivot to Asia. Now, more to the point for today's purposes, in such a competition, the US and China would want the rest of the world, especially those that matter, such as key Southeast Asian countries, to side or to align with them. This is one of the main implications of the rivalry for the region. I'm sure friends in Korea would have felt that too. Now, Southeast Asia's leaders have felt the pressure more than most, and that is why we often hear the ASEAN mantra of not wanting to choose or wanting to be friends with both. Our project's point of departure is we would like to go beyond the words and see where the Southeast Asia countries are when it comes to their policies and their actions. So this brings us to question number two. Now, to answer the question, we created what we call the alignment index, relying on these 20 indicators grouped under 5 domains over a span of 30 years. It is the historical or longitudinal aspect of the data that makes, I think, the index an interesting contribution, and one that led to our central argument about the alignment patterns of the countries in the region. And this is our central claim, that Southeast Asia is starting to choose between China and the US, and the direction of travel is in favor of China. This finding became the title of our essay in Foreign Affairs back in July, August. Foreign Affairs shied away from publishing the figures that I'll be sharing with you in the next 2 slides, but it was happy to print this colorful and symbolic representation of a Southeast Asia position between 2 super magnets or poles, right? We love the picture because magnets are, of course, hugely important, these days, and they're very strategic. Okay, so who is where? Figure 1 shows the average alignment score of each of the 10 countries over the last 30 years, 1995 to 2024. As you can see, the Philippines remain basically aligned with the US, while Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia are much closer to China on the left-hand side. Our scale is that 0, you're completely with China, 100, you're completely with the US, and 45 to 55, we have defined as the hedging range, where you're in between, straddling the 2 powers. And in the middle of this figure, you find countries like Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia, somewhat in the hedging range. So next, what I would like to do is to split what you just saw, figure 1, split the 30 years into two 15-year time frames, 1995 to 2009 and 2010 to 2024, to give you a more dynamic view of the alignment movements. So in the first period, as you can see here, the Philippines and Indonesia are aligned with the US, whereas Myanmar, Laos, and to a lesser extent, Cambodia and Vietnam are closer to China. Brunei, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, the hedges or the straddlers, are the ones who seem to be doing quite well, balancing their relations between the US and China. So let's see what happens in the next 15 years, focusing on 2010 to 2024. All right. Look first at Indonesia, ID, and Thailand, TH. So Indonesia and Thailand move left. Indonesia moves from being marginally in the US camp to being marginally in China's camp. The most interesting qualitative shift among all countries in Southeast Asia. Thailand also moved from hedging to being marginally in China's camp. And we can get into the reasons for these movements during the discussion if you wish. During this period, the Philippines, if you look, also moved a little bit leftward toward China, perhaps as a result of Duterte's presidency, which was very pro-China and very anti-US, right? Although the Philippines remain basically aligned with the US. Next, look at Singapore, SG, Malaysia, MY, and see what happens. Okay, so Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei have also moved marginally in China's direction, though not as much as Indonesia or Thailand. They remain within the hedging range. Next, look at Vietnam, VN. Vietnam is the only country to have moved a bit in the US direction from being aligned with China to becoming a hedger, somewhere in the middle. Whereas the other three Indo-Chinese countries, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia, continue to move leftwards, aligning strongly with China. So this slide summarizes the direction and degree of movements over the two periods. So to reiterate our basic finding, the direction of travel of the alignments of the Southeast Asia 10 is away from the US toward China. And next, I can't resist sharing with you what we have done with the data underlying figures 1 and 2. We have developed it into a website, what we call the Anatomy of Choice Alignment Index website, meant for global public use, which was launched in October. The link is ready for you to check out, and I think it is in your package. So I wanted to quickly just share some of the key features with you. If you look at this splash page, it gives you different time spans at the bottom. You can choose to look at all 30 years, which is what you see in this picture, or you can remove, you can just want to see the last 10 years, and you can just click on 20, 2015 to 2024, just to find out, what the alignment patterns are like. And so you have some flexibility there in terms of changing the periods. If we could go to the weighting page. So we weighted our 5 dimensions equally, each one 20%. But you may believe, for example, that that's not a good way to assess alignments. You believe that economics deserves 30%. So if we change the economics to 30% and then lock it, the graph will change accordingly to show you what difference it makes to all the countries, right? So you can experiment with different weightings of our 4 dimensions to see how much difference to the alignment postures it makes. I think our conceit is to believe that if you make changes within a reasonable range, for example, if you say that economics deserve 25%, military security relations deserve 25%, it won't change that much in terms of the overall alignment patterns, and certainly it won't change the direction of travel. Finally, if we look at comparisons, you can also compare how 2 countries differ in terms of their the dimensions on which they, are closer to the US or China. This is an example of Brunei and Cambodia. So you can see how, they are different in terms of the dimensions. So check out the website if you're so inclined, and we hope you'll find it fun. Now, let me turn to the next question then. How do we explain the shift? That's the third question. We invited 10 younger generation scholars to write on each of the ASEAN countries, and we examined these 4 variables as the main factors that help explain their alignment behaviors: domestic politics, perceptions of economic opportunities, estimation of US staying power, and geography. As it turns out, the economics and the domestic political variables and their interactions, we found, were especially influential in shaping their alignment movements. Our article in Foreign Affairs gives a couple of examples of how these factors feature and how they weave themselves in different ways in selected countries. But I'll be happy to elaborate on this during our discussion. So that brings us to the last question on the policy implications of our findings. First, absent from our explanatory factors is the role of ASEAN, the regional organization. What we are saying here then is that when it comes to their alignment moves, the story is one of heterogeneity. The interests of the Southeast Asia 10, national or otherwise, make it very hard for them to take a common position on this issue. There's no ASEAN position, in other words. Second, while the direction of travel is clear, at least half of the alignment postures, and they are of the key countries, are quite fluid, in the sense that they can change depending on the domestic politics in those countries, as well as, of course, the future actions of China and the US. And I will say a bit more on this when I come to the last implication. Third, not all of the Southeast Asian countries strategize or calibrate their alignment moves in the way that Singapore, Vietnam, or Malaysia seem to do. For countries like Myanmar and Laos, geography and regime type impose severe constraints on how far they can distance themselves from China, right? Cambodia, however, does show signs of trying to calibrate. At the other end of the spectrum, the Philippine deep state, I would say, is congenitally attached to the US. And Indonesia, according to one of our authors who wrote the chapter on Indonesia, Indonesia may actually be sleepwalking into an enlightenment with China because different parts of the Indonesian sectors are responding differently to the regional and international incentives. And that brings me to the fourth implication, the final one. Our findings are based on data to late 2024, meaning that while they include Southeast Asia's responses to the policies and actions of Trump 1.0, they do not capture the actions of Trump 2.0. And as discussed yesterday and this morning, Trump 2.0 has upended much more systematically than Trump 1.0 the assumptions underlying much of East Asia's path to economic growth and prosperity, right? By inflicting arbitrary and punishing tariffs and by demanding mandatory investments in the US on many in the region, East and Southeast Asia, the US is coming across as less benign, less reliable, rather coercive, and also revisionist in the eyes of many in Southeast Asia. And China has capitalized on these perceptions to portray itself as the more reliable economic and security partner. If it succeeds, it will very likely reinforce Southeast Asia's leftward drift away from the US in China's direction, per our project's key finding. Currently, Trump's reciprocal tariffs on Southeast Asia range from 10% in Singapore to 40% in Laos and Myanmar, clustering around 19-20% for the rest, Indonesia, Malaysia. To be sure, there are some important product-specific exemptions, such as semiconductors and vegetable oils, palm oil, very important in Malaysia's case. And the general response of the region has been one of disappointment, alarm, and perhaps even a bit of a sense of betrayal. Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong lamented that despite the US's having a trade surplus with Singapore, and despite the deep and long-standing friendship between the two countries, Singapore was subjected to a 10% tariff rate. And he added, these are not actions one does to a friend. In Wong's view, the world has become more arbitrary, protectionist, and dangerous. Now, this protest and assessment is coming from the country subjected to the friendliest tariff rate, right? You can't do better than 10%. So imagine the resentment of those being subjected to double or quadruple Singapore's 10% rate. So my take then is that there will be strong incentive to move even more in China's direction over the next few years if the tariffs remain what they are, and if the US demands remain what we have seen. Now, to be sure, those incentives may be moderated or even negated by China's actions in the region, such as in the South China Sea, or by Chinese goods flooding Southeast Asia unprepared for the attendant economic consequences. Interestingly, and I suspect this will be discussed at length in our concluding session on regional cooperation today, key ASEAN countries like Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia have also attempted to form or participate in coalitions of the willing, minus the US, to try to keep trade open, predictable, and rules-based, even as the US moves in a much more unilateral direction. Here we can think of some of the things that Danny mentioned yesterday: CPTPP, RCEP, the digital, PACS, DEPA, the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership, FITP, as well as the ASEAN-China upgrades recently completed at the ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur. The implication here then is that major trading nations of Southeast Asia are not taking it lying down. They're doing what they can, and I agree very much here with Danny's mitigation idea, because given their agency to make themselves more economically resilient, given the Trump 2.0 shocks, as Singapore likes to put it, trade is strategy. I think I'll stop on that note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very sorry I couldn't make it, but there are logistical and other things that prevented me from making the trip. It's fabulous to see Kong Yun Fong and others from the Lee Kuan Yew School, and of course to be virtually in Seoul with you for this very important conference. I'm going to ask the organizers to advance the slides, so you'll have to bear with that method. The other thing I have to say is that I'm at home on a wintry day. It's impossible to get out to the office this early. If you hear some clanging and banging in the background, I'm afraid there's a lot of construction in my neighborhood and I have no control over it, but fingers crossed. What I'm going to talk about, I think, complements nicely the two previous speakers. And my remarks are really kind of about the current state of Asian thinking about international order. And I'll, at the end, perhaps essay some thoughts about what Asian thinking might have to say about a post-liberal international order. So can we go to the first slide? So if we think about what the liberal international order is, first of all, I think there are all kinds of images of it, but I'll just draw on John Eikenberry's work, and he has many versions of it. And I think, you're probably pretty familiar with the phrases and words that you see on the screen. I've distinguished between constitutive norms, the basic kind of building blocks of order. And here, I think liberals and others see states as being, the primary actors whose interactions are mitigated or regulated by various norms and institutions, with the proviso that norms should be universalistic. They oughtn't to be, in principle at least, exceptions. So what are the regulative norms of a liberal international order? Eikenberry identifies various ones, but I think we're pretty familiar with the four that you'll see on the screen. A bet on multilateralism, the idea of cooperative security, that is to say states looking after their own security, but reaching out to others to make sure that conflict and war doesn't happen by accident or, as Kong Yun Fong talked about, through the security dilemma. So issues like arms control and other and confidence building measures and so on are key to cooperative security. I think the first speaker spoke a lot about the primacy of markets as being a regulative norm in the international system, with free movement of goods, services, capital underlined by the LIO. And of course, lastly, I think Eikenberry and other liberals insist on the spread of liberal democracy as a regulative norm. It's at least an aspirational norm, one that, although is domestic in its scope, because democracies apparently don't fight each other, that norm has international implications. Next slide, please. The project I undertook with Evan Laxmana of IISS in Singapore looked at how Asians view the LIO, and we looked at 10 countries, China, India, Japan, and Korea, and then 6 from ASEAN. We included India because although the focus of the project was largely East Asia, India is increasingly a player in that region. And what we found is that, in essence, I mean, Asians are liberal in the sense that they very much conform to the idea that the states are the primary actors of the international system, that they're, at least in theory, independent, free to choose who their friends and enemies are, that their diplomats sit at the table as equal representatives, and that they affirm a sort of a basic charter of rights and protections for all countries in their international and domestic interactions. Next slide, please. Having said that, when we get to the regulative norms, and I flash those again just to remind you, here's where I think Asians begin to depart from the LIO. So of the 4 regulative norms up there, the one that really causes Asians to be ambivalent towards the liberal international order is the idea of liberal democracy as at least an aspirational value, that somehow countries will gradually and should gradually move towards liberal democracy in their internal order. Next slide, please. So this may be quite surprising. Asians, in that sense, are rather supportive of the liberal international order, despite periodic statements that they're unhappy with it or have doubts and worries about it. Here are 10 major countries that on constitutive norms are quite liberal, and in terms of regulative norms are also fairly liberal, and only really differ over the issue of liberal democracy as an aspirational value. They do differ, of course, in one other very important respect, both with the United States, let's say, in the Western countries, and also amongst themselves, on the US alliance system as a kind of backstop to cooperative security. And the third area where they differ with the LIO, the Eikenberry LIO, is what I've called, in terms of the kind of reforms that they project and wish for, what I call voice. Going back to Hirschman's idea of exit, loyalty, and voice, Asian members of international society do have various forms of voice, supplements to what they want to see in international life that differ amongst themselves and with particularly the current liberal international order. Next slide, please. I think on liberal democracy, very broadly, you can see that Japan and South Korea perhaps are the only two states amongst the 10 who make democracy a rather important value in their foreign policy and affirm it in international life. But note that even they would not shame or punish states that fall short on liberal democracy, whereas I think proponents of the LIO would take a harder stand on countries that fall short. India and Indonesia, heretofore pretty strong proponents of the importance of liberal democracy, have gradually softened on that. And I think amongst the ASEAN states, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, and Thailand probably become closer to a softer view of the importance of liberal democracy, that they don't necessarily endorse that as being the aspirational value in international life. And of course, China and Vietnam reject both liberal and electoral democracy. I mean, all the other countries in our study support electoral democracy, but China and Vietnam don't even support that. Next slide, please. On the alliance system as a backstop to cooperative security, it's again Japan and South Korea are probably the most enthusiastic about the American-led alliance system. But even they push back over some elements of the actual kind of behavior of US forces and issues like command and control and so on. But virtually everybody else is ambivalent about the importance of the US alliance system. And even the Philippines and Thailand increasingly hedge with China and have their worries about being fulsome allies, partly because of US criticism of both countries on things like democracy and human rights. And for other ASEAN partners, we found in the country papers that we edited as part of the project, they're all kind of hedging on the role of the United States. And interestingly, a country like Singapore, which has perhaps the deepest military relationship with the US, rejects the idea of being a major non-NATO ally. And once again, US democracy, human rights criticism seem to get in the way. India historically has been an even more ambivalent partner of the US and has come to grudgingly accept the need for the US alliance system, but then endorses things like multi-alignment and pushes its own leadership of the global South. And of course, China has traditionally been the rejectionist country, although I note here that privately, historically, over the last 30, 40 years, China may accept some degree of US presence as a kind of stabilizing influence in respect of Japan and South Korea and their militarization or nuclearization. Next slide, please. It's here that I think, all Asians do some interesting things. They have various notions of a voice or supplement to the current liberal international order. And so I just want to give you a flavor of that. So please, next slide. I think that all of them, just go back one, please. Just go back one slide, if you can. Yeah, I mean, I think it seems to be skipping. But in essence, Japan and South Korea are probably the most supportive of the liberal international order as we've seen. But even they have various initiatives in Asia and beyond that are, really promise a kind of or push for a thicker version of the LIO. So if you think of Japan, its ideas about comprehensive and human security, its economic ideas over time, its role in the ADB, its nudging of ASEAN and other countries to form, the ARF, the Free and Open Indo-Pacific, the Quad. Korea's growing outreach. I mean, I think our Korean friends will be very familiar with this, but Korea's growing internationalism and role in peacekeeping, its MICTA coalition, the idea of a global pivotal state, which aligns with things like democracy and so on, various free trade agreements, and its new northern and new southern policies. I mean, I would say these are supplements in a liberal direction by these two countries that go beyond just Eichenberrian notions. Next slide, please. And then we come to ASEAN. I think everyone's familiar with ASEAN's notions of ASEAN centrality and its forms of conflict management. But, and I won't deal with this in great detail, perhaps leave it for Q&A, but its insistence on inclusivity, informality of interactions, continuous dialogue, whatever the nature of conflict may be, and of course, non-interference in international politics. I think these are again, supplements to an LIO without being necessarily in conflict with the LIO. Next slide, please. It's, I think, India, Indonesia, and China who bring a greater sense of desire for reform, and they're kind of demanders. And essentially, they want a bigger role in international institutions with a view to being norm shapers. And I think, obviously, China, in some sense, is already at the high table and plays that role. And Indonesia and India are much more aspirational there, and really want recognition as bigger players in shaping global norms. I just want to end up, next slide, please, with a little sort of quick look at China and India before I wrap up, on at least a whole series of issues, and you'll see them on the screen: democracy and human rights, the functioning of multilateral institutions, and 6 global public goods issues. It's quite striking that these two powers, who might in the future really lead Asia's conception of a post-liberal international order, while they have problems between them, they're actually much closer to each other than they are to the US and West on these. And next slide, please. I don't have time to go through all of them. But if one were to indicate there are 3 big differences with the liberal international order, I think it comes down to these 3 things. Both insist on exceptionalities for themselves and for other countries in respect of things like democracy and human rights, climate change, and global economic norms. In essence, arguing that they, and particularly countries of the global south, can't necessarily meet the test of all the sort of criteria, requirements of democracy and human rights, equal responsibilities on climate change, and meeting all the tests of market economics and free trade and the free movement of capital and so on. So the first difference is on the issue of moving away from universality of norms and institutions to an insistence that exceptions are important. The second, I think, difference is that, and this is probably fairly well known, but our papers supported it, China and India insist on ideas of hard sovereignty, very chary or wary of humanitarian intervention, R2P, of global internet governance, which overrides sovereign concerns about the digital space. And they have rather different views even of global health governance, which in which sphere they're increasingly players. And I think the last is that they have a sense that a representation of weaker countries, including themselves, something has to change there. Multilateral reform, which gives them a greater say along with other countries, and also norms around nuclear proliferation, and broadly procedural fairness in institutions, that these need to be fixed in the direction of, particularly of India and China's preferences, if not a wider kind of representation and preferences of countries of the global south, the developing world. Next slide. I'm just going to wrap up. So I think that, just go to the next slide, please. Skip this one. Yeah, I think just to conclude, can Asia's preferences impact a future international order? I think we're still very much in a state of flux, but I note some limitations on the extent to which Asians can have an impact. I think, the charge that Western countries in the LIO are hypocritical and use the norms and institutions to their advantage and reject those norms and institutions when they don't want them. I think Asians are hypocritical too. So they also are selective in their loyalty to an application of the norms and institutions that they endorse or that they prefer. I think clearly Asians are divided over the US alliance system. And so for them to cohere on the political security order is going to be challenging. I think China, India, and Indonesia obviously want more status and influence, but this is likely to be resisted or feared by other Asians. So their call for their greater participation will find limits. And I think if China and India have any hope for a more hierarchical international order, their classical notions of Chinese notions of Tianshao, the tributary system, or Indian invocations of the so-called Vishwaguru, I think they're in for a rough ride with other Asians. Our papers, the other papers in the project showed that no Asians are particularly attracted to the idea of a hierarchical international order, including a spheres of influence world. And so with that, let me just stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, not least because I am associated with both KDI School and Lee Kuan Yew School. As introduced, I used to be, in my previous incarnation, I was a Korean diplomat, and I was ambassador in Singapore from 2010 to 13. And even after that, after my retirement, I stayed in Singapore for a short time as a visiting scholar at RSIS at Nanyang Technology University. Even that time, I just remember that even that time I visited Lee Kuan Yew School to give a little talk, probably 2018, I think. So, and at KDI School, I've been teaching for the last 8 years, and I'm very glad to see Dean Kim Jung-kyung gracing this event, and all my colleagues at KDI School. I call them colleagues because I'm part of it. All my colleagues at KDI School working hard to make this excellent forum seminar yesterday and today. Unfortunately, I missed yesterday's meeting, but I'm very glad to be here today. I also welcome students from KDI School, several of them, even from my class this semester. All of them, by the way, all of them are as excellent students as those at Lee Kuan Yew School, I guarantee. And yeah. Probably this is the only applause I will get. Thank you very much. By way of starting our debate, I have been listening to the three excellent presentations, and I'd like to pose questions to the speakers, and then I will open the floor to the audience as well. The title of our session, which says East and Southeast Asia's Shifting Alignments in the Trump 2.0 era and Asian Conceptions of the Post-Liberal International Order. It's a very loaded title, and I think title already has some proposition or some assumption, which I will try to counter-argue, to start the debate. I will start with Professor Kim sitting next to me.
one assumption it seems to be that President Trump, in his second term, is causing a great deal of change, great deal of issues all over the world. That's for sure. Nobody doubts that, and that has to that has to give a lot of impacts on Asian countries as well. But my question is, will those impacts from what President Trump is doing right now, will they be just temporary, or will they last long, in a way, changing the whole rules of game? Because there is a counter-argument. Some people believe President Trump is just an anomaly in U.S. politics, representing white middle class who are frustrated over the negative impact of globalization. And as such, people, even in America, people will soon turn around and go back to the way they were in the United States, good old United States. For the last 80 years, the United States has been the pillar, not a pillar, the pillar of everything international, the way I see. And, for example, the U.S. foreign aid accounted for about 25% of all development cooperation. The U.S. humanitarian assistance used to account for 40% of all global humanitarian assistance. So, but Donald Trump, reduced foreign aid by 90%. So it's not that 90% is left, only 10% is left because he reduced by 90%. But he did it, the way I see, he did it a little in a sloppy way, because in the U.S., the budget is not president's prerogative. It's U.S. Congress who decide budget. So what Donald Trump did was, not implementing, not executing the budget by firing a lot of people. So I don't know if that kind of method will be able to continue in the coming years. But anyway, the impact of Trump's policies on Asian countries, if what he's doing is only temporary, may not be, may not be changing what we are doing in a fundamental way. It could be just an episode. So my question to Professor Kim is about it.
So there was a fun saying in the academic community in international relations that the election of Trump is a good news for scholars, because people will pay more attention to international relations and ask more questions to political scientists. So this is a good news. Personally, I don't think it's a good news, but this is really an important question by Professor Oh-jun, that whether these effects will be temporal. So the countries, including Asian countries, including South Korea, may have to wait for another shift, that the US is going back to the original seat and taking the lead in the international order is something that we gonna expect. Is this will be a short-term effects or the long-term effects is, I think, a very crucial and critical question we have to think about. And as a junior scholar, I have been thinking about this a lot by reading different parts of the articles. But here is the kind of intuition that I have. So during the Biden administrations, it was not under the Trump administrations, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has been publicly mentioned about this multiple times, that the U.S. is in a very different strategic environment. Previously, it was like having economic and partnerships with the rival states and taking the lead in the key technologies, such as the chips and semiconductor industries, is a strategy that they're pursuing. But now, since the environment has been changed, what the U.S. government is pursuing right now is pursuing the maximum gap between the leading state, which is the United States, and other rival states, perhaps including China and Russia. So I think, I don't think this will be permanent, but at least in the next decade or so, I think this type of very competitive environments between the superpowers is likely to be continued. And as Professor Kong Yun-fong has just presented, the countries in the middle power or the developing countries may be forced to take the side in either of the countries, in the security side or the economic side. So I think this is an important question that we have to think about, and whether choosing a side is a good strategy is something that we have to be thinking about. But my answer to this very important question is that this is likely, I think, will be continued, and other countries, I think, have to prepare for some possible, like, their own solutions to the problem.
Ambassador, can I also
Yeah, sure. Please.
Thank you. I think you're right to pinpoint this question of whether Trump 1.0 and 2.0 are aberrations, because it underlies a lot of existing analysis. And I'm very close to Professor Kim on this. And I think the US, in my view, has fundamentally changed. When you have a movement like MAGA, Make America Great Again, the key word for me there is again. That assumes that America is no longer great for whatever reasons, the internal dissension, the inequality and so on. So psychologically and economically, a large segment of America, those who voted for Trump, the MAGA base, believe that the US is no longer what it was. So the consensus that we saw existing in the USA during the Cold War and post-Cold War, when the US was the unipolar power, is no longer there. And the internal division within the US, the way the Republicans and Democrats are getting at each other, just the recent shutdown of the federal government, suggests that the political dysfunction in America has implications. And the US for 80 years paid so much attention to maintaining its credibility and prestige in the world, on the assumption that if other powers question America's prestige and credibility, America will not be able to do the things that it does, right? They fought the Vietnam War because of that, fought the Korean War in part because of that. 8 years of Trump, and let's imagine if Vance wins, all right, US credibility, and prestige, I think, will have been shot irreparably. And this occurs in the context, as Professor Kim says, where you have real competitors. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was an economic laggard. Today, China can give America a run for the money on a host of issues, right? Environment, energy, and all sorts of things. So the rest of the world actually, have to think about their choices, given the state of American, democracy, and democratic backsliding.
Thank you. Does Professor Bajpai also have comments?
Yeah, I largely agree that the shift seems quite long-lasting, if we peer into the future. But, Yogi Berra always says it's hard to predict, especially about the future. But I think what's striking is the issue of what Trump has done. And, the interregnum of Biden didn't seem to disturb that very much. In essence, going back to some of the things I said, it seems like the United States under the Trump, in the Trump era, including Biden, has moved in some respects closer to, some of the differences that Asians have expressed. So, for instance, the United States always has insisted on exceptionality for itself. And I think, with Trump, that's been magnified. And I think that's probably going to be a lasting effect for some of the reasons that Kong Yun Fong just mentioned. I think under Trump, the United States takes an even harder view of sovereignty issues. That it's less internationalist. And it agrees that, if you look at Trump, he doesn't criticize people's internal politics very much, their human rights, their democracy, and so on. So in that sense, he's moved closer to what many Asians favor as well. And I think to the extent that China and India and Indonesia, for instance, and others want more say in Asia in international norms, the United States also, under Trump, seems to have a sense of grievance and feel it's lost ground in terms of its say in the international order. And I think this finds expression now in Trump's insistence on transactionalism. He doesn't care about existing rules and norms and agreements very much, but he's very much okay with America just cutting deals with others to suit itself. In a sense, transactionalism is a departure from the insistence that everyone has equal say. You just cut deals, and it doesn't really matter if there's a kind of equality. So, to my mind, I think the Trump 8 years and the Biden years, and whoever succeeds them, these trends are likely to be continued.
Thank you. My second question is addressed to Professor Kong Yun Fung, but others might come in if they want. I found another assumption in our topic, which seems to me that we are assuming that there have been alignments among Asian countries, and these alignments are now changing. But the way I see it, Asian countries are so diverse that characterizing them with alignments could be a little misleading. For example, we know that the late Professor Samuel Huntington 30 years ago argued that there would be clash of civilizations which will replace conflict between ideologies, and people will start to identify themselves with culture and religion rather than anything else. In my opinion, South Korea is a very good case of disproof to Samuel Huntington, because South Korea has long been influenced by Chinese civilization, and even Samuel Huntington categorized South Korea as part of Chinese civilization, while keeping Japan alone with Japanese civilization. I don't know why he did it. I think both South Korea and Japan have been long influenced by Chinese culture. But anyway, even so, nobody thinks South Korea is now closer to China than to the United States. Why? So this is a very good case of disproof, in my opinion. But I know that Professor Kong's alignments are different from Samuel Huntington's, but isn't it a little too simplistic to try to figure out which country is getting closer to China and getting closer to United States? Because getting closer to one of them is not a priority in many Asian countries' policies. They can argue like that. So I would like to give floor to Professor Kong.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Your question about alignment actually is very interesting. I think partly it encourages us to define what we really mean by alignment. All right. In the section on methodology in the website, we define alignment as structured collaboration between two states in areas of common interest. Right. So it's the structured collaboration. We look at collaboration across the 5 dimensions and see, by working together with China or the US, in a sense, who seems to be meeting your interests better. A crude way of putting it is, insofar as Southeast Asia, or for that matter, East Asia, is interested in the question of who is going to give us our lunch 15 years from now, we look accordingly at who do you want to do the most interesting forms of structured collaboration with, and I can come back to that later. Now, and I agree with Ambassador that South Korea is probably more aligned with the US than with China. Although among the Northeast Asian countries, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, from our perspective, we don't have data. Our project did not include Northeast Asia. I would think that South Korea does show some ambivalence over time, depending on the administrations, right? But in our view, in that sense, I think our default position is Northeast Asia is spoken for, not counting North Korea. Australia is spoken for. New Zealand, we are not so sure. All right. But, so the real action, if you were a rising power and you want to get people on your side, is Southeast Asia. Because if you do not have Southeast Asia on your side, your prerogatives in the Straits of Malacca, in the Sunda Straits, in the Southeast Asian region, will not be as, implementable as if you have them on your side. So now add to that, actually, those of us who live in Southeast Asia, we hear repeatedly the leaders, the more forward-looking leaders of the region saying that we don't want to choose. We want to be friends with both. Where is that coming from? All right. If you have been talking to Chinese diplomats and American diplomats, you will quickly realize that both countries are pressing the countries in Southeast Asia to take a position. Right? So that's where the pressure is coming from. And so as social scientists, we said, hey, they all say they don't want to choose. Let us find out where they are based on their actions, not their words. All right? And that's what led us to our alignment index, which is based on behavior, not rhetoric.
Thank you so much. Due to time constraint, I think I would like to move on to my last question, primarily addressed to Professor Bajpai. This is, there seems to be another assumption about our topic today, which I think is that, we are assuming that there has been dominance of a liberal international order in our world, which is ending now somehow. And we are thinking about how Asian countries are responding to the end of liberal international order. Do they have some preferences? And a counter-argument to this assumption could be, that the liberal international order is not simply a political trend, but it is closely linked to globalization. The world has been globalized thanks to revolutionary advancement of transportation and communication technologies for the last at least 200 years, which cannot be reversed. So rising nationalism and populism, they just represent resistance to globalization, not its reversal. So I would like to ask Professor Bajpai to make comments.
Yeah, I think that the burden of what I was saying is quite commensurate with what you say. Our study and my remarks on China and India at the end do suggest that there's quite a lot of support for the liberal international order. And your argument that the liberal international order is undergirded at its base by a process of globalization over a couple of 100 years, I mean, I would agree with that. The rise of a certain form of capitalism and technology have solidified the idea of sovereign nation states that then engage in rulemaking in many spheres, including in the economic sphere, and that trend is not easily reversed. And I think if it didn't come through clearly enough, I guess my presentation wanted to suggest that despite unease amongst Asians about aspects of the liberal international order, both in terms of the constitutive principle, the primacy of states, and also in terms of many of the regulative institutions and norms, Asians are pretty supportive on the whole, with some exceptions. And so, and then given the differences, as I pointed out, amongst them as well, it's hard to see how, despite some grumbling and dissatisfaction, Asians will move away from this liberal international order. More worrisome probably is that, the United States, if the Trump-like trend carries on, may secede more and more from the liberal international order. So Trump, for instance, and MAGA supporters and so on, call into question multilateralism, call into question, the alliance system. I mean, going back to the question you posed earlier, it may not be so much that the alliance system in Asia will undergo great dynamism because of changes in Asia and their loyalties, but really because America moves away from the alliance system increasingly. And then that will throw Asian countries into quandary over whether to ally with the US or not. So it may come more from the United States than the other way around. But in effect, what I'm saying is that actually Asians are much more supportive of the liberal international order than the grumbling may suggest. And I'd go along with your view that it's pretty hard to reverse, the impact of 200 years of globalization, which gave rise to a nation-state system undergirded by what we broadly recognize as liberal values.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to open the floor. Please, yeah. Someone can fetch microphone.
Right. Yongguk Ryu from Lee Kuan Yew School. I have a comment question for each panelist. So for Kanti, one aspect of Eikenberry's conceptualization of LIO, where Asian countries are almost unanimously resisting or have some frustration, is international financing system, right? So, South Korea, even though it's deeply involved in the US LIO, has very bad memories of going to IMF. Southeast Asian countries similar. Even Japan once proposed Asian Monetary Fund, which was killed by the USA. So Asian countries, when it comes to international financing system, they do have some reservation about the current financial aspect of LIO. And recently, as you're probably aware of, BRICS countries have been accumulating gold, and maybe in an attempt to create a separate international financing system backed by gold that goes beyond the US treasuries, and so of US dollar. And if you want to continue this project in the future, maybe that can be a useful topic for you to choose.
Professor Liu, would you limit your question just to one, because we want to give opportunity to students?
Sure. Okay.
If you can kindly, yeah. Professor Vajpayee, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I mean, the Asian financial crisis of the 90s, various Japanese initiatives that the Americans stymied. I think the attractions of finance for connectivity from China, for instance. Japan was the original proponent of connectivity financing through the ADB in Southeast Asia. So, I think Asians on that issue have a somewhat sideways look at what the Americans do or fail to do. And I think you're right that that's an area of difference. I wish I was enough of an economist to address the rest of your question about the role of gold and the de-dollarization of the world economy. But it seems to me the general view is that that's going to be a very sticky process, that it's very hard to get away from various payment systems and modes of financing SWIFT and all those kinds of institutions where the Americans still dominate. And so, again, Asians will perhaps grumble over what the Americans do, but even with the rise of China, I think that movement is going to be very slow. And I wouldn't hold out much hope for BRICS being very effective. I think the Americans will be able to drive a wedge between various BRIC states and have already begun to do so by singling out India, for instance, and some of the newer states that have joined. So I guess I'll leave it there, and perhaps others on the panel would like to say more on this.
Thank you. I know the students have driven 160 kilometers from the KDI school this morning. So if you go without asking questions, that would be great shame. So please, anyone? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm John Mohammad Faiz from KDI School in Afghanistan. As an Afghanistan citizen, I had always questioned my mind, because during my, even when I started my bachelor degree, we have been arguing that U.S. from the time of Barack Obama, then Joe Biden, and this now Trump, they're always focusing on South Asian countries. And still, I don't know the answer. That's why I got this opportunity to ask you. So why this U.S. and China, or I mean this presidents and this economic power of the world only focusing on South Asian countries? What is the reason why? And what is the impact of this focusing or argument for the future foreign policy or the policy of the countries in South Asia? Thank you so much.
So your question assumes that both U.S. and China are focusing on Southeast Asia.
Yeah, what are they? Why they are focusing too much, or their argument always? It's a hot topic always that in the South Asia, U.S., China, with these countries, we have Philippines, Cambodia, Myanmar, South Korea. So why and how it will impact for the future foreign policies of the countries?
I think Professor Kong is the right person.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for your question. Okay. Actually, the U.S. Tends to neglect Southeast Asia. And the ASEAN countries get very upset when the U.S. President or Secretary of State doesn't show up for the annual meetings. And if the U.S. wants to focus on Southeast Asia, it needs to show up for all the yearly ASEAN meetings and all those things. But having said that, if you look at U.S. documents through the years, you will see that the U.S. says that it wants to prevent the rise of a hostile hegemon in 3 regions of the world: Europe, the Middle East or the Persian Gulf, and East Asia. By that, the U.S. means it wants to remain the hegemon in those 3 areas. All right. So that is U.S. strategy. All right. So if the U.S. sees a rising hegemon in any of those areas, the U.S. to the extent that it can do deep range, long range strategic thinking, it will try to prevent the rise of a hegemon. After the Cold War, the U.S. identified Germany and Japan as potential, challenges to its hegemony in Europe and in Asia. But after the bursting of the Japanese economic bubble, the shift turned to China. Now, so if the U.S. wants to remain the hegemon in East Asia, then I think the U.S. will have to look at the rise of China. And in that sense, the U.S. will need to get most of Southeast Asia on its side. Because as I said earlier, East Asia is spoken for. Right? So therein lies the strategic importance of Southeast Asia, and especially countries like Indonesia, Singapore, Vietnam, and Malaysia.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I have a quick, good answer to your question. There's a professor named John Mearsheimer at University of Chicago providing this reason for your exact question. As China's economic power has been growing, the hegemonic states try to dominate in the regional spheres, try to be a regional hegemon and try to kick out some other countries' influence in the region. So they focus on Asian regions because China is in Asia. They were gonna expand the influence as they grow more, if they grow more, toward the Central Asia and Middle East. But that should be the the first step they should take. And the United States' reasons to focus on the Asian region is because China is our rival state. So Barack Obama, Asia pivot. Since then, U.S. has been consistently focused on the Asian region because it's strategically important in order to contain the influence of the rising power in the region.
Thank you for the very mearsheimer-ish explanation. Yeah, the one final question from the student, Kuan. Yeah. Oh, you want to ask questions? There's two final questions. Yeah, Kuan, you go first.
Thank you very much, professors. My name is Kuan from Nigeria. There's a
Can
saying.
you speak close to the microphone?
Thank you. Okay. There is a saying in Africa that when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. So the question I want to ask is, this US-China conflict, it's like a global trade war. And so what are the ripple effects that this is going to have on low-income nations, especially in regions like Africa, sub-Saharan Africa? And then how should we put our house in order in response to this conflict going on? Should we expect a deepening of poverty in these regions? Because US is pressing, China is pressing into Africa, expanding its influence, Russia likewise. What do we see happening in these regions? How do we think we can mitigate the effect?
Thank you. What would be the impacts of US-China rivalry on Africa? Professor Vajpayee?
Well, I'll just say something generic or general, not particular to Africa. I mean, I think the one thing that is striking is we focus, as I think Kong Yun-Fong has quite rightly, on the polarizing effects and the kind of negative effects of potentially of US-China rivalry everywhere. But there is another side to the US-China rivalry, and I know that he and I and Danny Kuan have often had a friendly joust about this. I think it's also plausible that Africa and other continents and other countries will in some respects profit from US-China conflict. In the search for allies and loyalty, both the US and China, but particularly China these days, is funneling aid and finance and so on, technology to less developed areas. And I think countries are able to therefore kind of play off the US and China to garner benefits. They may be strategic benefits, they may be, as I said, economic ones, they may be diplomatic and political ones to get, say, a greater say and representation, have their case argued by the United States or China for their advantage. So it seems to me that, it's not that US-China conflict is all necessarily bad for everyone all the time. They can be exploited, and I would leave that thought on the table. And I think most countries, last thought is, we'll try and balance, an interest in seeing the US and China continue to be contentious up to a point, but not beyond a point. So, nobody wants the world to blow up and for the rivalry to become too intense. On the other hand, for the US and China to come to an agreement in a G2 might reduce the kind of flexibilities and space that smaller countries have. So there's an interest in making sure that they don't come to too many agreements as well. So I'll put that maybe unfashionable thought on the table.
Thank you. Professor Andre has the last question.
Thank you for giving me a chance to ask the last question for this panel. My name is Enrico. I'm visiting professor of KDI School. So we we've discussed a lot erosion of LIO actually for the second day, but do we really have a better alternative? It seems China couldn't propose, and moreover, it's reluctant to propose any kind of viable alternative. Look at Gaza conflict, look at Ukraine actually. So of course they facilitate the negotiations between Iran and Saudi Arabia, but what next? So that's why we are moving from LIO to the multipolar disorder, to the situation from the West and the rest, to the situation the West against the rest, actually. So what China, how do you think, it's like a general question, how do you think what China could propose us instead of LIO? It seems the elephant in the room. It's probably Sino-centric model. Thank you.
Yes. What kind of alternative China can offer to LIO is basically your question, right? Yeah. I think everyone might have something to say, starting with Professor Kong.
I think this is a question for Kanti, since he did the LIO. But my 2 cents worth is that, yeah, I think you are right that, I think if Kanti is right, then China doesn't want to change the fundamentals of the LIO in terms of, the multilateral trading order and so on. And you can actually see China wanting to present itself as the one who is more actually interested in maintaining those rules, especially now that those rules suit it. And I thought Professor Kim's, slides were so convincing, the Pew studies, right, which shows that, just as the rest of the world have cottoned on to accepting, the LIO ways of doing things, the US is, opting out, right? So that's one thing. So I had another thought, but it just escaped me. I think I'll come back to that if I remember it.
Yes. So that's a very frequent discussion that I have in my class. I have some students from my class as well. So it's true that the U.S. government currently tries to doing things that are very opposed to liberal international order, especially against its allies and friends, by increasing substantial tariff rates, force them to make investments and monitor investments in the homeland. So that's very violations of the liberal international order. But what's kind of worrisome aspects of, I think, Chinese model is they do not provide alternative. And some of the Chinese engagements in other countries, such as Belt and Road initiatives, they're certainly contributing to some of the economic development of African countries. I see some of the developments in the Nairobi and good developments, but it also creates problems like growing debt. Some of the conditions of these loans provided by the China are not transparent. It's very difficult to track down on the actual financial flows. And it kind of relates to the corruption problem in the local economy as well. So my sense is that it's important to not to be too dependent on the either side of the superpowers. I think this is a competition. So what I rather suggest is forming a more firm and committed regional liberal bloc is important for the regional countries. I think I don't have a concrete plans on this, but strategically important and economically important sectors, there needs to be a more collaborations. I see a small movements like this, such as the Vietnam's and Australia's collaborations in the critical minerals and the important sectors of the chemicals. So I think that's a good sign for the regional engagements, but I think we need some independent collaborations among us.
Thank you. Professor Vajpayee?
Just going back to what I said, in the second half of my talk, I think these three norms that India and China kind of hold to they're comfortable with exceptionalities. So, whatever order they support for the foreseeable future, they would be happy to go along with exceptionalities on various things rather than inflexible, universalistic norms. And I think the US is moving increasingly in that direction as well. Hard sovereignty. So they're quite Westphalian. I think China is very Westphalian in that sense. We should not, interfere in each other's domestic affairs. I think that's a pretty strong kind of a proposition for the Chinese. And despite their growing strength, on the whole, they have not, gone rampaging into other people's domestic politics. So I think they would underline that in any future order far more than the European Union and even the Americans, although Trump is not particularly interested in interfering in other people's affairs very much. And the third, I think, is China does seem to support a kind of general loosening up such that other voices can be heard in the international order. Though in Asia, I think, it's got a pretty strong sense that it is primus inter pares and should be. And that China historically has been a sort of benign provider of security and wealth. And so I suspect that deep down, there's a view that, an order, at least in Asia, where China, bends the rules to its preferences would be something that it probably wants in the long term.
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, would you give a big hand to the three excellent speakers?
Thank you, Hisam, and let me join my LKY School colleagues in expressing my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to our hosts at KDI School, to Dean Kim, and your colleagues for a really wonderful time that we've had yesterday and also this morning. Let me also begin by saying that I've been told that I have a very calm and soothing voice, one that would put even the most caffeinated person after lunch to sleep. But hopefully what I'm about to offer you in the next 12 to 15 minutes or so will captivate your imagination and keep you at the edge of your seats because it's so thought-provoking and so horrendously offensive to some, perhaps even. But let me try. So to preview, what I'm trying to pitch here and argue is that why we need to rethink regional alliance politics beyond one that is centered or anchored in the United States and conceptualize new or alternative forms of cooperation. Hence the title. And in so doing, security cooperation need not be strictly confined to one that is only between allies. I would submit and argue that states in the region can increasingly find points of security convergence given the rapidly changing security environment, especially since January 2025, and especially so since the policies have come out from Washington since then, even if these states are not formally tied in any sort of alliance relationship. I should also add that I am relaxing the term or the word aligned in the broadest way possible to mean cooperation based on the convergence of interests. It can be structured or unstructured, so a little bit looser of a definition compared to Yunfeng's definition in last session. It need not necessarily be in a zero-sum context, as Danny put it in the opening keynote speech. I just needed an alliteration, basically. So aligned but not allied. Okay, so take aligned as sort of a very broad sense of convergence of security interests, this commonality driving countries in the region to come together. So what do we know in the alliance politics literature? We know that it tends to focus a lot on the tangible benefits and assets that a great power brings to an alliance arrangement. They are indeed the only ones with the economic prowess and the material wherewithal, the military might, to demonstrate an alliance's credibility and effectiveness, especially with regard to deterrence. right? Great powers ultimately provide the ultimate backstop to uphold an alliance structure. In Asia, we know this has played out quite effectively for over 7 decades. This logic is perhaps most notably exemplified in its alliance structure in Asia, commonly termed as power play. Right? Through the construction of an asymmetric alliance designed to exert maximum control over the smaller allies' actions, power play creates economic and material dependencies of the smaller state on the United States, so that the United States can better constrain potentially rogue allies who might start conflicts or wars for reasons of domestic legitimacy that the United States wants no part of. Scholars in international security, like Victor Cha, Tom Christensen, Jack Snyder, and others have long theorized about this, why it's important to maintain a tight leash on the smaller allies, because it helps to minimize any sort of security concerns such as free riding, buck passing, or chain ganging, all these wonderful IR terms that have been created by these international security scholars. So there is no doubt that the reliance on great powers' material assets has been the undisputed assumption of what makes the alliance work. Right? But what if a great powers' actions are actually creating a false sense of security? And here, I should also qualify this statement. Instead of ignoring the role of the United States or the role of a great power in an alliance, the focus is to explore the less well understood circumstances under which the great power's action or inaction can actually be a double-edged sword, where its credibility falls short and what actually becomes a liability to the smaller states in this tight alliance structure. So to further probe this argument, obviously we can think of a number of conditions when a great power's liability becomes more likely. Here in this presentation, I just offer a few. I offer 3 scope conditions to think about and to gauge when a great power's credibility might fall short, when it could actually, its actions or inaction could create greater sense of uncertainty, confusion, anxiety, and ultimately pushing its smaller peers to the brink of the precipice and conflicts that the smaller states actually might otherwise prefer to avoid. I think Danny mentioned shelling in the beginning, and to sort of further his point on deterrence and alliance, what makes an alliance tick or work is really when the great powers' strategy and statecraft combine both credible threats and credible assurances. Right? But what happens when these threats are not credible, when there are fading reassurances? These 2 points are some of the conditions we can think of when great power liability becomes more evident, or when its credibility in alliance begins to fall short and come into question. And let me contextualize and explain this a little bit further. So even as the United States is calling China out for being the most immediate and the biggest threat to regional security, the United States is also simultaneously pursuing parallel actions that reflect narrow self-interests and material gains for itself over the broader interests and preferences of the region. The tariffs that we've talked about at length yesterday is pure and simple economic coercion. And it is using those tariffs as increasing leverage to press, to coerce, to force countries in the region to take on certain actions or policies that they might otherwise not want to pursue. And so I think all of this raises the question of whether US security umbrella will be increasingly viewed as a transactional matter, offered only to the highest bidder. This then clouds the thinking in the region about whether or not the threats are still there, whether the US can be leaned on or relied on to ensure the issuance of credible threats and potential adversaries in the region, and whether or not reassurances are still maintained. Right? The slew of evidence since January has been quite self-evident. Right? Across the region, it has affected everybody. Allies in particular are worried, and partners are also worried. Right? When we see that they are pressing close friends like Australia to commit troops in certain contingencies, particularly in the Taiwan Strait, right, the Australian government becomes quite uneasy, likewise with Japan. Probably much closer to the interests of those in this room for Korea, right, the idea of floating the withdrawal of nearly 5,000 troops from Korea, US forces in Korea, away from the peninsula to Guam, right, implies that there is a shift or reorientation of US threat perception away from North Korea and to one that's more focused on targeting and containing China. These kinds of decisions are unilaterally driven, not in consultation necessarily with allies, right? And so it creates a certain degree of anxiety and mixed messages across the board for security partners in the region. So when we think about US power projection, its credibility inevitably comes into question, precisely because it is becoming increasingly bullish on doing things on its own terms, without due regard to regional allies' concerns, preferences, or interests. A third possible condition under which great power credibility starts to become more shaky or called into question is this notion of an alliance paradox. Now, the paradox occurs or lies in the observation that the more security an alliance provides for its members, the more likely it is to heighten broader systemic insecurity for others. Again, when everything becomes more transactional, right, when security is only offered potentially to the highest bidder, an oddity appears, right? We actually feel less, not more secure when we see what our neighbors are doing with the United States. It could potentially trigger an arms race, right? A security dilemma dynamic that Yun-Fung talked about, the sort of not understanding of perceptions, misperception of others' intentions, even amongst allies. We do see in certain areas where US demands on its allies are creating inadvertently sources of tension for its allies. Right? In Australia, the Foreign Secretary, the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, has made it very clear, right, that she has declared that it's already a multipolar region. It's not even hiding it. It's no longer a unipolar region. It sees more and more likely that a multipolar region is in place, and Australia wants to strike a strategic equilibrium. We have in-house experts here from Australia on the floor, so they can comment further on this as well, right? But the notion is that there is the understanding that the security landscape is changing, and one in which reliance on the United States cannot be taken for granted, right? In Japan, we had this spirited discussion yesterday over dinner among some of us, but there is indeed limited public support for Japan's self-defense force's role in any sort of regional contingencies. It ties into the broader question of rewriting the Constitution. And no prime minister, right, not even Abe, has been able to rewrite the Constitution. Only tweaks and amendments to laws, passages through laws have been done, but nobody has dared to articulate once and for all whether or not there's going to be a rewriting of the Constitution that abandons or jettisons the pacifist kind of notion embedded in the Constitution. So there are implications there as well. So the public sentiment, I think, in Japan is also going to be rather delimited. In the Philippines, in spite of the signing and expansion of U.S. basing rights in the Philippines recently, right, President Marcos has been quite clear that the Enhanced Cooperation Defense Agreement signed with the United States is not going to be for any sort of offensive deployment. In other words, the notion of sovereignty that Professor Bajpai talked about in the last session, this concept of sovereignty, that under Philippine territoriality and sovereignty, we are not going to allow these 9 or additional basing rights from the United States as a point of departure to engage in any sort of offensive deployment. And perhaps here in South Korea, we see most interesting changes occurring, right, where the new administration has come in and articulated for a greater defense autonomy amidst US pressures to redefine the alliance. Right? This notion of building more indigenously developed capabilities, including nuclear submarines potentially, to build more homegrown defense industry and focus more on domestic strategic autonomy is also likely in the works. So with all this said, where do we go from here? And the session is on collaboration. So I put forward here, these are non-exhaustive. These are just sort of 4 ideas or models of security cooperation looking forward. The first is, each of them has problems, pros and cons. The first is probably the one that's most familiar. It's sort of harkening back to the days of the US-China sorted out, and then the rest will sort of figure it out, and everything will return to some degree of normalcy. Right? This kind of notion of reliance on the G2 model, right? That if the 2 big powers can figure it out in some sort of US-China condominium, then everything will fall back into place. So we don't have to be worried as much. The problem here, I think, is whether or not a grand bargain can be struck. And I think more sort of in the last panel where we saw a little bit of the role of domestic politics in the United States. But China, oddly enough, is the one issue that amasses bipartisan, overwhelming bipartisan support. And so even if Trump were able to strike some sort of deal, it needs to pass this congressional hurdle of convincing everybody that this is actually good for the United States, when his whole platform was campaigning against China and making the notion that, asserting the notion that China is stealing and taking jobs away. So the US-China condominium is indeed one that's fraught with unpredictability, uncertainty. But I put it out there nonetheless for consideration. Other potential models, a Korea-Japan regional power bargain, right, is one that we can consider. I know this can sit uncomfortably with many in this room, but if we think about the regional power bargain, right, if the 2 countries are able to come together to focus on functional issue areas where they can cooperate, there are actually more commonalities than differences. The commonality being North Korea being one of them, a very prominent security concern for both sides, right? But also on enhancing regional economic cooperation. And both are US allies to figure it out how they want to sort this thing out amidst US uncertainty in the region is something that I think could potentially bind the 2 together. And setting aside the kind of the more sensitive, controversial historical issues. The third is about revisiting China-Korea strategic relations. Again, one that's not impossible. There is a better footing for China-Korea relations as opposed to Japan-China relations. So here is something that I think, again, there is a common interest in managing North Korea. So that's, again, a starting point in which both sides can find a lot more commonality than differences. And the last one, I can't help but to put forward ASEAN as a potential avenue, a new model for cooperation. It is arguably the only security or economic architecture in the region that's been formalized, institutionalized, that seeks to deepen regional integration for almost 6 decades now. And it's one that brings many great powers outside of Southeast Asia into one setting. Fora like ASEAN Regional Forum, the East Asia Summit, they all bring together major powers on the same table and give them a stake in the region's success and stability. What's important to underscore is that the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, sort of a guidance paper that was launched a few years ago, reflects the consensus of the ASEAN 10 in that it emphasizes the importance of openness and inclusivity and explicitly rejects zero-sum competition or dominance by any single power. So I think that basis and starting point provides a good way to think about bringing actors in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia more closely into new models of cooperation. So let me just conclude very quickly here. For one, I think there's this sort of, the script is flipping when it comes to thinking about the moral hazard in alliance politics. Right? It tends to be the fact that we tend to think that too clear US commitment to its smaller allies is going to embolden these smaller allies to take risky actions because they believe the United States will support them and drawing the United States into a war that it doesn't want to fight. But I think from a regional perspective, especially since Trump came into office, the moral hazard is flipping. Too clear of an Australian, Korean, Japanese, or Philippine commitment to the United States may actually embolden Washington to take on riskier and riskier actions, especially vis-a-vis China, because the US leaders believe they can count on its smaller allies for support when everything becomes increasingly transactional. The thinking from Washington is, you owe us. You owe us one big time for the last 70 years. And the assumption now from Washington could be that when the US asks you to boost defense spending, you don't ask why. You ask how much and what can I buy? Right? So while Manila, Canberra, Seoul, and Tokyo are willing for their own sakes to shore up their respective alliance agreements with the United States, it is far less clear that the domestic politics in each of these Asian capitals would be as accommodating to the United States and engage in any major confrontation with China over Taiwan in the South China Sea. Any regional involvement with the invocation of their bilateral military defense pacts, I think, would be much more circumspect and limited in scope than is commonly assumed in Washington. We know about the alliance paradox that's fast emerging, and I'll just leave you with one last thought about rethinking US role in the region. I think the question that we don't quite have yet, no strategic clarity coming out of Washington, is this: is maintaining US presence in Asia actually costly to US power? Or does it actually help demonstrate the United States as a steward of global commons and credibility to lead globally again? It wants to retain this global superpower status, but it wants to do it on the cheap. And the current trend, I think, is worrisome for two reasons. One, the sort of US rent-seeking and extraction from allies and partners are behavior that's really forcing the region to pay more to help US liquidate its assets. And two, this may actually be an irreversible trend that could very well extend beyond Trump 2.0. It's going to be increasingly hard for the next administration to come in and argue and make the case for us to reinvest in these foreign allies and partnerships. Very expensive, and voters and constituents will be asking, what's in it for me, right, in the heartland of Kansas or Arkansas or Alabama. So Trump may actually have set into motion an irreversible trend, just like with tariffs and all the other things he's done to the international order. For all these reasons, it would behoove us here in Asia to think outside the box of US power play and the hub and spoke system, and think about new configurations of security arrangements and cooperation that seek to mitigate the US shock to the region and also better prepare the region to become more resilient and ultimately more stable and secure. Thank you.
Thank you for your very kind introduction. So thanks for having me for this very meaningful and important forum. I'm an economist, so my talk this afternoon might not be that much big scale type of thing, clash of titans or something like that, but economics itself is quite boring and dry subject, but I'll try to present some of the analytical outcomes of our research, and then as ADB, we are mandated to monitor the progress and the trends of regional cooperation integration across the Asia and the Pacific region. So I'll be presenting on some of the analytical outcomes we have conducted so far, and then I'll try to avoid presenting any models or the equations, but I will mainly focusing on the outcomes of our analytical efforts. We apply so-called the Bayesian state space model in the estimating the historical trend of regional integration across the Asia and the Pacific region. And the Bayesian state model is like this. I mean, based on the outcome of the trade, the foreign direct investment, the people mobility, comprising remittance, migration, tourism flows, as well as the finance, both debt and equity, then what could be the underlying latent factor as a main driver of these outcomes? What kind of regional integration forces has driven this kind of outcome indicators? So that's the basis of the Bayesian statistics model analysis. So based on that approach, we have reviewed the historical trend of the Asian economic integration. As you can see, that the Asia and the Pacific, represented by the blue line, shows the highest level of integration over time, which is even higher than the EU plus UK, and then the Africa and the Latin America with quite a great margin. On the right-hand side, we have also shown the decomposition of the four pillars I have illustrated before. across all the regions, it looks like that the trade, the blue block, seems to be accounting for the largest portion of the regional integration trend across all the regions. The only exception is the Africa, where the yellow block, which captures the people mobility, accounts for the quite significant portion, the largest portion of the regional integration trend for that region. At the bilateral integration level, again, applying the same the Bayesian states model approach, we can see that over around the 15 years period of time from 2005 to 2024, on the left-hand side, we cannot see clearly the color of the lines. Actually, the blue lines indicate the bilateral trade integration for which the strength of the integration has grown further, and the red line indicates the relation which have seen the worsening, the lower integration, trade integration over time. So actually, the monitor does not show clearly the colors of the lines, but overall, the PRC seems to have emerged as a kind of hub for the trade integration. Of course, all the network relations, those in the Africa, Southeast Asia, and even Europe. And when it comes to Japan, although the red lines coming out from Japan is not that much visible in this monitor, but Japan's trade integration with the other countries in Asia and outside Asia has decreased over time. On the right-hand side, we have also tried to show the trade integration relation between some of the Asian countries plus the US. As you can see, many of the ASEAN countries, including Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, all their trade dependence on PRC has grown over time. And at the same time, Vietnam's blue line arrow going to the USA actually has also grown. This means that the Vietnam's trade dependence on the US has also grown at the same time. When it comes to Korea, the Taipei China's trade dependence on Korea has grown over time. Then also some of the ASEAN countries, Singapore and Malaysia, their trade integration dependence on Korea has also grown over time. So this tries to illustrate a changing dynamics of a trade integration relation across the different countries in the region. We also used the competition exercise of growth expert, which was presented by both the Professor Singh and also the Professor Kim yesterday during the sessions yesterday. And actually, the Changjin Wei, who was the co-author of the WWZ approach cited by Professor Kim yesterday, was our chief economist 10 years ago, and he published quite seminal 2 papers in the Asian Economic Review to present the new decomposition exercise of gross exports into different components of domestic valuated, foreign valuated, return valuated, and also the pure double counting terms, 7 or 8 terms. Then based on that, we tried to analyze the changing patterns of the global value chain for Asian countries. As you can see from the left-hand side chart, the horizontal axis indicates the backward GVC participation of the Asian countries as captured by the dots. Then the vertical axis captures the forward GVC linkage. By backward, we mean when countries tend to import more intermediate goods and trying to manufacture those into final goods as assembler, then it means that country is more backward linked with other countries. By forward linkages, it means that the countries tend to export more intermediate goods or commodities to other countries, through which other countries can manufacture those into another layer of intermediate goods at the final good and to re-export to other countries. So many of the Asian countries are positioned below the 45-degree line. This means that many of the Asian countries are more backward linked than the forward linked in terms of global value chain landscape. On the right-hand side, we also looked at the changing patterns across time by comparing the picture of 2017 and the 2024. As you can see, quite a few number of countries are positioned on the first quadrant. This means that many of the Asian countries have strengthened their both backward and forward linkages over time. And those positioned on the third quadrant means that those have weakened both forward and backward linkage. But there are only few on the third quadrant. Many of the Asian countries are placed on the first quadrant. This means that most of the Asian countries have strengthened both backward and forward linkage at the global value chain landscape. And then when it comes to the regional value chain, on the horizontal axis, we show the changes in backward RVC regional value chain linkage, and the horizontal axis change in the forward regional value chain linkage. This means that the fact that many of the Asian countries are placed on the first quadrant means that over time, between 2017 and 2024, many of the Asian countries have strengthened their regional value chain than global value chain in a relative sense for both backward and the forward linkages. This means that the Asian countries tend to engage stronger value chain linkage within the region than outside the region. On the trade, I think that although there are a lot of the criticism and issues around Trump 2.0, but the one potential upside from this new regime could be that, for example, in the case of India, the import tariff on the passenger vehicles amount to 70%. And we still don't know what kind of the outcome will be coming out from the U.S.-India trade deal. But for example, if U.S. can succeed in pushing India government to lower the import tariff of the passenger vehicles from 70% to 25 or 30%, then it could, in a sense, could be a stepping stone to further push the liberal trade regime for India globally, in a sense. For example, if India provides 25% tariff of the passenger vehicles for Chrysler, Ford, and General Motors, then what about the BMW and then the Mercedes? The European countries might feel the same incentive to push India to lower the tariff, import tariff, right? In that sense, in a sense, we'd better try to turn some of the challenges coming from the U.S. into more opportunities to liberalize further the global international trade regime in some way. But unfortunately, this means that trade liberalization and then the opening could be pursued further, in particular through the free trade agreements among the regional partners. But as you can see from the left-hand side chart, intra-regional Asian FTAs tend to be covering the less scope of the provisions based on the WTO-led the 52 key provisions, and compared to the extra-regional FTAs. This means that the scope of the regional FTAs tend to be smaller than the extra-regional FTAs. On the right-hand side, we also showed over time, although the average membership of the regional trade agreement has increased over time, but still it's much lower than the extra-regional FTAs. This means that in both, in terms of the scope and the membership, regional FTA tends to be shallower and lower, and then the weaker in terms of their expected impact. On finance, although the non-resident financial flows into the region declined toward the end of 2024, in the first half of this year, both the debt and the bond flows and the equity flows have rebounded again. But when it comes to the regional financial integration on the right-hand side chart, the region still lags behind EU and the other regions. In terms of FDI, foreign direct investment, the interregional share amounts to around 50%, followed by the bank flows at around 40%. But both the portfolio debt, bond flows, and the portfolio equity flows, interregional share only stays at around the 20% or 25%. This is much lower than the interregional trade and the FDI share, which means that there is much room to strengthen the regional cooperation on the financial integration front further. On the FDI, the general trend in 2024, although the global FDI inflows increased by 4%, but the FDI inflows into the region declined modestly by 2%. On the right-hand side, but still the FDI inflows, Southeast Asia, represented by the green line, shows there is still robust and solid FDI inflows coming into the Southeast Asia, while the other sub-regions are attracting less number and the volume of the FDIs into their own region. But we also use not only BOP-based FDI data, but also firm-level data, as was presented by the Professor Kim this morning. FDI market for the greenfield and the Zephyr for the M&A, both the volume and the number of the project that we use, so quite extensively use the farm level data. Based on that, we try to analyze sector inflows, FDI inflows into the region, and then based on the 5 strategic sectors, which has been referred to by the Atlantic Council of the US and also used by the IMF, the World Economic Outlook forecast. Among those 5, the strategic sectors, as you can see, already in 2024, even before Mr. Trump took his office, the FDI inflows into the green economy had already declined. And while at the same time, the FDI inflows into telecommunication, 5G infrastructure, semiconductor increased. So digital sector, including the AI, seems to be a quite a promising area to attract more foreign FDI inflows into the region. Then, as you can see, the FDI flows into digital economy. Digital economy here means the ICT-related goods and services, the e-commerce-related, digital platform-related FDI flows. As you can see, the red block of the chart and then the light blue block of the chart, combining both the FDI flows into digital economy for both Asia and the EU plus UK, it accounts for the 2/3 of global inflows. Both Asia and the EU seems to be the major magnet of the FDI inflows into digital economy-related sectors in particular. On the right-hand side, we are showing the average growth of the digital economy, FDI inflows, and as you can see, Asia and the Pacific show quite impressive FDI inflows into digital economy again, and compared to the other sectors and other regions in the world. I don't have much time, so I'll try to go through quickly. So on the financial integration, as I mentioned before, the region lags behind other regions in terms of both the portfolio debt and equity. Then at the national level, prudential macroeconomic policy should be put in place, because as countries are integrated more financially, there could be heightened risks of spillovers, transmission through the transmission mechanism. Then it means at the same time, while we promote the further regional financial integration, there should be the stronger regional financial safety net to be in place, right? Then at the national level, macro-prudential policy should be strengthened. And at the regional level, as we all know, at SM+3 level, we know we have the Chiang Mai multilateralization initiative. It was mentioned, one of the speakers during this morning session asked the issue of the question was on the AMF, ASEAN Asian Monetary Fund type of thing. But the Chiang Mai CMIM has been based on the multi-layer of the bilateral swaps among the central bank in SM+3 countries. Now, what the stakeholders are discussing at the moment is to develop this current initiative into paid-in capital arrangement. So by doing so, they may eventually develop into some type of Asian Monetary Fund type of the regional financial safety net vehicle. But still, much remains to be seen. But at the moment, there is some discussion about transitioning this initiative into the paid-in capital structure eventually. So let me just go over just one slide. I highlight some weak aspect of regional trade agreement in terms of both some scope of the provisions as well as the membership. That result in the less trade promotion effect of regional FTAs compared to the non-regional FTAs. While overall the global FTAs tend to increase the merchandise trade by 10%, the regional FTA tend to increase the trade among the members only by 3%. So their positive impact, promoting trade, is much more limited than the extra-regional FTAs. On the right-hand side, we also show that how much the global and the regional FTAs tend to promote trade at the extensive margin and intensive margin. By extensive margin, how much the FTA can contribute to expanding the scope of the breadth of the goods and products traded among the members. And the intensive margin is to measure how much the FTAs can contribute to increasing the trade volume within the scope of the already traded products, then overall the global FTA tend to contribute to more intensive margin than extensive margin. But that kind of phenomenon is more pronounced with the interregional FTAs. As you can see, their contribution to the extensive margin, how much they are contributing to expanding the basket of the traded good, is significantly negative, rather, while their contribution to intensive margin, their contribution to the promoting the traded volume among the traded goods is quite significant. So that kind of phenomenon is more pronounced with the interregional FTA. That's one the finding we checked. And the last slide, so what to do with the FTAs, interregional trade, to promote more interregional trade and trade promotion. We think that one sense, shallow commitments and complex administrative requirements embedded in the FTA could be a source of problem. One important issue is the so-called noodle bowl syndrome. You may have heard about noodle bowl syndrome because of many multiplying FTAs, the hub and scope type of the networks of FTAs. Different FTAs embrace different criteria and rules, in particular in the area of rules of origin. Rules of origin is the basis of the criteria to confer the preferential treatment. Then when the different FTAs embrace different rules of origin than the private sector, businesses will be suffering from the higher compliance costs. For example, one FTA may require the firms to get the preferential treatment to change tariff heading across tariff heading. That's what is happening with the RCEP. And while the CPTPP is requiring to change the tariff subheading to qualify for the preferential treatment based on the rules of origin requirement. Then if I'm a businessman, I'm operating business, then to qualify for some lower tariff, the preferences available from RCEP, I need to change tariff heading. But to qualify for the CPTPP preference, I need to change the tariff subheading. So how can I tailor my production facilities and procedure to different FTA requirements? That's the source of the compliance costs for the businesses. So in ADB, we are trying to promote this very important regional agenda to simplify and converge different rules of origin requirements across different FTAs in the region. So with that, I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So this is the final presentation of this 2 days long seminar. So when Dean Kim invited me here, I'm sure what he expected was me doing the job of mopping the floor and just clean up the place and tightening up some of the loose ends and everything, rather than giving a original research results that many professors have already shared. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to rather share with you things that may be obvious to some of you, but then again, to those of you who are wondering what the current status of things, especially things between, the title, Challenges and Policy Responses of Asian Countries. We are at this point where we have to answer the question of so what, right? 2 days of gathering here together. And in terms of so what, Asian countries, what we mean by this is Korea and Singapore. So we want to find out what's happening between Singapore and Korea and what could be the future direction here together. And so for that purpose, as I said, I think I'm going to be wearing more of a policymaker hat that I used to wear a decade or two ago rather than academic here. I hope you can read this okay with the small fonts, but yep. First, I'm going to start with sharing overall picture of where we stand, the relationship between the two countries. And the best way to start is going over, you may find it a little bit boring, but it's not actually. Diplomats, those professionals in foreign relations, what they have said in the text, because they put in efforts to kind of show the essence of the relationship between the two countries. The latest one we have is the November 2nd agreement. This was a very big deal indeed. Head of the two states actually meeting here in Seoul and agreeing on strategic partnership agreement. And this is a major step in terms of the bilateral relationship between Singapore and Korea. Quite fresh and new. And I'm going to talk more about the details a little bit in the later slides here, but just remember that we just recently had this major step forward between the two countries. Leading up to that point, we had a letter from the Singaporean president to Korean president, August 1st. Similar points that you saw in the previous slide page, right? Trade that is free, based on multilateralism, and we greatly care about rules-based global order, which both countries agree very much and have a great stake in. And the areas of cooperation, climate, green economy, digital economy, and so on, he articulates. And that is actually repeated in the August 8th letter, your foreign minister to his counterpart here in Korea as well. And here in these repeated words, we see the existence, presence of solidly agreed ideas about what Singapore and Korea can do together and are indeed doing together going forward. So foreign minister here specifically said in his letter, the two countries share strategic and regional outlooks that are very similar. And the engagement is being strengthened across existing and emerging sectors. I'll talk about that dynamics a little bit later in the slides. And people, maintaining closer, ever closer ties. And this all together moving up to the stage of strategic partnership that we achieved in the form of agreement November 1st. So those are the words that exist in the text written by the foreign affairs professionals between the two countries. And let's just check the current status. And this is best done by using and looking at the text in the partnership agreement. Take a look at this. What comes at the top here? Security and defense between the two countries, right? You would naturally think economic, business, and stuff like that. No, this is Trump 2.0 era. And indeed, as several scholars have suggested already, our scope of mutual interest has expanded and have reached this area you didn't think about as much even a decade or two ago. Security and defense tops the list right here. And of course, we add some new elements like law enforcement, which is increasingly becoming important, but defense technology between Singapore and Korea. That's something that deserves our attention here. And digital economy and technology here. AI is, of course, obviously very important. And I know Singapore has continuously introduced recent recent weeks, indeed, in terms of new statement about new AI policies by the government. And for Korea, the Lee government, some people make a joke, it's like a AI everything government. AI is everywhere and all that. So it just shows the relative importance of it. And I'll talk about KSDPA a little bit later on here. And green growth sustainability, okay, that's really important for both countries. And this has remained in place for a few years so far. Sustained interest. And trade and investment as a long time, top agenda. It's actually taking up the last section of the new agreement here. So let's take a note of that. And I just want to share with you a case going beyond this comprehensive agreement, the specific case of KSDPA. Very interesting indeed. And here, this indeed was what? For Singapore, it was fourth digital economy agreement with other foreign countries. But first one in Asia, so I think that's a very important point. And for Korea, it was first one as well. And this included all these different topics right here. And cross-border data flows. This is a big deal for Korea because as Korea companies and private sector increasingly relies on the cloud services of hyperscalers worldwide, global players, increasingly many of the data centers are actually being located in Singapore. And Korean consumer data are being kept in Singapore as well. So there is a great heightened awareness and importance assigned to this issue of cross-border data flows very sensitive issue with certain other countries. But between Singapore and Korea, there is this flow, free flow that helps operation of global standard, top scale, hyperscalers of data centers and cloud services. And the prohibition of data localization. As many Koreans would know by now, Korea actually requires data localization for many businesses, right? But with Singapore, we agreed that we are not going to do that. So basically, when you talk about data economy, Singapore and Korea has this very important free trade agreement. Our two economies are kind of together in terms of for data economy. Our data being kept in Singapore is same as the data kept here in Korea. The exception of which we don't really make as many with other countries. So very, very important point right there. And collaboration with other advanced technologies have been being talked about. Similar point that's similar to what I already mentioned, but source code and encryption technology protection. The governments are not asking for like a release of this shared code and things like that. Again, treating the data in the same way, not discriminating Singaporean data as opposed to Korean data and so on, based on this agreement. And this is a very important issue as well, online consumer protection. You think about global e-commerce services, right? Many of them actually do indeed, as I said, keep their data in Singapore, but also they provide consumer service based on their infrastructure inside Singapore. And so therefore it is critical to have Singapore and Korea have kind of common market where flow of data and information and services remain as free as just like same as domestic markets. So those things are all laid out in this important agreement, and which really shows not many people have been, I don't think this has been publicized as much, but indeed in this day and age, this kind of digital economy agreement is very critical. Korea's first one, only one so far, and then the counterpart is Singapore. That part is very important. And let me move on to a bigger picture here, moving beyond just a case, talking about why Korea and Singapore have to work together more going forward. Talking about Korea's limitation first here. Korea, Japan, China, we have set up this system ever since 2008. And we have office of several blocks away from here. Korea, Japan, China, trilateral cooperation office is located. And there is a Secretary General and all that. We have a body here that runs the trilateral cooperation. The only problem is it has not been going very far. This was 2008, 2016 perhaps, and then last year. There are all these different regions. I don't know, one of the reasons you may notice right here is a face that show up. President, Prime Minister, and Wen Jiabao, rather than the President of China. So, all these little things come in the way, right? And of course, all those usual things of Northeast Asia thing, history, national identity, public sentiment, and of course, geopolitics these days. So Korea, on its part, has been trying its regional cooperation in this part of the world, but the result has not been very satisfactory so far, that we know. And keeping that in mind, Korea early on, maybe about a decade earlier, have been reaching out to southward, and ASEAN has been an important destination of our outreach drive. And of course, Singapore, I'll just say it here, as a leader of ASEAN Group, PAC, and that's why Singapore has been important for quite some time. And this is how I see and we see here in Korea in terms of Singapore's reason to work harder and closer with Korea. And we recognize with its level of economic development, technological development, and the security concerns and so on, Singapore needs border networks. And Singapore has been working on building broader networks for sure, and absolutely Korea wants to be part of it. And its advanced technology requires partnership, as I said here, and global supply chain, of course, considerations that has been heightening recently. Singapore has, of course, growing reason to reach out further beyond ASEAN for sure, to say something obvious. And we've been talking about in different venues, including here, I think earlier, minilateralism and minilateral layers of its global networks in Singapore's position here. We understand it has a greater reason to work closer with Korea and other partners and different venues, different layers of cooperation network all over the world. So we, Korea, believe that we have already become very important partner with Singapore, but we want to go further, recognizing our limitations on this part of the world and also Singapore's perhaps challenges that's being faced in that part of the region as well. So that is what we are looking at. So what do we do? Different ideas here, and I'm sure those of you who've been studying international relations, so some of the new ideas that's being talked about increasingly more is so-called quasi-alliance. Alliance itself requires a lot of different things, but quasi-alliance is a kind of new compromise invention in a way. I'll talk more about it. And matrix issued linkages and different items here, right here, next pages. Quasi-alliance, right. So it means, I think Japan is doing it really well these days. They're trying it with Australia and different countries around the world, the Philippines and so on. Informal security and political arrangements between between usually two countries that involves significant cooperation, but without formal kind of legally binding obligations. So you don't bear as much of a political burden in trying this out. And as you try this out, the ties get strengthened without political burden of it. That's the merit of this quasi-alliance approach. And certainly I've noticed scholars in Korea who look into the issue of Singapore-Korean cooperation have suggested that we should do more of these things rather than talking too much about formal written agreements on between the two countries. Matrix issue linkages. This is an idea of you don't just talk about just one issue at a time, but if you bring in people with similar but kind of overlapping issue area experts, you can come up with a bigger pie. A sort of like idea is like many of you already know the dual technology, right? Dual use technology that can be used for both private sector as well as defense sector, right? So sort of like that. Have a forum and mechanism to talk about high technology, but also bring in defense industry related people right there and have more creative, bigger pot together to talk about more creative ideas. Combining AI and cybersecurity for sure. No nonsense, intuitive idea. And talk about finance cooperation together with the different ideas of investing in K-culture, culture industry as well. Bringing those money people together with the art people, combine them together. Those are the ideas. And something conventional, relatively speaking, energy and environment cooperation combined together. So they're talking about as a new mechanism, different kind of mechanism cooperation, matrix issue linkages is increasingly being talked about. And this one, I think that comes closer home here, I think, between KDI School and Lee Kuan Yew School here. I have taught several Singaporean students at KDI School the last 10 years, and I have Korean students who have obtained degrees at Lee Kuan Yew School and who are actually working currently inside Singapore, and I know some Singaporean students working here. And these guys actually become almost dual citizens, extremely attracted to this country that they're working in. These Korean students who are residing in Singapore, loving the country totally, and these Singaporean students who speak Korean, which is better than us, in fact, right? So human binds, bonding. I've seen with my eyes incredible level of bonding taking place, and we can think about ways to encourage it. And maybe finding and building programs for Korean studies, and as well as strengthening ASEAN studies here as well, Korean studies in Singapore and ASEAN studies here. And encouraging more of a scholar and engineer exchange of the young people. Definitely a wonderful idea. And I know Korean young people, my former students and current students, who are very much attracted to the Singaporean style of living. Very clean, safe, and all that kind of stuff, which I'm not attracted to as much. I'm more a fan of Thailand and Bangkok style. But you know, there are these people who love Singapore for its safety, cleanness, and all that kind of stuff. And some Singaporean students who love the Seoul style dynamism, right? So these kind of things, lifestyle and living environment, different ideas, their preference, combining together, creating new businesses and so on. Wonderful idea. And some government officials have been increasingly talking about agency-to-agency cooperation, even at the government level or public agency levels, public organization levels, different people with same kind of shared specialties and so on, having lower level, working level interaction, at an increased level is a way to go, they've been suggesting. Last item here, something that we already talked about a lot for the last 2 days here, multi-layered cooperation at different levels and venues through different mechanisms. We can intensify the bilateral interaction. Singapore, Korea, at these different venues, having our own agenda to talk about at these occasions and finding further ways of strengthening our cooperation and also synchronizing our interests together. And UNCLOS, UN Convention on the Law of Sea, for instance, very important for Korea and critical for Singapore as well. And further intensification of knowledge sharing and the opinions being shared on this particular area is something a lot of Korean experts are also paying great attention to as well. So we have these different ideas of mechanism. Of course, against that, there are certain things that are holding us back. It's usually inertia, thinking of, look, Singapore and Korea physically so far, 7 hours flight, long distance. Do we really have to go all the way down there looking for our friends? There are those thoughts. We have like, our things on our burner here, China, Japan, and all that. It's conventional thinking. But the thing is, with technology and all that, the world has shrunken already. Not just shrinking, but shrunken already. So it's a small world. Singapore is not that far. We have to make that argument to some people in Korea who still think Singapore is a faraway place. So cleaning, mopping up the floor, tying up all these things together for the last 2 days of our conversation. Yes, absolutely. Yesterday, we heard Professor Kuan talking about align, acquaint, and mitigate in G- world. Absolutely. We see that between Singapore and Korea. We absolutely see these things. This one, we have to get used to it, and I have to learn more about it. But because, like Korea itself, our own Korean pride of seeing ourselves a little bit bigger than just the poisonous shrimp that Professor Kuan mentioned. But anyway, just totally fits the idea of the bilateral relationship and cooperation going forward. And when Professor Kong mentioned today that ASEAN is not rigid, and indeed it's increasingly more flexible and open, I see encouragement right there. And the alliances of the willing. There comes the idea of intensified cooperation between Korea and Singapore. And Professor Bazifai, MITCA cooperation, Mexico, Indonesia, Turkey, Korea, Australia. Right, why not Singapore there? MITCA's something. We are trying hard. And Professor S.J. Kim's idea this morning also very encouraging. And Asia-led cooperation, Professor Kim has emphasized, of course, and it will have to become more geopolitical. Absolutely, that's what we are seeing. Singapore-Korea cooperation, and openness without dependency, absolutely. So that's why as I sit here for the last 2 days, listening to all these wonderful scholars, wonderful ideas, and their academic findings and so on, I became increasingly more convinced that Singapore and Korea, despite some physical distance here, as the aspiring, we want to be a kind of like a frontier opener in our region, South Korea here, and we recognize Singapore as a leader of the region. So as we intensify our cooperation, the two regions will get closer, and eventually will become even closer, the whole entire region. So we can act as a maker of new move and starter of new trend, and intensifying the global trend in order to counter all these challenges of Trump 0.2 era, I suppose. That would be my final word. Thank you very much.
I think we just heard 3 splendid presentations on the possibilities of regional cooperation, and I think they create a rather optimistic view of the possibilities of countries working together or bilaterally, both in the security and economic arenas in the years ahead, despite the geopolitical competition. For most of the day, I've had also the pleasure of sitting next to Dean Kim, and during our various conversations, Dean Kim mentioned the students at KDI School quite a bit. His dedication to those of you who have made the journey, the 2-hour journey to come to attend this, really, it's really impressive. So I thought I'll start by sharing, a work that many of you would have read, a classic work in international cooperation by one of my teachers, Robert Leo Keohane, called After Hegemony, his 1982 book. And basically the argument, the question the book asks is, can countries in the world cooperate after the US ceases to be the hegemon, underwriting the system and providing the public goods, right? So if I hear correctly what our panelists, our presenters said today, no problem. You don't really need a hegemon in order for countries to cooperate. So if we listen to Professor Huang, in fact, he thinks that the current hegemon, if you're thinking of the US, is not providing that much public goods anyway, and the countries actually want to distance itself from it. At least you encourage, the existing hegemon to do something drastic, which is what he called the flipping of the matter. My question for, I think, Professor Huang is what he did not really say in his presentation, which is, I love his 4 potential avenues of, cooperation at the end of the talk, but he did not share with us his thoughts on AUKUS and Quad, if we were to bring back, the hegemon's machinations in order to make itself relevant in the region, if not to call the shots. So just a few comments from you, Professor Huang, if possible. And if we move on to Dr. Kung, and a wonderful presentation on the patterns that we see in trade, finance, and investment, and how we are seeing increasing integration or investments in all those regions. My question for Dr. Kung then is, I wonder if you could say something about the patterns that you have been sharing with us. How have they been affected or not affected by the geopolitical and geoeconomic competition we see today? For example, in your work in the ADB, do you find that the intrusions of the 2 great powers, cause you to do your work in a slightly different way? Certain considerations, and things of that sort. And finally, Professor Kim's wonderful taking us through all the possible areas of joint action between Singapore and South Korea is very, very convincing, because I think especially your emphasis on the new strategic agreement between Singapore and Korea. It also shows how the small and middle powers of the region are reaching out to one another. In Singapore's case, not only to South Korea, right, but to Australia and to many other countries in order to navigate this new situation. I guess my only question for you, Prof. Kim, is if you were to look beyond Singapore in terms of ASEAN partners, which one or two countries would you bring into the matrix? For possible cooperation, because Singapore and South Korea, it's a no-brainer. The two definitely, intensify, deepen their cooperation. But are there others in ASEAN that you think can, bring something useful to the table? So I would like the panelists to just, spend a few minutes addressing those questions, and then I would like to open up the discussion to the floor. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Yin Feng, for the very good questions. Yes, I did leave out certain models or options, and conspicuously absent were AUKUS and Quad. Ad hoc arrangements, I think, that really center and focus on the United States' role in the region. For all intents and purposes, I think AUKUS, for this part of the world, I think we can just focus on two sides of the relationship, so Australia and the U.S. And I think here, Shiro's here and Peter's here, so they can comment they can offer more expertise and insights on the latest with AUKUS. But there's some trouble with the promise that Trump has offered that he will deliver. He has promised to deliver at least 3 Virginia-class nuclear submarines to Australia under this AUKUS arrangement by 2032, in about 5, 6, 7 years' time. The problem is that Congress has mandated, it's actually not his call, although he has made this promise. The problem is that before the commander-in-chief can actually transfer these US nuclear submarines, these assets, they have to make the case that this will not degrade US undersea capabilities. And the US Navy has made a very frank assessment that currently speaking, the US has a deficit, has a shortage, critical shortage in its own submarine assets. It estimates that it needs to be building at a rate of 2 per year to meet its own defense requirements, and about 2.3 to have enough boats to sell any to Australia. Currently, it's building these nuclear submarines at a rate of about 1.1 a year. So you can see that in 7 years' time, he's going to be out of office, hopefully, maybe. We don't know. But it may not be his call, in short. So I think that the problem with AUKUS is that you run into these kinds of, what makes this arrangement unique and interesting is precisely these kinds of arrangements that you can transfer these military assets amongst its closest allies. But you run into the actual problem of not being able to deliver. So at the end of the day, the agreement is actually relatively empty when we think about it. So for that intended purpose, I didn't really include AUKUS as a model for cooperation, one that's more inclusive, expansive, that would involve more of the region as opposed to just sort of these two actors. The Quad is interesting. It's originally conceived in 2007 as, to put it bluntly, a coalition of democracies to counterbalance China. 10 years later, it sort of reconfigured itself and found a new identity. It broadened the definition of what it stood for to being one that's about supporting a rules-based order. Fine, I think people can support that. The problem, again, is a rules-based order is not necessarily Washington's selling point right now, as it undermines and takes apart this rules-based international order. So then you're left with sort of, what exactly is this quadrilateral arrangement all about? Again, it's becoming more of an exclusive rather than an inclusive kind of club. It's one that has to define itself beyond sort of rivalry and more focused on dialogue and cooperation. And as I think until it finds that new way to articulate this message convincingly to not just the 4 key partners, but also members of Southeast Asia, it's going to find difficulty in making this arrangement expansive, inclusive, and one that's focused on constructive contributions to regional security, as opposed to being one that's very tightly knit to what it originally is conceived for, which is a military kind of organization or military-oriented club.
Okay, thank you. So my perspective is still anchored on the economic side of the issues, even talking about the geopolitical tensions between the US and China, the big heavyweights globally. If we reflect on what happened during the Trump 1.0, after the US-China trade tensions, what kind of changing patterns we have observed in terms of not only trade but also investment, FDI. We actually worked with Emily, I forgot her last name, but she was during the Biden administration, she was the chief economist of State Department of US, and she's now back to Dartmouth, and we engaged her as our consultant. We conducted some empirical research, whether US-China trade tension has had any meaningful impact to the changing patterns of the FDI inflows into the region. What we found is that, yes, it has boosted the more FDI inflows into Southeast Asia, in particular Vietnam and Thailand, such countries, for obvious reasons, as many countries and business were trying to push for so-called the China Plus One strategy in the face of the growing challenges between the tensions between the US and China. What's going to happen during the Trump 2.0, we still don't know. But unlike what the many pundits are saying, actually the global trade patterns is quite resilient as I see. Although many of the countries' export to the U.S. declined quite significantly, in particular China's export to U.S. has declined quite substantially, but other parts of the world, they are still engaging their trade activities among themselves. Korea's export to EU and Southeast Asia increased, and the Southeast Asia's export to the EU increased again. So I think unlike what we believe, usually the private sectors are more resilient to that kind of challenges and coming from outside of region. But we still have to see what kind of substantial and tangible, the negative impact will be coming from the U.S. trade policies in the future. But it also contingent upon whether the U.S. stance on trade policy will worsen even, gets tougher or not. Also, one possibility is that, as we all know, the SCOTUS, the U.S. The Supreme Court of the U.S. is contemplating on the legitimacy of the IPA-based reciprocal tariffs, right? By the end of this year or the early next year, they may make the final ruling on whether it can be upheld or it should be rescinded. Then if the latter case, then the Trump administration may resort to another round of the other types of trade attacks and tensions, and then it will also affect the landscape of trade and the FDI in the future for the region. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I think the question was which among other ASEAN members Korea would reach out alongside with Singapore. I guess that was the question. The thing is, I mean, Professor Huang, for instance, talked about multilateral regional dynamics, and I'm just focusing on bilateral here. And in terms of bilateral, actually, I talked about ASEAN as a group, but the thing is, other than Singapore, if you think about it, Vietnam and Indonesia, these are hugely important allies for Korea. Their stance in terms of diplomatic importance, size of economic interaction, and so on, are very, very important. There is this famous saying, as we know, Korea is a manufacturing economy, has been this way for a long time. And several decades ago, as Korea faced the rising labor cost, first place we looked into, of course, obvious, was China, several decades ago. Korean companies went to China big time in big numbers. And then there was a post-China destination. Post-China destination, as China's labor cost was increasing and the overall economic, the market environment there was changing, Korea's big businesses had to find post-China destination, and that was Vietnam. And there's a famous saying that the country, I don't know whether this is still the case or not, this particular moment of time we are speaking, but let's say about a year or two ago, a famous saying that the country that produces the largest number of Samsung phones is Vietnam, not Korea. So Vietnam was huge, had a huge importance and presence in the minds of Korean business. And then that's not the end of the story. As things were also changing in Vietnam, we needed a post-Vietnam destination, and that was Indonesia. So Indonesia also has become very important entity of our cooperation, economic, business, and on top of it also security and defense side as well, like a defense industry got involved and all that kind of stuff. Now we are hearing that Korean businesses are looking for post-Indonesia destination. That part, I'm not sure exactly where we are going. Singapore, I don't think so. But I'm talking about manufacturing economy, right? Right. So that's why. So Singapore-Korean cooperation, that dimension is very different from this conventional, traditional Korean approach to its allies with a focus on manufacturing. So that's why Singapore-Korean ties is important. It has a new significance in terms of opening new frontier for Korea's relations with its key friends in the world stage. So that much I can say. I can go over Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Cambodia, and all that kind of stuff. But for the interest of time, I won't do that. I'll tell you all the stories later on privately.
Thank you. Those are wonderful morsels of information. China, after China, post-China, Vietnam, post-Vietnam, Indonesia, right? And in fact, it was very, very foresightful of the Korean businesses to go to Vietnam. And this is probably even prior to Trump 1.0, before the China Plus One strategy, right? So as many of us here have heard, when people ask who won the trade war, right, the answer is Vietnam, right? Although Trump 2.0 has cottoned on to that, and we'll be charging 40% tariffs if transshipment occurs through Vietnam. Anyway, on that note, I would very much like to open up the discussion to the floor. Maybe we'll gather 2 or 3 questions and then let our presenters, address your questions. We're all up for questions now.
Peter Drysdale, Australian National University. Thanks so much for letting me join this last session. It's been most interesting. And the 3 presentations are very complementary in a way, and I want to try to draw out that complementarity. Chin Hao has, I think, raised all the important questions about the post-alliance region and cooperation on security in the post-alliance region, and the economics are clearly a big part of that, as described by Dr. Kang. And Professor Kim has given us a real live example of the beginnings of such cooperation in the region. So my question really to the panel as a whole, whoever wants to answer it, is, where to from now, basically. I agree about the AUKUS and Quad arrangements. They're in limbo, but the reality is that the security ties between the United States and its allies in the region, Japan and Australia, Korea in particular, are very deep and persistent, and they'll be there for a very long time. The interoperability thing, the personnel exchanges, the influence of these things on the political communities in all our countries are powerful, and they'll persist. And so what narrative and what arrangement is it we're thinking about, and from what base in the region to secure the other security cooperation interests that the region has now that you've identified in various ways? And is this ad hoc development of bilateral arrangements such as the kind we have now between Korea and Singapore the way to go, or how do we build upon that? What kind of narrative can the region develop that comprehends all its security interests, not just particular security interests, in a way that's persuasive to the communities in our countries?
Okay, actually, I have a question about the role of India. I think many scholars in the 2 days conference mentioned about the alignment among these middle and small powers. So what do you think India? Do you think India should be considered as a middle power? I think India definitely is a country belong to Asia. And Professor Kim mentioned about some Korean companies think about what is post in Indonesia investment, right? So my question to all of you, what is the role of India in all those kind of discussion? Well, India will become the post-Indonesia investment for Korea and the Singapore business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I just have 2 questions, one for Dr. Kang. I pretty much loved your presentation, especially when you're talking about the intensive margin and extensive margin of the impact of the trade agreements itself. And looking at your recommendations in terms of limitations around the trade agreements, I was wondering about, because you talked on the issues behind ROO, right? And then there's a need to have a harmonization for the region. So I was wondering about non-tariff measures as well, whether it's something ADB is also working on, harmonizing standards and looking into TBT as well. And my second question was for Professor Kim. One of the package you talked about for Singapore and Korea was on for technology and the dual use, right? So, because my profession is on WTO matters and trade, so I was wondering, like, how would you, if this package was to be looked into in depth, how would you pose this package? Like, would it be like a trade package or a security type of package, just so that there's no sort of violation on WTO rules? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, fascinating questions. First, on India, I have to answer, feels like. For Korea, there was China first. And then, as I said, after post-China, post-Vietnam, post-Indonesia, there's that track. India had its own track all along. Always India. We've been thinking about India continuously. And companies like LG, they have established a very strong presence there. Korea-India case is kind of like a flip side of Japan-Thailand side. In Thailand, Japan has established a very strong presence, and Korea has been working on setting up its presence for quite some time, but not as successful as Japan in Thailand. But the mirror image of it is in India. Japan has tried and then kind of withdrawn big time. But Korean companies persisted and they established their presence quite significantly. And as I said, again, names like LG are doing quite good. But India has not presented itself to Korea as like something like China, Vietnam, or Indonesia. I think we understand why. Because we often use this analogy of India as like very stretchable, flexible kind of a rubber ball. You can stretch out, and at the very end, there are world-level top professionals, global mind, extremely highly educated elites, right? Those people whose names are running some of the biggest companies, tech companies in the world as we speak, right? But there's a big spectrum, and sometimes for a certain level of manufacturing, Indian market conditions don't live up to those requirements in many cases. So there has been challenges and struggle, and those Korean companies who have found the right fit have been quite successful, much more successful than its competitors like those in Japan and so on. So inside India, I think Korea has become an important presence, and we're still working with that Indian challenge or Indian promise, if you will. Okay, that much I can say. Dual use technology side. I was thinking about like drones and different kind of important critical technology. Robotics these days are very important for industry use as well as military use and so on. So without worrying about these regulations, WTO rules and so on, a lot needs to be done, and there's a big room to fill in terms of business needs, cooperation in these areas that could happen to be used for military use. So business can focus on their needs, and as a byproduct or spin-off, I think could be a lot of gains to be made in the military sector in many of these areas, like drones and robotics and so on. So that much I can say. Thank you.
Okay, so first on the issue of India, I think India has great potential to unlock, but at the same time, the country still faces a lot of bottlenecks and impediments inside its own country. For example, lack of the quality infrastructure. So making India, for that the goal of the vision to be materialized, they need to enrich their infrastructure first. And also, as I mentioned during my presentation, a lot of the protectionist measures in terms of protecting their domestic industries. Then, for example, 70% of the import tariffs on the passenger cars. It's kind of amazing. I mean, I tend to advise the Indian government officials, if you are to develop your manufacturing sector and also boost your export base, then you need to be able to import. Because under the era of the global value chain, all the export cannot be sourced from its own country. It should be based on some intermediate good imported from other countries. Then to boost your export, you need to open your market to import more. So that's kind of how to better globalize the country and to be part of global community internationally. That's one issue. And when it comes to the rules of origin, yes, so ADB, we take this very important agenda. And then not only the lack of the harmonization across different FTAs, but also some of the drafting issues there. For example, some FTAs for the agriculture products, some FTA says that wholly obtained as the source of origin, and the other FTA, for example, says that changing in the tariff chapter. Both seems to be talking about the same thing. Then in a simple language, we can simply say that for the cattle to be recognized as the origin from the contracting party, we can simply say that born and grown in that country, something like that. That could be a simpler way of describing rules of origin for the agriculture product instead of using wholly obtained and changing tariff chapter, something like that. That's one issue with the rules of origin. And also when it comes to the non-tariff barriers, yes, ADB is very much active in this area, behind the border procedures and the single windows. Many Southeast Asia and the South Asia and the Central Asian countries embracing the idea of single window and the digital trade, the paperless trade, and then how to promote the trade facilitation. So we also annually organized quite big annual forum along with the UNESCO every year. Then we invite some of the government officials from the region so that they can learn from what's going on this front by ADB and the UNESCO. So perhaps we can also collaborate with the KDI School to invite some of the government officials for that kind of forum. Yeah. Thanks.
So maybe I'll just focus primarily on Peter's question. I think you're right. I mean, the military interoperability, the personnel exchanges at the highest levels, I think that's been ongoing. It's a very strong tradition. The weapon systems are very much aligned with one another between these countries and the United States. So I think there's some sort of deeply embedded interest to keep this going. I think, as we look out into the next 3.5 years or more, is that at least for the time being, what we are not seeing is the clarity of strategic guidance from the commander-in-chief himself. Right? All these sort of nitty-gritty exchanges may be going on. Those are pre-Trump. Those have been ongoing, pre-planned, and those will continue to move forward and surge ahead, uninterrupted, hopefully, budget permitting. But at the highest level, there needs to be some sort of articulation of almost something akin to a U.S. grand strategy, right? And I think that's lacking. I mean, he was here not too long ago at an APEC summit. Perhaps that's not the right venue to announce something like that. But I think that part is left wanting. I think particularly for allies of what the United States actually stands for. If Yun Fong is right about the region and the world heading into a power transition model, right? Then what is it that the United States expects out of its allies? What contributions do you want from Australia, Japan, Korea, and the Philippines, and other like-minded security partners? We don't know, and I think that's the big question mark. Does it want allies and partners in the region to take security in its own hands, boost defense spending, and basically have a bit more agency in deciding, articulating our own defense postures and strategy? If that's the case, right, then the U.S. has to be prepared that threat perceptions in the region may not necessarily align with Washington. And we're not quite sure if it's prepared to do so, right? So I think that kind of uncertainty is creating a lot of anxiety amongst allies and others. And so where do we go from here? It could go into what Professor Kim was saying about these sort of quasi-alliances. Some have called it as sort of residuals of U.S. alliances when we see increasing levels of military coordination between Japan and the Philippines, Australia, Philippines, Japan. I don't want to call it as a residual because it's almost like an afterthought, but this may be a new form of coordination and cooperation that doesn't really anchor or focus on the United States. They may all be allies of the United States, but these three countries definitely have different security priorities and needs that are more reflective of what's actually happening in this part of the world. That's not necessarily aligned with retaining global primacy of the United States, right? That's US's agenda. That may not necessarily be Manila or Canberra's agenda. So I think these quasi-alliances may actually be an interesting new form of cooperation. It's more relaxed. It's not as ironclad in terms of obligations and commitments from each capital during times of need. What all this says really is that it then opens up the question of something that allows scholars like myself to think whether the U.S. is a necessary and sufficient condition for regional peace and security. For the first time in 70 years, this is a great natural experiment where if the U.S. self-selects out of the region, right, can the region still move forward without such a prominent U.S. security role as the security guarantor? My sense is that we should be confident enough that Asians can take security in their own hands in a more regional-based approach, and one that can include the United States, but is not exclusively tethered to the United States. Yeah.
Thank you. Do I have time for one or two more questions, or should I stop here? One more question. All right. Danny, you have the last question then, and the presenters will each have 1 minute to answer.
Thank you very much for such a lively panel. My question connects with the emphasis on the post-US nature of regional cooperation. And I wonder if we have put too much emphasis on the post-US part of trying to think about regional cooperation. Arguably one of the reasons for such a resonant imprint of US-China geopolitical conflict is that for 70 years we tried to suspend the worry about a conflict between security and economics. We decided to proceed with only economics and we didn't think about the security part. Going ahead, I worry that we need to bring to the forefront the tension between security and economics, even when we're just talking about Asia post-United States. And I wonder if the panel, I know that Professor Kang took a very strong view, I'm just going to talk about economics. But I wonder if in thinking about regional cooperation going forwards, we will be committing the same mistake as we did for the last 70 years if we focus on just the post-US part and not the security and economics part, even in just Asia. Thank you.
Well, as the last question, that's a tough one. You could come up with a nicer one, easy one, but that's a tough one. Traditionally, Koreans have been long thinking about the two dual track, as you may already know, right? Economics, China, and security, United States. And now the answer we are finding is that interesting. Like we can no longer rely on this kind of dual track strategy. We have to find a new solution. The security side, I guess, increasingly. I mean, 2 days ago, there's a joint statement that was released by the White House about what's called a joint fact sheet that U.S. and Korea agreed through 2 summits, one in August, the other one in a few weeks ago in Gyeongju. And there are indications that the United States is going to help Korea to strengthen and beef up its capability to defend itself, including nuclear-powered submarine Korea will get to build together with the United States. And then APCON transfer, wartime control of the joint military, United States and the US Army together, to be controlled by Korean command. That kind of change is all forthcoming in a way. So we are seeing drastic change coming in our way during this Trump 2.0, and the direction seems to be Korea further strengthening its capability to defend itself. And that sounds like a good news to many Koreans who are thinking about, especially when we see these changes in the US hegemony and changing patterns of its leadership. Koreans feel that we may be heading the right direction. The question is, what can China offer here? And I had that question to Professor Kuan earlier and all that kind of stuff, but how can China change in terms of bringing us new challenges or opportunities to Korea? And China seems to be more of a constant rather than changing variables at this point. So we want to see new face of China, new sense of direction from China. China seems to have remained the same kind of entity with the same kind of preference the whole time, despite all these challenges. So in my mind, it's a big puzzle that remains, and I continue to wrestle with it.
So this is a toughest question I can try to handle. But I think that the post-US, the global order, I don't know. I don't think that anybody can forecast what's going to be the new order, but perhaps the different type of multipolar type of the order or the several polar type of order, we don't know. But what we can do is that we just adjust and try to maximize national interest under the changing international global order environment, and both the economy-wise and the security-wise. In particular, in the case of Korea, the economic and the security state cannot be separated at all, because as long as South Korea is still confronting the North Korea, we cannot totally separate the economic incentive and security-wise motivation. So in that sense, the only thing we can do is to try to maximize our national interest and adjusting to the new international and global order, which might be arising post-US order. Yeah, thank you.
So I agree with Danny that I think bracketing this sort of security and economic security is not an ideal way to think about things. And I suppose part of this could be attributed to some of the scholars, leading scholars in the field, forcing us to think about this in this manner for some time. Eikenberry has famously put forward the idea about dual hierarchy in Asia, the region's long-standing preferences to trade with China, but engage with security in with the United States. And this sort of a neat quarantine between the two. It's an artificial divide, really. But I think increasingly what we're seeing is the blurring of the economic security nexus. And what's perhaps most worrisome and most troubling is that both the great powers are no longer reliable, credible partners in offering the security and economic goods, both China and the United States. And so I think this really forces the region to think about economic security in ways that are going to be much more forward-looking, one that's sort of organically developed, sort of regional solutions to some of these regional problems. So I don't know if that's a good way to answer the question, but it definitely is a good food for thought about how to better combine economics and security going forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much to our presenters for engaging our questions, in their various ways, and that's been really helpful. And maybe we can end on an optimistic note. There is a role for regional, initiatives and regional agency. On that note, can I ask you to join me in thanking our presenters?